231. Qin Pingan's forceful charge was met with a wave of precise and orderly arrows. The personal troops that General Ma had placed in the county governor's mansion were all elite soldiers brought back from the border. They had amazing physical strength and were experienced on the battlefield. Even when facing a person from the mountain, they still cooperated well. Qin Pingan flew up from the roof ridge and landed in the depths of the county governor's mansion. In the short process of a few blinks of an eye, he had to use his hands to push aside two aggressive and extremely accurate arrows. The girl with silver bells shouted loudly, "I am the county governor's daughter, Lu Gaoxin. The old immortal is an ally who has come to help. Please put down your bows and arrows." Qin Pingan's figure landed at the entrance of the main hall of the official residence. Without turning his head, he took 2 steps sideways and reached out to grab an arrow that was shot from behind him. The arrow was engraved with ancient cloud patterns, and there were 3 tiny grooves on it. Radiance flowed between them. Qin Pingan casually threw the arrow to the ground and said in a deep voice, "Hero Su Zhang, are you in the main hall?" The old man who revealed his supernatural power on the high platform in the middle of the lake that night is the mastermind behind the city god pavilion's disaster this time. The bearded man took the lead and flew out. The armored general and Daoist priest Zhang Shanfeng followed closely behind. A brass strongman over 10 feet tall charged over with large strides. Without saying a word, he threw a punch at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan had no choice but to extend his palm to block the fist. The brass strongman that Daoist Chong Miao had painstakingly created with talismans had extraordinary strength. Although its grade was not high, its battle prowess was comparable to a pure martial artist at the peak of the second realm. However, after Qin Pingan blocked the fist with his 5 fingers, the joints of its body trembled violently, producing a series of hissing sounds. It was unable to advance even an inch. Governor Lu also ran out of the main door and looked up. When he saw the girl with silver bells standing on the wall, he immediately shouted, it's my daughter, Lu Gaoxin. Warriors, don't hurt her by accident." The big bearded swordsman hurriedly explained to the people beside him, "It's our friend. His name is Qin Pingan. Previously he went to investigate the city god pavilion." The armored general nodded. He raised his arm and made a military gesture. The archers hidden everywhere didn't immediately put away the bows in their hands, only pressing down on the arrowheads. At the same time, the arrowheads shrank back into the shape of a crescent moon. It was almost exactly the same, not even the change in arc difference. Xianxia, who had traveled to many countries, was very attentive. After seeing this scene, she immediately gasped in admiration. She had never thought that a place like the colorful robes country, which was filled with a scholarly atmosphere, would have such a well-trained army of tigers and wolves. General Ma, who was currently in charge of overseeing the east gate of the city, was definitely a great talent in managing an army. Daoist Chong Miao made a gesture to summon back the brass strongman that had failed to start the battle. His expression was ugly as he sneered, "Old Immortal Huang is the mastermind? Ah, you yellow-mouthed, white-toothed young man, I think you're the evil one who wants to fish in troubled waters." The old Daoist in bright Daoist robes turned his head and said to Governor Lu and the military general, "If old Immortal Huang, whose Dao is exceedingly powerful, is the mastermind with ulterior motives, then why are we still plotting here? Besides, if old Immortal Huang is the mastermind, why would he take off his pants to fart and take the initiative to warn us?" Governor Lu muttered, "That doesn't make sense." The general said something fair for the young man, "Evil spirits are the best at taking risks. They can't be judged with common sense. It's best that we don't believe anyone so easily. We might as well listen to what the young man has to say first." The young girl Lu Gaoxin jumped off the wall and ran all the way. Her movements were full of spiritual aura, especially the tinkling of the silver bells. Waves of golden ripples rippled around her body. She was clearly a cultivator who had reached a higher level. Governor Lu didn't have time to ponder why his daughter had turned into a flying immortal. When his youngest daughter came to his side, he immediately asked anxiously, "Are you hurt anywhere? You brat, the county city is in chaos now. Why are you running around?" "Nonsense." Lu Gaoxin pointed at Qin Pingan, "Old immortal." She suddenly realized that she had said something wrong. This was because when they were on the road, the old immortal who had an earth-shattering flying sword technique had specifically told her not to talk too much about the battle at the city god's pavilion. He was still unwilling to reveal his identity at the moment, in case the prefectural governor's manor also had a fiendish demon spy causing mischief. Lu Gaoxin hurriedly made up for it. Young hero Chen Pingon and I encountered a female ghost with withered bones in the city god pavilion. It was the Tsai talisman beauty who first appeared on the high platform in the middle of the lake that night. She was one of the demons who had brought disaster to the county city. Young hero Chen and I managed to subdue her with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, Lord City God and the two civil and military officials had turned into demons. Black smoke surged from their 7 orifices and they wanted to kill us. Fortunately, an old immortal who knew how to use a flying sword appeared out of nowhere and saved us. However, the old immortal was also seriously injured. He wanted us to first inform him that the fellow with the surname Huang and his allies were scheming to obtain a magic weapon. He wanted me to pass a message to Father that we must not invite a wolf into our house. The old immortal also said that if necessary he would definitely take action again after he had recuperated his sea of qi and natal flying sword to help us slay the demons. Chen Pingon looked calm. In his heart he was praising the young girl for her quick thinking. Compared to Zhu Lu on Qiduan Mountain and the group of Jianghu men and women in front of the dilapidated temple, the young girl named Lu Gaoxin with silver bells was indeed much better. Everyone quickly returned to the main hall. Before they could take their seats, armored soldiers covered in blood entered. It was said that there were many people in the county city who seemed to have fallen into a demonic state. They began to kill people in a frenzy. Regardless of whether it was their relatives, friends, or neighbors, none of them were spared. These people in the county city who seemed to be purely martial artists who had gone mad had one thing in common. Blood oozed out of their eyes. Moreover, their bodies were quite strong and they were extremely difficult to deal with. Many government officials, soldiers, and constables had already been injured. Not only that, there were several places in the county city where there were stone arch bridges and secluded alleys. Almost at the same time, scarlet lights appeared. Within a radius of several hundred feet, the grass and trees withered and the fishes turned up their bellies white. The atmosphere in the main hall was solemn. Governor Lu forced himself to calm down and began to arrange the troops. In addition to sending people to the east gate of the city to inform General Ma to be careful of old immortal Huang, everyone in the hall formed teams of 2 and went to various strange places together to prevent accidents. If they found any demonic people or otherworldly items, they could be executed immediately. In addition, all the officials in the governor's mansion had to leave their official residences and inform the people in the county to return home immediately. Once they were discovered, they would be punished severely for violating the night law. The bearded swordsman Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng were in the same group. One was purely a martial artist and the other was a Taoist priest. Taoist Chong Miao and the armored general were in the same group. At Lu Gaoxin's request, she followed Chen Pingon. No matter how selfless Governor Lu was, he would not let his precious daughter take risks. Fortunately, the Jianghu warrior volunteered to assist Chen Pingon to go to the gate of the Zhao mansion. Governor Lu reminded Lu Gaoxin not to be impulsive and to listen to the orders of the 2 masters. Of course, Lu Gaoxin was overjoyed and agreed readily. Governor Lu was afraid that she would not take it seriously, so he held her back and reminded her again. The young girl was getting impatient. Suddenly, the old sword immortal who did not look old beside her said, "Miss Lu, don't let the governor worry." Lu Gaoxin was stunned for a moment. She turned her head and saw that Chen Pingon was not angry or annoyed, nor was he taking advantage of his seniority. It was as if he simply wanted her to do a better job. Although Lu Gaoxin did not understand, she still patiently bid farewell to her father and promised that she would not act on impulse. Governor Lu was slightly relieved. Finally, he clasped his hands in front of his chest and thanked Chen Pingon and the martial artist. He said sincerely, "I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to take care of my daughter." The 2 of them returned the gesture. The 3 of them rushed to the Zhao mansion, which was only 2 streets away from the governor's mansion. The martial artist surnamed Dou looked up at the sky and shook his head. He lamented, "Whether it's the immortals or demons on the mountain, deep down they never take human lives seriously. They shouldn't be like this." Chen Pingon did not know how to answer, so he could only keep silent. When the 3 of them arrived outside the Zhao mansion, there were already demonic men and women with blood oozing out of their eyes who were rushing out. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they ran swiftly. The machete men and archers outside were mostly constables of the county city and yamen runners of the governor's mansion. They usually dealt with big thieves and small thieves, so they had never seen such a scene. Most of them were pale and the accuracy of their arrows was unsightly. Moreover, the demonic servants and maids of the Zhou mansion were still able to continue forward even if they were hit by arrows. Qin Pingon saw with his own eyes a youth whose face was covered in blood being shot in the chest by a powerful arrow from a distance of 20 steps. His entire body was sent flying by the huge penetrating force. After falling backward, he struggled to stand up. More than half of the arrow was still in his chest. He spat out blood as he continued to rush forward. The poor formation of the archers, constables and machete men was almost destroyed at the first charge. They could only engage in close combat with the fearless demonic men. If Qin Pingon and the other two had not arrived just in time, the endless stream of people of the Zhou mansion would have scattered everywhere, forming a disaster similar to a swarm of locusts. Qin Pingon did not know if there was a way to deal with the demonic men, so he used his fists and feet to send the demonic men of the Zhou mansion flying back to the gate. Lu Gaoxin's bell rang loudly and the golden flowers scattered in all directions. As long as the demonic men were touched by the golden flowers, their bodies would fester and turn into a pool of blood and pus. The stench of blood filled the air. After the machete man surnamed Dou unsheathed his saber, the blade bloomed with a dazzling snow-white light. With every slash, the demonic men, women and children were split in half. The macheteman's machete skills were extraordinary. He had clearly reached the Grandmaster realm of returning to simplicity. He was straightforward and his moves were straightforward without any sloppiness. However, compared to the machete man of the bearded machete man Xianxia's machete skills, this man's machete skills lacked the rough aura of the battlefield and had a touch of the acme of perfection. It was very likely that he was a martial arts grandmaster who was on his way to the fourth realm. From this, it could be seen that the concealment in the main hall of the official residence was more of the so-called, the real man does not show his face in Jianghu. After Lu Gaoxin blocked a wave of demonic qi in the Zhou mansion, she found that the ground around her was covered in blood and broken limbs. She suddenly squatted down and vomited. A red light flashed in the Zhou mansion, emitting a thick gloomy aura. Qin Pingon saw that there was no danger at the entrance of the Zhou mansion for the time being. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and swiftly flew over the high wall like a swallow, heading straight for the origin of the red light. Following the traces of the red light, Qin Pingon arrived at an elegant and quiet courtyard. There was a private library that was 3 stories high. A young master in white was sitting on the steps outside the library. He sat in a lazy posture with his elbow resting on the armrest of the chair. He rested his chin on one hand and held an ancient book in the other, yawning. The extraordinarily handsome young master squinted at Qin Pingon and said with a smile, "Why did you come so late? This young master has an extraordinary bearing. Are you an immortal cultivator on the mountain? Or a grandmaster's disciple who travels the Jianghu?" Sitting up straight, the young master of the Zhou mansion dipped his finger in his saliva and gently turned a page of the book. Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed between the pages. The red light converged into a thick rope, twisting and turning in the air like a python. It circled around the high wall of the courtyard and was about to rush into the mansion, trying to attach itself to the people in the mansion. Qin Pingon patted the blade's strengthening gourd at his waist. The scarlet python was cut in half. The young master in white raised his eyebrows. "Oh, a little sword immortal. Impressive. I heard that sword immortals in the lower 5 levels have great killing power, but their physical strength is easily exhausted. A few breaths of sword chi can be dazzling, but it is easy for it to disappear. I wonder if you are more powerful?" The young master in white held a book in one hand and flipped through an ancient book to the end with the other. Dozens of small scarlet snakes as thick as thumbs rushed into the sky from the library and were about to scatter in all directions. However, the young master in white saw that the young man who was about to hang the wine gourd was still in the mood to take off the wine gourd and drink a mouthful of wine. Before the young master of the Zhou mansion sneered, he could not laugh anymore. Because those little red snakes called crimson drill in the sky were instantly sliced into pieces by a wisp of crisscrossing white light. Then he felt a chill between his eyebrows and suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He died with his eyes wide open. It turned out that his head was pierced by the flying sword from between his eyebrows. The wisp of sword chi that had seeped into his body and spirit also destroyed all his vitality in an instant with lightning speed. When Qin Pingon put away the wine gourd, the two flying swords, Chu Yi and Chu Wu, slowly returned to the blade's strengthening gourd. On the other side of the courtyard wall, the machete man surnamed Dou stood on the wall. After seeing this scene, he saluted Qin Pingon with clasped hands. Qin Pingon thought of something and said to the machete man, "Tell Lu Gaoxin that I have to go to the Earth Temple immediately. I will be back soon." The machete man laughed heartily and said, "There is no big problem here. There are only a few cats and dogs. Immortal Master Qin, don't worry." Qin Pingon felt a little helpless. He wanted to end the battle quickly, but he did not expect that the machete man would still see him kill the enemy with his flying sword. He nodded at the machete man and then his figure disappeared quickly. Qin Pingon sprinted all the way and leaped over a wall. Finally, he followed the voice of the ripples that appeared in his heart lake and followed that person's instructions. He came to an empty earth temple and looked up. Inside the earth temple, there was an elegant scholar waving at him with a smile on his face. However, his figure was swaying, like the last bit of light that would be extinguished with the slightest breeze. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and then rushed over. The deity stood in the dimly lit doorway while Qin Pingon stood outside the slightly brighter doorway. The scholar bowed first and then stood up with a smile. "This is the second time we meet. I am Shenwen, the Lord Xingwang of Yanji County. I have been watching over this city for hundreds of years. Today's result is the result of the past. I have neglected my duty first. If you did not break the restriction and successfully stop me from falling into the demonic path, the upright Lord Xingwang of Tsai Nation might have become an accomplice to the evildoer and become a murderer who harms the people in his jurisdiction. I want to thank you." Speaking of this, the scholar smiled and said, "Previously I did not know that I was about to fall into the demonic path. Therefore I made a fool of myself. This time I want to thank you not only for helping me not to go out and harm the people, but also for your sincerity and willingness to take the initiative to return the green wooden box." When he entered the Xingwang Hall, the young man returned the wooden box. It was a good deed, a good deed. He clearly had a Fengtsuan item, but when he handed over the wooden box he did not take it out from the Fengtsuan item, but directly took it out from his sleeve. This meant that the young man in front of him believed that the wooden box belonged to the Xingwang Hall from the beginning. This was another good deed, a good deed. Qin Pingon looked at Xingwang carefully. He could no longer see any traces of him falling into the demonic path. He was slightly relieved. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Previously in the Xingwang Hall, in order to protect myself, I had no choice but to break Lord Xingwang's golden body." Lord Xingwang, who was no longer in the form of a Lord Xingwang, waved his hand and changed the topic. He asked, "Little Immortal, are you a scholar?" Qin Pingon was a little embarrassed and shook his head. "I am not a scholar. Now I only know how to flip through books and take notes. I hope to know more words and learn more about how to be a person." Xingwang smiled and asked, "Do you know the use of the golden body fragments?" Qin Pingon still shook his head. He really did not know. Xingwang said softly, "Those golden body fragments must be kept well. The gods in the world who enjoy the worship of the gods, whether it is the mountain gods or us, the Xingwang and the civil and military temples, all have the golden body. First, the imperial court conferred the title and created the statue. Then the gods themselves nurtured the little divine light. However, the golden body is also divided into high and low ranks. Similar to the officialdom generally, the golden body of the 5 mountain gods is of the highest quality, followed by the great river god and Lord Xingwang of the capital and so on. That green wooden box contains the Xingwang of Tsai Country's Toji County's seal of Tsai Country, which was personally engraved by a great celestial master of the celestial master residence of Longhu Mountain. It is an extremely powerful instrument that contains the mighty power of heaven. However, it can only be used with the 5 thunder mantra. Although I am the current Lord Xingwang of Yanji County, as a god, I am unable to use the thunder mantra. In fact, when the celestial master residence bestowed this item, it had more of a symbolic meaning to help protect the feng shui of the county. It was not for the qi cultivators of Tsai Country or Lord Xingwang to use the seal to show off. If it was not for this little celestial master seal that deterred the demons, and the early formation of the mass grave outside the city with heavy resentment, they would have rushed into Yanji County long ago. Qin Pingon thought for a while and asked, "Do you need me to help you hand it to Governor Liu? Or hand it to the Emperor of Tsai country?" Lord Xingwang Xinwen looked carefully at the pair of clear eyes. He waved his sleeves and laughed loudly. The teachings of the saints, the divine weapon of heaven and earth, can only be held by the virtuous. 232. I wish everyone a happy and peaceful new year. Just like little Pinyin in this novel, I wish you all a happy and peaceful new year. I wish you all the best in this new year. The Golden City God's words carried a lot of weight. Even the gentlemen chosen by the Confucian Academy would not dare to call themselves virtuous. The three immortality of a scholar was to establish virtue, make contributions, and speak. With virtue as the head, it was the most difficult. Most scholars could only settle for the next best thing in their lives, and they would even retreat again and again. However, Qin Pingin's knowledge was still shallow. He could not understand the deeper meaning behind Shen Wen's words as a scholar and not as the Golden City God. Qin Pingon naturally liked the green wooden box that made him feel at ease. Now that he knew that it contained a seal personally carved by the palm imprint Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, he liked it even more. Who didn't like good things in the world? Qin Pingon liked it very much. However, liking was one thing, but it did not mean that he could take what others liked. This had nothing to do with how fast Qin Pingin's punches were, how high his martial arts realm was, or how many flying swords he had. This was actually what the Confucian Academy advocated. It was just that Qin Pingon did not know the truth yet. Xinwen smiled and said, "Just take the seal." Seeing that the little immortal master in front of him was a little confused, the Golden City God Xinwen was even happier. After hundreds of years of exposure to incense, he had seen all kinds of prayers, demands, and ignorance from pilgrims, as well as suffering, piety, and helplessness in worldly affairs. Xinwen had changed from a pure official who only knew how to serve his country to someone who understood worldly affairs more and more. Occasionally, even a clay bodhisattva would get angry. He was angry at those men and women who only knew how to burn incense and pray to gods but not themselves. He was angry at those filthy rich and unruly people. He would also lament their misfortune and be angry at those who did not strive. Many things and people appeared in his mind one by one as he was about to disappear. The Golden City God Xinwen looked at the young man standing outside the door with mixed feelings. Xinwen suddenly took a deep breath, and his scattered and ethereal figure stabilized a little. He said, "Xinwen has a final request. You can consider whether you want to do it or not. Xinwen does not dare to force you." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "The Golden City God can just say it." Xinwen asked, "If a wise monarch appears in colorful robes country in the future, will you be able to help? Even if it's just a little bit of help such as a drought or a flood, you're not far from here. Can you use your divine ability to help the people of the beautiful robes nation safely survive the natural disaster? Every time is better." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Lord Xingwang, don't worry. Regardless of whether the Colorful Clothes Empire's emperor is wise or not, as long as I hear that the Colorful Clothes Empire is in trouble, I will definitely take the initiative to come here. But let me say this first, I will only do what I can. I hope Lord Xingwang can understand." Xinwen's face was filled with relief as he muttered, "Very good, this is very good." In truth, this Golden City God felt guilty because he was scheming against others. Xinwen firmly believed that as long as the young man in front of him cultivated the great Tao and didn't make any major mistakes, he would definitely have a bright future. At that time, as long as the young man had feelings for the beautiful robes nation, the later he acted, the higher his realm, and the more beneficial it would be for the beautiful robes nation. Xinwen looked at the gloomy sky outside the Earth Temple and felt bitter in his heart. I, Xinwen, can only do this much for the beautiful robes nation. Xinwen came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Previously I only talked about half of the golden body fragments. I talked about the origin and grade. As for the use, it's a little similar to the dragon slaying technique. It's extremely useful, but the threshold is very high. If it's an ordinary person holding hundreds of golden body fragments in their hands would probably be meaningless. However, if the person who has the fragments has friends who walk the path of the divine path, That would be a genuine priceless treasure. It's an innate spirit weapon in the world, an extremely rare and precious one. Or if it's given by the monarch of a country to the gods of their own mountains and rivers, it would definitely be considered a top gift in the world. Taking a step back, when you reach a place near the top of the mountain, you can sell it to knowledgeable people who need it. For example, great cultivators of the Golden Core realm and Nascent Soul realm. You can ask for a sky-high price. No matter how much you ask, it wouldn't be excessive. Qin Pingan's expression was solemn as he memorized everything. Xinwen smiled and said, "Please extend your hand." Qin Pingan was a little dazed as he extended his hand. Xinwen extended his hand and dug into his chest. After clenching his fist, he extended it towards Qin Pingan. Releasing his fist, he gently placed an item in Qin Pingan's palm. It was a golden item the size of a goose egg. Qin Pingan raised his head and blinked his eyes. Xinwen smiled and said, "In the ruins of the ancient battlefield, countless military cultivators painstakingly searched for the spirits of the battlefield. They were actually looking for the heroic spirits of heroes and war gods. I, Xinwen, was born a scholar. After my death, I was conferred the title of city god of this place by the emperor of the colorful robes country. I have a golden body and its appearance is decent. It's not the city god of the capital city of the dynasty. However, this golden body, guts, it's not inferior to any city god of the continent." At this moment, Xinwen seemed to have returned to his youth. He studied hard for more than 10 years. He was a carp that jumped over the dragon's gate. He was a farmer in the morning and ascended to the emperor's hall in the evening. He was in high spirits. As the top scholar, he led the way in the palace. He was not doing it to bring glory to his family, but to bring joy to all the families. After Xinwen handed over the golden body guts, he seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden. After hundreds of years of conscientious protection, he could finally have a good rest. Qin Pingan did not retract his hand for a long time. Xinwen laughed loudly and extended a finger. He gently tapped on the guts and said with a smile, "I don't have the wings of a colorful phoenix, but my heart is as one." Little Immortal Teacher, read more books in the future. Qin Pingan solemnly kept the golden body guts and placed them together with the green wooden box into the Fengtsuan item. The youth bowed as a scholar's junior. Xinwen returned the greeting as a scholar of the same generation. Qin Pingan remembered something. He stepped into the earth temple and took out the seal of mountains and rivers. He said softly, "Lord City God, my name is Qin Pingan. I came from Dali's Longquan County. Mr. Qi gave me this seal. He said that when I saw mountains and rivers I could stamp on a map. Previously the Yin energy at the mass grave was very heavy. I asked someone from the county governor's office to get a map and put it on the map. In the end it seemed like the fate of the mountains and rivers were reversed. Now the demons are causing trouble in Yanji County City. Is it still useful? Can it suppress the evil energy they create?" Xinwen's expression was solemn. He asked, "Can I take it?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Of course." Xinwen carefully took the seal of mountains and rivers with both hands. Then with one in each hand he raised it high above his head. He looked at the seal script at the bottom of the seal and the slightly faded red seal. Xinwen took a deep breath and put down his arms. He asked, "Did that Mr. tell you that there is a flaw in this pair of invaluable artifacts? Every time you seal it, the spiritual energy will dissipate a little. In the end, the spiritual energy will be used up and it will become the most ordinary seal?" Qin Pingan scratched his head and grinned. He said, "Mr. Qi didn't tell me this." Xinwen asked again, "Aren't you afraid that your spiritual energy will be greatly damaged after you seal it?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "What's there to be afraid of? I'm not squandering it. Previously I saw these words in a travel book about mountains and rivers that was printed in Yanji County. It was called, 'The river is clear and the sea is clear, the time is abundant.' I liked it very much and even carved it on a bamboo slip. Besides, I think this is also Mr. Qi's original intention for giving me the seal. If Mr. Qi were here he would definitely do the same." Xinwen sighed. "It's a pity that the demons are causing trouble this time. They're using evil arts to bewitch people and spread plagues. This has great significance for the seal of the landscape seal, but it's not very useful in the current dangerous situation. Qin Pingan, keep the seal well. I still say the same thing. If there's a wise ruler in colorful clothes nation in the future, When you pass by Colorful Clothes Nation, you can ask the emperor for a map of the capital. Once you seal it, it'll benefit you for at least 100 years. Keep it well. Remember and treasure it well. Don't take it out so easily and let others see it. Qin Pingon was somewhat disappointed. He could only put the seal away again. Seeing this scene, Xinwen did not know whether to laugh or cry. How could there be such a stupid child? The hillmen were all businessmen. They all pursued small capital and huge profits. They did not care about the losses and gains in front of them. But they also planned far ahead. They planned for thousands of miles and thousands of years. In the end, they still wanted to make a huge profit. Xinwen's figure became more and more illusory. He said solemnly, Qin Pingon, this time the demons are causing mischief. Just like what you said, it's within your power. It's enough. Qin Pingon nodded his head. He took down his wine gourd and looked at the sky with Lord Xingwang. Xinwen suddenly asked, Dali Longquan County? The counties of Aquarius continent usually do not have the word dragon in their name. Qin Pingon laughed. My hometown used to be the Pearl Grotto Heaven. Later on, the Grotto Heaven shattered and fell to the ground. Hence, it was renamed Longquan County. Xinwen was startled. He probed. The Mr. Qi you are talking about, is it Mr. Qi from Cliff Academy, the disciple that Saint is most proud of? Qin Pingon nodded. His expression dimmed. It's that Mr. Qi. Xinwen stared blankly at the young man from Dali. Straw sandals, wine gourd, flying sword, seal, pure and innocent heart. His name was Qin Pingon. Xinwen's mouth was dry. Qin Pingon, then are you Mr. Qi's direct disciple? Qin Pingon was hesitant. In the end, he decided to speak the truth. Mr. Qi was not willing to accept me as his disciple. But later on I met old Master Xing. It seems that Mr. Qi wanted to accept me as his disciple. But at that time I felt that I was not even a scholar. I did not agree to be his disciple. Old Master Xing was not angry. He was drunk. When I was carrying him, the old man patted my head and urged me to drink. Qin Pingon smiled and raised the wine gourd in his hand. He smiled brightly and said, So now I drink. The scholar Xinwen felt as if he was struck by lightning. It was not just one lightning strike on his head, but wave after wave. Qi Jingchuan's junior brother. Old Master Xing. Old Master Xing's closed-door disciple. The young man rejected him. Xinwen was dumbstruck. Qin Pingon stared blankly at Lord City God. Could it be that he had said something wrong? He could only secretly drink a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. Xinwen suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed so hard that he almost cried. He reached out and patted the young man's shoulder hard. Good. Others will definitely not understand the matters of us scholars. That's right. Xinwen retracted his hand. He put his hands behind his back and strode out of the temple. Wonderful. Scholar. Xinwen turned around and smiled. He gave a thumbs up. Well done. After Xinwen stepped out of the door, the last bit of divine aura dissipated. He laughed loudly and disappeared between heaven and earth. His entire figure shattered into pieces. Qin Pingon was a little sad. He put the wine gourd on his waist and looked at the place where the scholar from Dali E Kingdom disappeared. He whispered softly, Everything is fine. After the white-clothed young master was killed, no one else in the Zhao mansion fell into a demonic state. Although Lu Gaoxin was vomiting non-stop, she was still unwilling to return to the peaceful county governor's mansion. She accompanied the master of the Jianghu surnamed Dou to search for the missing fish. When they came to a firewood hut, the door was tightly shut. The machete man frowned and kicked it open. He found a boy who was 8 or 9 years old inside. Behind him was a pile of firewood. The machete man said indifferently, Move. Once you fall into a demonic state, you can't be saved. The boy pursed his lips and shook his head hard. The macheteman's face was cold. He strode forward and pushed the boy's head back. The boy crashed into the wall. The machete man used his long knife to push aside 2 bundles of firewood. There was a sallow and emaciated girl inside. She was tied up tightly with rope. One of her eye sockets was bleeding non-stop. The other eye socket was no different from a normal person's. The girl's lips were pale and slightly trembling. The machete man raised his knife and was about to strike when the boy struggled to get up. He picked up a hatchet and rushed to the girl. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to kill him, I'll kill you." The Zhou Manor was indeed the #1 aristocratic family in Yanji County. Even the servants and children of the Zhou Manor could understand the language of the entire continent. The machete man sneered and said, "You don't know what's good for you. Don't you know that your *t kindness today may cause the deaths of thousands of people?" The boy was thin and his clothes were thin. He had a determined look in his eyes and said, "I don't care. I want to protect Luan Luan." The machete man kicked the boy who was holding the hatchet and sent a gust of knife energy toward the poor girl. A silver bell rang out, and the saber aura shattered the many golden flowers that flew over. The bladesman's hand paused for a moment, but the edge of the saber still left an inch-long wound on the girl's forehead. The machete man was not angry when his knife was blocked. He turned and stared at the girl and asked, "Lu Gaoxin, can you save her? Others may not know the consequences of becoming a demon, but as an accomplished qi cultivator, how can you not know? Why, when the situation is beyond saving, are you going to personally execute this girl?" Lu Gaoxin's face was pale and her lips trembled. "I can't bear to." The machete man snorted. "I think it's because I killed those demons outside the Zhao mansion too quickly. Miss Lu didn't see them gnawing on the flesh of the commoners." Lu Gaoxin. The boy struggled to get up again. He was in so much pain that he could not hold the knife steadily. The tip of the knife trembled. The boy screamed at the machete man, "Bastard, kill me first if you dare." The machete man sneered, "What's the point of killing you?" He was about to strike again. Lu Gaoxin's eyes were red. She turned away and could not bear to watch. Someone outside the door said, "Wait a moment." The machete man thought for a moment and sheathed his knife. He turned and smiled at the person. "Since the Immortal Master has spoken, I won't do anything unnecessary." It turned out to be Qin Pingon who had returned to the Zhao mansion. He nodded at the machete man. Qin Pingon walked quickly into the woodshed and squatted in front of the girl. He found that the girl seemed to be fighting against the demon in her body. Even though her eyes were bleeding and she was in so much pain, she still kept her lips tightly shut and did not make a sound. The girl tried her best to open her normal eye. Her eyes were full of pleading. If one could live, who would be willing to die? Especially a child of this age. Qin Pingon looked at the stubborn girl and patted her head gently. He said warmly, "Don't be afraid. Cry out when you're in pain. It's okay, it's okay." The girl raised her head. Half of her face was bleeding. She looked at the unfamiliar young man who was smiling and cried out loud. Some grievances, no matter how big or small, could only be understood by those who had suffered the same grievances. Otherwise, no matter how kind others were, they would not be able to make people feel at ease. Qin Pingon helped her untie the rope and turned around. He squatted and turned his head. "Come, I'll carry you to a safe place. Someone will save you." After putting 2 cold hands on his shoulders, Qin Pingon smiled at the boy with the machete. "Please tie us together with a rope. I'm afraid that something will happen to Wanidong and I won't be able to take care of her. You have to be quick." "Can you do it?" "Yes." The boy threw away the hatchet and wiped away his tears. He hurriedly ran to Qin Pingon and the little girl's side and deftly tied them together. Qin Pingon slowly stood up and said to Lu Gaoxin and the machete man surnamed Dou, "I'll take the girl to the governor's mansion first. We can't delay any longer. Let's see if there are any experts there who can save her. You two take the boy. If there are any problems in the Zhao mansion, Lu Gaoxin, you can let him stay outside. Is that okay?" The machete man smiled. "This is a small matter. Let Miss Lu take him out first. I can search the Zhao mansion alone." Qin Pingon turned to the boy and said, "Be careful. No matter what the result is, I'll come and tell you. Is that okay?" The boy raised his arm to wipe his tears and nodded vigorously. Qin Pingon carried the cold girl on his back and leaped out of the woodshed. He leaped over the wall and landed on the high wall of the county governor's mansion after a few light jumps. This time they recognized Qin Pingon's face. The hidden elite guards did not draw their bows and shoot. They allowed Qin Pingon to enter the mansion and quickly headed for the meeting hall. Lu Gaoxin took the boy out of the gate of the Zhao mansion. The boy asked uneasily, "Fairy sister, can your friend really save Luan Luan?" It was the first time Lu Gaoxin was called fairy sister. He was not used to it. She forced a smile and said, "I'm not a fairy sister. Don't worry, that fairy is the real mountain fairy. He will save the girl. But if he doesn't save her, you can't blame him. Do you understand? The boy nodded while crying. Lu Gaoxing rubbed the boy's head and sighed softly. After Qin Pingon entered the main hall, apart from Governor Lu, there were 2 other Qi refinement warriors who were in charge of holding down the fort. One of them was an old woman with a sword in her hand. There was a cloth bag hanging from her waist. He did not know what was in it. The other was an old man with a silver brush hanging from his waist. It was said that he was an itinerant cultivator near Yinji County. He was at the 3rd realm and had never joined a celestial clan in his life. He had only reached where he was today through luck and hard work. Qi refinement warriors at the 3rd realm might not even dare to breathe loudly when they walked in Longquan County, but it was enough for them to command the wind and clouds in small countries. Qin Pingon explained the general situation to the 3 of them. He had already untied the rope and placed the girl carefully on a chair. He asked, "Is there any way to save this child?" The old woman was displeased, but when she saw that Governor Lu did not say anything, she did not want to steal the limelight either. She only snorted coldly and remained where she was. She just closed her eyes and chose to ignore it. On the other hand, the old man quickly walked to the side of the chair and crouched down. He extended his hand and pried open the girl's bloodied eyelid. He said with a heavy voice, "The little girl has good talent. She was born with a pair of yin and yang eyes. She can see the flow of spiritual qi in the world of the living with a single glance, and she can see ghosts and otherworldly items at night with a single glance." Originally, there was hope for her to embark on the path of cultivation, but a bright pearl was covered in dust. She did not meet a talent scout, which was why she suffered this disaster. This yin's eye has become a habitat for dense demonic qi. What a small mass grave. The old man took the girl's pulse as he raised his head and carefully stared at the bloodstains around her eyes. The little girl's desire to live is very strong. Right now she urgently needs a miracle pill that is filled with yang qi. No, even if it's a low-grade pill that is suitable for the illness, it won't be able to get rid of the accumulated miasma in this yin's eye after swallowing it. It's difficult. Right now, I only have a single spring breeze pill that can strengthen her foundation. It can only temporarily help her maintain her life. What she truly needs is a talisman, and it has to be a talisman of an extremely high grade that can draw in the spiritual qi of the yang eye and channel it into the yin's eye, allowing yin and yang to complement each other. The little girl will only have hope of surviving if she relies on her own willpower and luck. However, where can you find a talisman like this? Even if the little girl has my pill to extend her life, she can't delay it any longer. As the old man spoke, he took out a small red sandalwood box from his sleeve. After opening it, a fragrant green pill was revealed. He fed it to the girl without any hesitation. Qin Pingon, who was squatting by the side, asked softly, "Senior, will a yang lantern lighting talisman work?" The old man was pleasantly surprised at first. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, why not? There are millions of talisman in the world. This yang lantern lighting talisman is of an extremely high grade and is one of the best talismans that is suitable for the illness. Moreover, it has an immediate effect. But do you really have it? And not a fake one? You have to know that there are many qi refinement warriors in the world who are blinded by greed. There are many imitations of this talisman. They use shoddy products to pass off as high-quality ones. Most of them use the yang borrowing talisman to make up the numbers and sell it at 100 times the price." Qin Pingon said in a low voice, "I have one with me." Qin Pingon stood up. "I'll be back soon." The old man did not find it strange. He only reminded him, "You have to hurry." Qi refinement warriors would never reveal their family's wealth in front of outsiders. Governor Lu lowered his head and bent over to take a look at the girl's miserable state. Very quickly, he retracted his gaze and went to the table to look at the situation map. The old woman with the long sword in her arms opened her eyes. She glanced at the back of the young man and sneered. Qin Pingon hurriedly found a secluded corridor and sat cross-legged with his back against the pillar. From the flying sword 15, the small wind and snow, all that Li Shixing gave him, and a golden talisman floated out. From the battle with Ma Kushuan in the small street, to the battle with the withered bone gorgeous ghost in the city god palace, and the golden city god who was possessed by the devil, Qin Pingon's body and spirit were already at the end of their rope. Just like what Lu Gaoxing thought, he needed to rest and recuperate. For example, the first half of the journey on the mountain road was light and easy. However, the further he went, the more difficult it would be. In the last half of the journey, even if it was just one more step, it would be difficult for him to walk. Qin Pingan took a deep breath and bent down. Holding the small wind and snow all engraved with the words "with spirit," his vision was a bit blurry. Qin Pingan gently shook his head, thinking back to when he was an apprentice of the dragon kiln in his hometown. He was most afraid of the slightest error when it came to burning porcelain. A slight error could mean that the porcelain in his hand would become a decoration in the emperor's house, or a pile of broken porcelain pieces from an old porcelain mountain that was worse than mud. Qin Pingan tried his best to breathe steadily. He began to draw talismans with his martial qi. The qi of a qi cultivator could be endlessly circulating. Although drawing talismans required one to complete it in one go, it was still much easier for a pure martial qi cultivator to draw talismans. On the other hand, Qin Pingan, whose longevity bridge had long been shattered, had to consume a great deal of energy to draw a talisman that was full of spirituality. It was not at all as easy as the 21-punching divine man's drumming style. He could not draw talismans too fast or too slow. In a secluded corridor that no one knew about, the young man held the small snow wind awl and bent over to draw talismans. His strokes were steady, but his 7 orifices were slowly bleeding. Qin Pingan did not think about whether it was worth it to spend a golden talisman that he had already roughly known its value for a girl he had never met before. Whether he would feel heartache after the event, the miser Qin Pingan would definitely feel it. But that was also a matter of the event. He would think about it when the time came. At most he would just drink to relieve his boredom. A young lighting talisman drawn on the golden talisman paper was done. Qin Pingan wiped off the bloodstains and rushed to the main hall of the official residence. When he handed the talisman to the old man was stunned. He took the talisman with both hands with a look of disbelief. The heavy and abundant qi was almost about to rush out of the golden talisman paper. The old man asked in an uncertain tone, "Then I'll use it?" Qin Pingan nodded and smiled. "Use it." The old man squatted down and clamped the young lighting talisman with 2 fingers. He shouted, "Rise." The golden talisman remained motionless, without the slightest movement. The old man was ashamed and his face flushed. He mobilized all the qi in his body and shouted again, "Rise." The golden talisman suddenly burst into flames. However, it did not burn to ashes. Instead, a large ball of golden light emerged. Governor Lu, who did not know the real mystery, clicked his tongue in admiration. The old woman holding the sword was also staring so hard that her eyeballs almost popped out. The old man did not dare to relax. He forced himself to circulate his qi and raised his other hand. He put 2 fingers together and pointed at the ball of golden light that flowed like water. His lips moved slightly. "Divide yin and yang, merge water and fire, go." The golden light went to the girl's yin eye that was constantly bleeding. Most of the golden light majestically merged into the girl's yang eye. Soon one could clearly see that there seemed to be a small bridge built by a golden thread between the 2 eyes. The golden light slowly flowed from the left eye to the right eye. The girl was in so much pain that her teeth broke through her lips. She pressed her hands on the chair's armrest. Her thin body shook violently and her face was extremely distorted. Qin Pingan gently grabbed the girl's hand. Regardless of whether she could hear him or not, he always comforted her softly. "Hold on, you can definitely survive. Everything is important to survive. Believe that as long as you survive, you will have everything." The old woman could not hold back her kindness. She walked behind the old man and Qin Pingan. She lowered her head and carefully looked at the flow of the golden thread near the girl's nose. The old woman smiled and said, "You are indeed a sword immortal who has achieved great success in cultivation." The old woman's face was wrinkled like chicken skin. She was very old, but at this moment her eyes were charming like an enchanting woman. She had already noticed the instant change in the young man with the box. However, she laughed loudly as she flew out. She threw away the sword in her arms and stopped at the door. She took down the cloth bag by her waist and raised her hand. She said in a sweet voice, "Sword Immortal, do you feel that the qi in your body has stagnated? Don't be nervous. This is the great snow pass that I specially prepared for you. It is odorless and tasteless. It is very easy for those below the Dragon Gate realm to fall for it. It is not embarrassing. Furthermore, it has only been half an hour. Your chi has frozen and your chi cannot be controlled. Yes, your soul also feels like it has frozen. You can no longer control your flying sword with your mind. Of course, you only need to endure for half an hour before you can continue being a sword immortal. As a Realm 3 Chi refinement warrior, the old man was worlds apart from the Realm 5 Dragon Gate realm. He had already been hit. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The moment the old woman was sent flying, his head tilted and he fell to the ground unconscious. Fortunately, the matter with the girl was over. Otherwise, both of them would have died. Of course, this was the result of the old woman being extremely careful. Her true target was the young man with the box. The young sword immortal's head could be exchanged for a Xian-class Dharma treasure from the ancient Yu Kingdom's royal treasury. It was in her hands. The old woman tore off the skin covering her face and threw it far away, revealing the face of a mature beauty. Not only that, after her body contorted, she returned to her normal form. She was graceful and charming. She was the Chi refinement warrior of the ancient Yu Kingdom, Lady Snake Scorpion. She specialized in using poison. She turned her head and smiled. Brother Dou, it's your turn. My body is weak. If it were not for the strong physique of the Manor Lord, I would have been able to withstand 2 stabs from the Sword Immortal's flying sword. Even if the Sword Immortal is now an ordinary person, I would not be able to withstand it if he still has some trump cards hidden. The pugilistic grandmaster surnamed Dou slowly walked to the doorstep. The swordsman looked at the young man with the box who stood up and said expressionlessly, "Qin Pingon, I'm sorry. Our imperial tutor needs your head. If we had only met in the pugilistic world, we might have had a drink. But now we can't. Including you, the 3 people in the room will all die." Qin Pingon looked at the man and woman at the door. He twitched his mouth but did not say a word. He seemed to be referring to what he had said previously. The mountain was not righteous and was used to disregarding human lives. However, how much better was the foot of the mountain? The man laughed and unsheathed his saber. He strode through the doorstep. "I'll help you finish the wine in the wine flask at your waist." Governor Liu was at a loss. What was going on here? Qin Pingon remained standing in his original spot. Previously, Ma Kushuan's master, the sword cultivator from Martial Mountain, had killed an ancient Yu Kingdom assassin. Now 2 had come at once. He did not know if there was a 4th. Qin Pingon said, "Since you have already seen my family's wealth." After a slight pause, Qin Pingon suddenly laughed. "The first day, the 15th day. This time we can make our appearance more beautiful." The venomous woman from the ancient Yu Kingdom clicked her tongue. "Sword Immortal, you still want to struggle? Do you know that our Miao Miao Tower's owner, who is known as the Thousand Face, is very experienced in dealing with 5 realm mountain immortals? Usually he might not be able to take advantage of you, but today it won't be difficult for him to break your neck in half an hour." Qin Pingon could not be bothered with the sarcastic woman. He quietly recuperated his chi. A resplendent white beam and a dark green beam flew out of the blade's strengthening gourd and hovered near Qin Pingon's shoulders. The woman was shocked and said with a trembling voice, "How is this possible? How can you still summon your flying sword?" Even the swordsman, who was used to great storms, had to stop in his tracks. He switched from holding his saber with one hand to holding it with both hands. Qin Pingon looked around and asked the 2 flying swords with a smile, "Then let's go together. Let's kill the one who talks the most first. I'll deal with the one who talks the least." The owner of the Miao Miao Tower, who was famous for his assassination skills, did not want to advance rashly. Qin Pingon had already charged forward. Every step he took caused the ground to shatter. At the same time, the snow-white and dark green beams drew 2 beautiful arcs in the air of the main hall and passed by the swordsman in an instant. The woman screamed. With a tap of her toes, she leaped into the air and wanted to escape. She did not want to see that young monster again in her life. The woman's graceful figure in the air paused twice, one in front and one behind. Then she fell to the ground. Blood slowly seeped out of her chest and between her eyebrows. The machete man roared. Holding the machete with both hands, the man whose momentum had reached its peak retreated instead of advancing. Spiritual light suddenly flashed on his legs and his whole body flew backward. His body directly hit the screen wall outside the door and crashed through a wall. Covered in dust, the top assassin's palms were shining. He was also supported by talismans. With a heavy slap on the ground, his body instantly disappeared. Qin Pingon slowed down and walked to the threshold. He looked around and finally pointed in a direction in the distance. There. Chu Yi and Chu Wu, who were flying close to the ground, flew toward the direction Qin Pingon pointed at almost at the same time. The floor was made of hard bricks, but ripples appeared. After a while it finally calmed down. Only then did Qin Pingon cover his mouth with his hand. He leaned his shoulder against the door frame and swallowed the blood that surged up to his throat. He took off the blade's strengthening gourd and the 2 flying swords flew back. Qin Pingon took a sip of the wine. It was 8 coins per caddy and it tasted pretty good. He wondered how Yanji County's specialty wine, which cost 10 taels per caddy, would taste like. "233. A respectful and reverent voice sounded from behind. "Young Master Qin, what's going on?" It turned out that Governor Lu had come back to his senses. Governor Lu's son, Lu Gaohua, could only understand bits and pieces about the mountain and river deities, demons and ghosts through the writings of scholars and ghost novels. Governor Lu was different. After all, he was a high official who was in charge of the people of a county. Moreover, Yanji County was a first-class county in the Tsai Kingdom. Governor Lu actually already knew a lot of inside information about many secret histories. At the very least, Governor Lu had to be clear about the matters regarding the county's city god pavilion and the mountain and river deities. The Imperial Court's Ministry of Rites specially had people who would explain the mysteries to these local officials. Qin Pingon slightly stabilized his sea of qi and put away the sword cultivating gourd. He turned his head to look at Governor Lu. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. His victory could be said to be thrilling. In fact, after the battle at the city god pavilion and the talisman he drew for the little girl, his body was already at the end of its flight. Although he could control 2 flying swords with special origins and didn't need to consume the so-called spiritual energy of qi cultivators, this was true. This was because he had invited the 2 little ancestors of the sword cultivating gourd to help him subdue demons and demons. Their minds were connected and their minds were connected. Therefore, Lady Snake Scorpion's trump card, the great snow-embracing pass, that she had meticulously prepared, was meaningless to Qin Pingon. However, inviting Chu Yi and Chu Wu would still consume Qin Pingon's mental and physical strength. If that Maoyao Tower assassin who claimed to be surnamed Do hadn't been scared off, Qin Pingon would have most likely been beheaded or both sides would have suffered heavy injuries. In that case, not only would Qin Pingon's longevity bridge be broken, even the path of a pure martial artist would probably be shattered because of the damage to the foundation of his body and soul. Qin Pingon didn't know how to explain it for a while as it involved too many secrets. Fortunately, Governor Lu saw the difficult expression on this immortal master's face and didn't pursue the matter further. In fact, there were many rules and taboos when immortals walked the mortal world on the mountain. Governor Lu still knew this bit of common sense. As long as he could confirm that this young sword immortal in front of him was one of his own, wasn't he the friend of his son Lu Gaohua? That was enough. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Prefect Lu, Qin Pingon turned around and walked towards the elder. He squatted down and felt the pulse of this kind-hearted qi refinement warrior. His pulse was stable and there should not be any major problems. When the effect of the great snow-embracing pass wore off, he should be able to wake up very soon. Qin Pingon suddenly looked up and saw the little girl blinking her big eyes full of curiosity. Under the guidance of the Yang energy lighting talisman, a pair of watery eyes that were born with yin-yang eyes immediately overflowed with a faint golden luster. Qin Pingon smiled and reached out to wipe the blood off her face. He comforted her and said, "It's okay now. Does it still hurt?" The corners of the little girl's mouth curled up and 2 shallow little dimples appeared on her cheeks. Qin Pingon helped the elder up and placed him on a chair. Then he walked towards the door. Governor Lu thought that it was best to stay by this sword immortal's side to protect his life. Thus he blindly followed Qin Pingon and walked out of the main hall's threshold. Qin Pingon walked to the side of Lady Snake and Scorpion's corpse. From the plain white cotton pouch at her waist, he discovered a small pink porcelain brush washer. Inside was a small white snake that was coiled up. It was less than an inch long and extremely slender. It was currently raising its head and crazily flicking its tongue towards the sky. However, it was filled with a fierce exterior but weak interior. There was also a pitch-black scorpion lying on the ground with a sickly appearance. Upon closer inspection, its body frame was like an ink-colored pipa. Qin Pingan's thoughts stirred slightly. Controlling Chu 1 and Chu 15 to kill a strong enemy was a fool's dream. However, it was not difficult to let them come out and show off their might. Chu Yi turned into a snow-white rainbow and swept out of the blade's strengthening gourd. He flew straight into the small antique brush washer and hovered above the heads of the two little things. The little white snake was so frightened that it trembled. Its slender body clung tightly to the inner wall of the brush washer. The little black scorpion even mimicked a human-like posture of hugging its head. Chu Yi slowly circled and flew around inside the brush washer like a military general patrolling the encampment. He was full of vigor. At this very moment, Governor Lu no longer had the prestige of a county governor and scholarly refinement. He just squatted together with Qin Pingan and clicked his tongue in wonder. A true sword immortal, a true sword immortal. Qin Pingan held the brush washer in his hand and stood up. He focused his gaze, and only then did he discover that near the bottom of the brush washer, there was actually a circle of fine characters that were like tadpoles slowly moving about. They were like a group of lively and cute young plum blossoms circling around a childhood sweetheart, cheerfully circling around. There were a total of 16 characters: spring flower, autumn moon, spring breeze, autumn tree, spring mountain, autumn stone, spring water, autumn frost. Qin Pingan smiled knowingly and thought of the pair of sisters he met on the Kuan ship. The elder sister, Spring Water, had a steady temperament, while the younger sister, Autumn Shur, was more childish. Qin Pingan could not help but look up at the sky in the south. He wondered if they had arrived at Old Dragon City. If they could meet again in the future, Qin Pingan really wanted to give this beautiful brush washer to them. It was a pity that the brush washer had Spring Water on it but not Autumn Shur. There was a difference of one character and they could not perfectly fit together. Otherwise, it would have been better. However, Qin Pingan did not know that it was a pity that there was no way to make it perfect. Some of it was a pity that it was a long-lasting regret. Qin Pingan said, "Sir Lu, the dead are of utmost importance. Can you help to collect this woman's body and find a place to bury her in the future? I will pay for all the expenses." Governor Lu smiled and said, "There is no need for young Master Qin to spend so much effort on such a small matter. Just leave it to the governor's office. It will definitely be done properly." Governor Lu stopped smiling and said tentatively, "It's just that the demons are causing trouble this time. That old man surnamed Huang is harboring evil intentions. Perhaps we still need young Master Chen's flying sword to suppress the demons?" Qin Pingan smiled bitterly and said, "I need a big bucket for now and fill it with scalding hot water. As for the herbs, I have them myself. At least soak them for a few hours to nurse my body back to health." Governor Lu nodded and said, Of course. I will ask the servants in the mansion to prepare it. Young Master Chen's health is important. Your health is important. The safety of hundreds of thousands of people in Yanji County is now tied to young Master Chen's shoulders. Indeed, there is no room for any mistakes. I will ask the servants to prepare it now. Governor Lu ran off quickly. In other words, this fourth-rank local high official of Tsai country did not speak in a roundabout manner and was very straightforward. Even though Qin Pingan was not involved in politics, he naturally understood. However, he could not pat his chest and guarantee anything. It was not good for him to shirk off at the last minute. He could only smile bitterly and say nothing. Apart from gifting the flying sword, Qin Pingan only had 4 words for everything else. To the best of my ability. This was the case for the Golden City god Shenwen. It was also the case for this governor of a region. In the end, Qin Pingan soaked himself in a big bucket of herbs in an elegant and quiet room. The herbs were a gift from Wei Pai before he left Longquan County. It was enough for 3 uses. Wei Pai was naturally able to take out more. This was actually because the northern mountain god had enough silver and the heavenly treasures from the Oxhorn Mountains Baoshuzhai were enough. However, Wei Pai did not prepare too much in one go. Back then he joked that it was a bad omen. If he gave too much, it would be a good thing. He still hoped that Qin Pingan would have a smooth journey in the Jianghu this time. He would not be injured more than 3 times, so he treated it as a good omen. Before Qin Pingan entered this room, he asked Governor Lu to help him keep this a secret and not reveal that he was a sword immortal. Governor Lu understood and agreed very readily. He was just short of swearing an oath. At the same time he passed the divine travel talisman to Governor Lu, saying that he was returning it to his friend, the Daoist priest Zhou Xian. As Qin Pingan soaked in the water, he clearly sensed that there was a world-shaking disturbance in the Xingwang pavilion of Yanji City. However, since Qin Pingan couldn't care less about it, he decided not to think too much about it. He calmly nurtured his qi and combined it with the 18 stops of sword qi that Alliance had taught him and the breathing exercises that Old Yang had taught him. He entered a meditative state in the water bucket and used his hands to form the sword furnace formula from the Mountain Quaking Fist manual. He was like a withered tree in winter, quietly waiting for the spring breeze to blow past. On one hand, the fiendish demons had successfully activated the formation, causing demonic repellent to take over the bodies of the commoners everywhere. On the other hand, it was both a good thing and a disaster. The good thing was that General Ma had sent a secret message from the eastern gate of the city. For some reason, the old demon Huang, who wore the disguise of an immortal, had rebelled against the three of them at the Xingwang Hall. The battle was earth-shattering, and this was the cause of the disaster. The four of them didn't hold back at all. They used their magic treasures one after another and used their evil techniques one after another, damaging hundreds of houses and injuring the commoners. The elite cavalry under General Ma, who had rushed to Yanji City as reinforcements, could not pass through the streets and alleys like a cavalry. They could only dismount from their horses and fight on foot. Everyone was clad in metal armor and wielded powerful bows and crossbows. However, when faced with the four fiendish demon magnates who were cultivating on the mountain, apart from the dozens of specially made arrows stored in the Xingwang manor, which could pose a substantial threat, the rest of the arrows could not keep up with the four of them as they flew around. Furthermore, before they could even get close, they would be smacked away with a wave of their sleeves. There were even some arrows that the four fiendish demons caught and casually tossed back when they were fighting. Another 80 or so elites were killed or injured. Even if they wanted to trade their lives for injuries, they wouldn't be able to do so. General Ma really did live up to his reputation of not fearing death. He was valiant and skilled in battle on the border, and even when facing these cultivators he led the charge. He and his deputy had found several opportunities to catch a stray demon and engage them in close combat. Later on, Old Immortal Huang and Old Demon Mi, who had provoked the two sides into a frenzy, became ruthless. They stopped fighting for a moment, heavily injuring both General Ma and his deputy. If not for a dozen personal guards intercepting them with special Mahist bows and arrows, as well as several reckless guards, the two of them wouldn't have been able to leave the battlefield alive. They would have died in Yanji City that very night. In the latter half of the night, Old Immortal Huang, who was fighting against three alone, had a large handful of rice sprinkled over his head by Old Demon Mi. His entire body immediately began to emit green smoke, and his flesh was reduced to a bloody mess. Countless bloody holes were burned into his body. He had no choice but to burrow underground. The three demons began to search for him. If they encountered any bailiffs or soldiers who dared to obstruct them, they would mercilessly slaughter them. At dawn, Qin Pingan put on his clothes and left his room. As a result, he discovered Lu Gaoxin sitting at the end of the corridor. She was currently napping on a small stool. The girl was a light sleeper, so she quickly woke up. She was afraid that she would drool in her sleep, so she hurriedly turned her head away to wipe her face. She had actually only returned to her residence a short while ago. She had changed into a clean set of clothes before coming here to act as a door god. Qin Pingan accompanied her to the main hall. They exchanged questions and answers. Qin Pingan had a rough understanding of what was going on in the prefectural city during this period of time. When he heard that there was internal strife between the demons, he found it rather hard to believe. However, the slaughter couldn't be faked. Even though he didn't know the twists and turns behind the scenes, as long as it was beneficial to Yanji Prefecture, it was still a good thing. However, no one could control the additional casualties that occurred. In Cui Dong's words, there was a single person in the world who was the most powerful. Those who followed him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. The white-clothed imperial tutor had purposely kept him in suspense. He had no choice but to throw flirtatious glances at a blind man. Qin Pingan was unwilling to answer, so Cui Dong could only talk to himself and give an answer. He called it the general trend. That was the general trend. Cui Shi also said that the prosperity and decline of the human world depended on the direction of some general trend. At the time, Qin Pingan wasn't interested at all in Cui Dong's superstitious words. Because he didn't understand them at all, he was actually afraid that he would fall into that guy's trap. Even though Lin Shi, Li Huai, and Yu Luxi weren't very close to Cui Dong, deep in their hearts, they should have a considerable amount of reverence and even admiration for this person. Of course, the red-padded jacket girl Li Baoping was the only exception. It was the young Cui Dong who was afraid of her. From Lu Gaoxin's words, Qin Pingan learned that the county city was filled with the flames of war. Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng, the Jianghu experts and cultivators on the mountain, each time came back to rest and bandage their wounds. They would quickly go out to suppress the demonic spirits. During this time, Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng also encountered a young demonic cultivator. He should be one of the key figures of the demonic cultivator who set up the formation. The two sides fought for less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Danger surrounded them. The bearded man had a large piece of flesh torn off from his shoulder by his unarmed opponent. Later, Taoist Chongmiao arrived with the brass strongmen as reinforcements, forcing the ruthless demonic cultivator to retreat. Moreover, for some reason her elder sister and brother had clearly left the city safely, but they returned to the residence with her master. After talking with her father behind closed doors in the study, her master took her elder sister and second brother to the rear courtyard to wait. It seemed that they had encountered something very strange, and for the time being they couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. If it was good, then everyone was happy. If it was bad, then everything was over. In short, her father and master didn't want the young girl Lu Gaoxin to get involved. Tonight she was busy putting out fires everywhere, so she really didn't care. Then there was the Zhao family's little girl who was rescued by Qin Pingan. She and the stubborn boy who depended on each other for survival had already been arranged to stay in the governor's office. When Qin Pingan and Lu Gaoxin approached the main hall, they found that the atmosphere was heavy. They quickened their pace and entered, only to find that the room was filled with the smell of blood. An old Taoist with a tattered Taoist robe was slumped on a chair. His face was covered in blood, his hair was disheveled and blood was flowing from his chest. His body was covered in wounds and there was no way to bandage them. He was in a miserable state where he could barely breathe. Governor Lu, Su Yuanxia, Taoist Zhang Shanfeng, and an old man with a writing brush hanging from his waist all surrounded the old Taoist. The old man who had saved the little girl before shook his head gently at the crowd, his face full of bitterness and guilt. Governor Lu also let out a long sigh. The old Taoist who was on the verge of death was the arrogant and unscrupulous Taoist Chong Miao. The old man seemed to have a final burst of energy. His originally murky eyes gradually brightened. He raised his head and smiled at Governor Lu. Lord Lu, if the immortal masters of the Lingxi sect save Yanji County this time and get rid of the big and small devils, I'll have to trouble Lord Lu to take care of my family of dozens of people in the future. Governor Lu nodded and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Taoist Chong Miao. Even if I don't work in Yanji County one day, I'll let the new county governor know about today's battle and how much Taoist Chong Miao has contributed to Yanji County. In short, I won't let Taoist Chong Miao's family suffer." The old Taoist cupped his fists and thanked him with difficulty. He then turned to the young Taoist Zhang Shanfeng, whose eyes were slightly red. He smiled and said, "Zhang Shanfeng, if it weren't for your foolishness, I'm afraid I would have been beaten to death. Perhaps the devil would have escaped. How could I have the magnificent feat of killing the devil with my own hands?" The old Taoist coughed violently. Everyone advised Taoist Chong Miao not to speak anymore. The bearded man Su Yuanxia asked softly, "Old Taoist Chong Miao, do you want your family's juniors to come here?" The old Taoist nodded. Governor Lu then instructed the servants to quickly inform the old Taoist Chong Miao's family in the county city. The old Taoist Chong Miao took advantage of his breath to mentally calculate the distance and time it would take for his family's descendants to rush here. After a moment of silent rest, he looked around at everyone and smiled slowly. "I actually know that all of you look down on people like me who take advantage of a burning house. However, business is business. As cultivators, don't be ashamed to talk about business and money. There's no other way. We're lone cultivators in the mountains. We don't have a big tree to shade us, nor do we have the protection of our ancestors. We can only rely on ourselves to earn money and fight for that slim chance. How else can we do it? At this point the old Taoist Chong Miao fell into silence again. He looked absent-minded as if he was recalling the ups and downs of his life. After a long time the old Taoist Chong Miao collected his thoughts and suddenly sighed. You have to do business, but you also have to be a cultivator. Isn't that right? The old Taoist Chong Miao coughed and laughed. However, it could be that my aptitude is too poor. I knew early on that I had no hope of achieving the great Tao. That's why I had such a childish and ridiculous idea. How could a real cultivator in the mountains be stink of money? How could they care about the life and death of the people at the foot of the mountains? The old Taoist Chong Miao looked in the direction of the door in a daze, as if he was looking for those familiar figures. The old Taoist Chong Miao muttered, I've been called Taoist Chong Miao for my entire life, and I've never been able to change my name. What a pity. As soon as he said that, the old Taoist Chong Miao's spirit seemed to collapse. His vision was blurry and his breathing was extremely weak. His voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Why aren't they here yet? In the end, the old Taoist Chong Miao did not wait for his family to arrive. He leaned against the back of the chair and passed away. He did not die in peace, nor did he close his eyes peacefully. He was just like an old man squinting his eyes and looking into the distance. He wanted to see something but could not see clearly. Everyone was silent. Qin Pingan walked over and helped the old Taoist Chong Miao wipe away the blood on his face. Not long after he was done, the younger generation of Taoist Chong Miao's family swarmed over. There were more than 10 of them, men and women, old and young. Governor Lu roughly explained the process. Of course, he also told the old Taoist Chong Miao's children and grandchildren about the promise he made. Taoist Chong Miao's eldest son was a middle-aged man with a potbelly. Naturally, he was deeply grateful to the governor. Most of the women were sobbing. However, a boy of about 10 years old rushed out without warning. He angrily questioned everyone, "Why is my grandfather the only one who died?" The boy, whose face was filled with hatred and anger, widened his eyes like a wolf's. He roared, "Answer me." The bearded man Xianxia frowned. The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng turned to look at the pale-faced old Taoist Chong Miao. He sighed inwardly. Some answers were truly hurtful if spoken aloud. The old Taoist Chong Miao had wanted to take the credit for himself at first. However, he had fallen into the trap of the devil who pretended to be weak. He had underestimated the enemy and attacked prematurely. If not for the righteousness of Jianghu in their hearts, he and Xianxia would have risked their lives to save the old man. Otherwise, the outcome would have been worse. However, it was true that the old Taoist Chong Miao had selfish motives. However, this was human nature. The old Taoist Chong Miao had killed his way from yesterday until now. In the end, he had died in a spectacular battle. This was not something that could be explained by, business is business. A place nurtured a person. If the old Taoist Chong Miao did not have the most sincere feelings for Yanji County, he would not have risked his life like this. The affairs of the world were the most difficult to reason with. This was because if one were to break them apart and reason with them, it would be tasteless and tasteless. The flustered and exasperated child pointed at the crowd and shouted, "All of you are murderers." The old Taoist Chong Miao's eldest son, the man, hurriedly asked his wife to pull his crazy son back. Then he apologized to Governor Lu and the crowd. Governor Lu's expression remained the same. He said that the child's words carried no harm and that he would not take it to heart. He even apologized to the man instead. He said that it was his negligence as the county governor and that he had let down their family. He had caused their family to lose a pillar of support. In the future he would have to pay them a visit to apologize and so on. However, what was the county governor thinking? Would the relationship between Taoist Chong Miao and the county governor's office be reduced? Only God knew. Therefore, even if the ancestral blessings in the world were given to their descendants, everyone had their own fate. Some could grasp it while others could not. Some could grasp it more while others could not. Moreover, the people involved in such matters were often unaware of it and could only act according to their hearts. Within a gloomy alley in Yanji County, a young man was seated against the wall. Although his clothes were simple, his lips were red and his teeth were white. His appearance was as beautiful as a young girl's. He was hugging a dying man who was constantly vomiting blood. Beside the two of them crouched a man who was on the lookout. The three of them were the clerks of the rice shop. They were all old Demon Mi's disciples. The young man was a local of Yanji County. Old Demon Mi had only taken him in as a disciple last year. The senior brother in the young man's arms was the demonic cultivator who had essentially exchanged lives with Daoist Chong Miao. He truly lived up to his name as a demon. He grinned from ear to ear. His final words before he died were, "Little junior brother, between me and your second senior brother, who do you like more?" The young man gently supported the man's chin with one hand and lowered his head. His eyes were filled with deep affection. He choked out, "Of course it's you." The man fished out a yellowed book from his bosom and handed it to the handsome young man with trembling hands. By the time the young man received the secret tome, the man in his arms had already died. The young man gripped the secret tome tightly and raised it up high. He called out to his second senior brother before turning around. Almost all of the man's attention was on the secret tome. The young man suddenly sped up and turned around. With the book in one hand, he swiftly stabbed his second senior brother's neck with the other. As it turned out, it was a hidden blade. Stabbing and pulling out, he repeated this 3 times. The man's neck was almost completely smashed by the young man. The young man's handsome face was splattered with blood, but the corners of his mouth were filled with a smile. The man covered his neck with both hands and leaned against the wall. He stared wide-eyed at his little junior brother who had suddenly gone on a killing spree. The young man put away the secret tome first. He wiped his face with his hand and kept wiping it on the man's clothes. Then he fished out another book from the man's bosom and laughed. "Second senior brother, I lied to my eldest senior brother just now. In fact, I like you more. However, of course, I like myself the most." Eldest senior brother often said that every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. Although our weird and smelly master always ridiculed our eldest senior brother for being uneducated and not knowing the true meaning of this sentence, I think our eldest senior brother understood it very well. Yeah, I think so too. Besides, we are originally from a crooked sect, an evil sect. So, second senior brother, don't blame me. At worst, you can just accompany our eldest senior brother on the road to the underworld. When you reach the underworld, you can tell our eldest senior brother that in fact I like you more. The man died with his eyes wide open. The young man was still muttering and shaking his head. He touched the 2 corpses to see if there were any fish that had slipped through the net or if there were any hidden spiritual weapons left behind. He was just like the young man who usually hummed while picking vegetables. However, the young man's body quickly stiffened. He stopped and obediently fished out 2 books from his bosom, placing them above his head. A voice that the young man was extremely familiar with, carrying an even more familiar tone of ridicule, rang out above his head. "You really are something. As expected of my old Demon Mi's proud disciple. You didn't learn much, but you learned quite a few kilograms of the demeanor of a great demon." The young man's teeth chattered. This time he was truly scared. The tall and skinny old man turned around and spat out a mouthful of blood. When the blood touched the wall, it immediately turned into a black bloody mist. This old Demon Mi, who had been hiding in Yanji City for almost 20 years, cursed in a low voice, "You damn glaze Immortal Qin Xiaoyong. Even if you manage to escape Yanji City, I'll beat you to death, you drowning dog." The old man looked at the young man with disdain. "Get up. Put away those 2 books. Since your 2 senior brothers are dead, you are now the eldest disciple." The young man stood up, trembling with fear. Old Demon Mi took out a small oil lamp from his sleeve. He took a deep breath, and the souls of the 2 disciples seemed to be sucked out of their bodies, floating into the oil lamp. The disciples' faces appeared on the oil, twisted with unbearable pain. However, they quickly disappeared, becoming part of the oil. The handsome young man felt a chill run down his spine. 2 people appeared at each end of the alleyway, slowly approaching. It was the couple who had gone to the rice shop. The woman's waist swayed like a willow branch in the wind. "Old Demon Mi, what a coincidence. We meet again." Old Demon Mi's eyes trembled. He sneered, "What? Are you going back on your word? We already agreed that the glazed lamp would be mine, and the rest of old Chen's belongings would be yours." The woman's fingers were like hooks as she slowly traced them across the wall. She smiled charmingly. "That's true, but Immortal Glaze is now a coward. He can play dead, but we can't just stay here and wait for death with him." Old demon me, shouldn't you share some of the benefits? You can't let us come here for nothing, right? Old demon me's expression flickered. The handsome young man lowered his head, standing close to the wall. His eyes darted around. On the eastern city gate tower. After General Ma led his troops out of the city, there was no one left to guard this place. A young man in a pink Daoist robe stood outside the corridor on the top floor of the city gate tower. He had a smile on his face as he looked towards the alleyway where old demon me was. He sneered, "Just a little broken glazed lamp, a worthless item I used to drink wine with. How could they fight so fiercely over it? Has the Rainbow Robes Nation become so boring after 1,000 years?" He didn't want to waste any more time, so he turned his head towards the governor's manor. Mount Longhu's Celestial Master Manor. Hehe, you didn't expect this, did you? You sent people to add this talisman 200 years ago, and placed it in Yanji City in the image of the Celestial Master Seal. The Emperor of the Rainbow Robes Nation must have selfish motives, unwilling to properly add spiritual chi to it. Moreover, the appearance of the mass grave must have disrupted your plans, allowing me to finally escape from my prison. Man proposes, God disposes. He held onto the railing with one hand and formed a seal with the other. With Yanji City as the starting point, he deduced the power of the Rainbow Robes Nation from 500 years ago until now. He suddenly laughed and looked towards the north. It wasn't just the north of the Rainbow Robes Nation, but also the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent. He clicked his tongue and said, "Expert, expert. The Rainbow Robes Nation has lost a national treasure that has been passed down for a long time. The consonant sect that protects the Rainbow Robes Nation has also suffered greatly. Someone stole their sect treasure, the Rainbow Robes Immortal Robes. How could the 3 neighboring nations, including the ancient Yu nation, just stand by and watch? It's a very simple logic to take someone's life while they're down. Furthermore, due to the Emperor's neglect of governance for many years near the capital of the Rainbow Robes Nation, there has been constant criticism from the court. As long as there's another natural disaster, the people will definitely be filled with resentment. Perhaps there will be a great upheaval, and this upheaval will result in a chaotic war between multiple nations." The pink-robed Lu Qiqing nodded and said, "Since the situation has changed, I have to take in a few disciples." He took a step forward and his figure floated and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment he walked out of the narrow and dark alley. Old Demon Me and his wife, who were about to fight to the death, were so frightened that they stopped moving. That kind of crushing momentum was like a few small shrimps and crabs meeting a flood dragon that almost filled the entire riverbed in a quiet river that was originally flowing slowly. The pink-robed Lu Qiqing didn't waste any words. With a wave of his sleeve, the husband and wife in the alley were reduced to ashes on the spot. Not even a speck of ash was left behind. As for the spiritual tools, magical tools, and snowflakes, they naturally disappeared from the world as well. Those pink lotus flowers were not inanimate objects. Instead, they swayed and swayed on the Daoist robe, emitting waves of fragrance. The robe itself was like a lotus pond. Old Demon Me, who was used to storms, was still sweating profusely. He asked, "Immortal Master, why don't you kill me as well?" Lu Qiqing smiled and said, "Just because you wear a robe you want to eliminate evil and protect the Tao? You won't allow me to wear it only because I think it looks good?" Old Demon Me was speechless. Motherf *Ker, he's definitely an overlord of the demonic path, and one who stands at the peak of the legendary mountain. Lu Qiqing flicked his finger, sending Old Demon Me flying out of the alley. "Don't be an eyesore. Hurry up and scram. Also, I'll be taking you as my disciple." He walked up to the youth with his hands behind his back. He lowered his head and asked with a smile, "Little fellow, what's your name?" The handsome youth raised his head for a long time. He swallowed and said timidly, "Immortal Master, my name is Yuan Tiandi." He was a bit puzzled. Tiandi as in heaven and earth? The youth shook his head, his face pale. He was afraid that his head would shatter in the next moment, but he didn't dare lie. He replied honestly, "When my mother was pregnant with me, our family was poor. She was 9 months pregnant and was still doing farm work in the fields. In the end, she accidentally gave birth to me prematurely. My father then named me Tiandi." Lu Qiqing smiled brilliantly and patted the youth's shoulder. "Then your name is quite good. I like it. From now on you are my disciple." Master will first give you a gift for entering the sect. The young man then saw this strange master of his raise his hand and snap his fingers. Then the scarlet miasma from all directions surged crazily and gathered into a huge red ball. The young cheap master in a pink Daoist robe just rubbed his 2 fingers casually, and the huge miasma ball that was as big as a water tank condensed into a small ball that was as big as a fist. Lu Qiqing gently patted the youth's forehead with his palm and said with a smile, "I forgot to tell you. To become my disciple you have to be alive. If you can survive until daybreak you will be the second great figure of our great sect." The youth's back slammed against the wall. He was in indescribable pain, and the space between his eyebrows felt as if it had split open. Lu Qiqing didn't seem to care. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes he looked towards the west and muttered to himself, "Eldest senior brother, your White Emperor city smells even better." This unexpected disaster happened so quickly that people were caught off guard. However, it also ended so quickly that people found it incredible. The entire governor's mansion and the elites under General Ma's command who entered the city mistakenly thought that the great demons and devils had a more swift and violent backup plan. However, when the sun rose, the city began to return to normal, and the number of people who were possessed by demons decreased sharply. People anxiously waited for the immortal master of the Xianxia sect to arrive on the colorful phoenix to calm them down. However, the immortal master of the Xianxia sect didn't show up. From noon to night there was no sign of him. Governor Lu was also sick in bed. Fortunately, after midnight, there were no more tragedies caused by demons and devils in Yanji County. There were only a few cases of ruffians who tried to take advantage of the chaos and broke into houses to rob people. However, General Ma, who was full of righteousness, directly ordered people to suppress them. 2 criminals who resisted with weapons were killed on the spot. In fact, the 2 poor guys just subconsciously took 2 wooden sticks. Another night passed. Yanji County was still quiet and peaceful. However, no one dared to let down their guard. A large number of armored soldiers patrolled the city day and night without rest. Then in the early morning the colorful phoenix didn't descend to the sky above the county city. Instead it was 2 sword immortals, one old and one young, who arrived on their swords. One of them was Qin Pingon and the other was the Grand Supreme Elder of the Xianxia sect. The 2 of them landed in the governor's mansion. Governor Lu's illness was immediately cured. After the Grand Supreme Elder sat down in the official residence, although he had a good temperament and spoke elegantly, he couldn't hide the worry between his brows. He didn't sit for long. After confirming that the miasma in Yanji County had been cleared, he quickly bid farewell to the sword immortal girl surnamed Fu and flew away on the wind, hurrying back to the Xianxia sect. It turned out that when they were on their way to the south to rescue Yanji County, they suddenly received a message from their sect via flying sword. The sect treasure that had been passed down for thousands of years had disappeared without a trace. However, this was a confidential matter that involved the life and death of their sect. Of course, the old man of the Xianxia sect wouldn't tell outsiders. In fact, if it weren't for his reputation and mainly because he didn't want to leave a bad impression on the girl from the Divine Grandeur sect, the Grand Supreme Elder of the Middle 5 Realms wouldn't have come to Yanji County at all. How could the safety of a county in the colorful robes country be more important than the colorful phoenix robe? This was the foundation of their sect. After that, another great thing happened to the governor's mansion. It was said that the sword immortal girl from the Divine Grandeur sect had taken a liking to Governor Lu's youngest daughter, Lu Gaoxin. She said that she could personally recommend her to enter the outer circle of the Divine Grandeur sect. Moreover, there was a great chance that she could directly become one of the direct disciples of one of the ancestors in the inner circle. Everyone was overjoyed. Only the girl was unhappy. Then she was scolded by her parents, her eldest sister, her second brother, and even her master, the old advisor of the governor's mansion. Although the round-faced girl had a very high status in the Divine Grandeur sect, where the orthodoxy of the continent was located, she was cold to the old Taoist Zhao Lu and the ghost Yang Huang. However, when it came to Lu Gaoxin, she was very easy to talk to. She laughed happily and even took Lu Gaoxin around Dang County City to buy some things for a girl's boudoir. It wasn't like last year when spring left extremely late and summer came extremely late. This year's spring came at the beginning of spring and left at the end of spring. Tomorrow would be the beginning of summer, so this year's spring would pass just like that. On this day Lu Gaoxin left the county city at dawn. She didn't say goodbye reluctantly, leaving behind letters in her room. The girl's eyes were red. She and Sister Fu, who came from an immortal family, each rode a snow-white horse. The sound of the horses' hooves could be heard as they stepped on the limestone pavement. They were getting further and further away from their family and hometown. However, when the girl rode on the sparse streets on her white horse, she suddenly turned her head to look. She saw a young man carrying a sword case on his back standing on a roof in the distance. He was gently waving goodbye to her. The girl pouted and turned her head back. Her face was full of tears and they fell to the ground one by one. Lu Gaoxin's mood suddenly turned for the better. She raised her head high. With her back facing the fellow who was quietly sending her off, the girl smiled happily. The round-faced girl with the surname Fu turned her head to glance at him. She only felt that the young man on the roof in the distance seemed familiar. However, she didn't have any impression of him and couldn't be bothered to think about it. After Qin Pingon sent Lu Gaoxin off, he sat alone on the roof. He took off the wine gourd at his waist and drank mouthful by mouthful. The young man took small sips of wine and missed Mr. Qi. A spring breeze lingered around his sleeves. 234. Recently, many people have caught a cold. Everyone take care of your health. It's cold in spring and you should wear more clothes. Qin Pingon and the other two were forced to stay for 3 days by the prefectural governor's office. After this incident, Lu Gaohua seemed to have been reborn. He was no longer as dejected as he was when they first met. He often went to his father to ask for advice. Governor Lu still didn't like this son of his. However, Lu Gaohua would no longer feel guilty and retreat whenever his father showed impatience. In any case, he had annoyed Governor Lu to no end these past 2 days. Most of the time Lu Gaohua stuck to the bearded man and Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng. He also kept a close eye on the poor scholar Lu Qiqing as if he was guarding against a thief. He didn't mind this poor scholar from Baishui country marrying his elder sister. However, Lu Gaohua wouldn't allow him to take advantage of his sister before marrying her into the family. Since they were friends who had gone through thick and thin together, Lu Gaohua, who was the son of an official, didn't pay much attention to restrictions. He told Qin Pingon and the others about some of the court affairs and official affairs of the Tsai country. The calamity in Yanji County had affected thousands of families. Although the great demons and devils had disappeared, been suppressed, killed, or hidden far away, the impact on the common people of Yanji County was far-reaching and lasting. Everyone was in a state of panic. Many wealthy families began to secretly prepare to move out of Yanji County to the provincial capital, or even the capital of the Tsai country. Even if they didn't move their entire family, these wealthy and powerful families didn't want to put all their eggs in one basket. This was the common sense of the world. It was said that after the imperial court of the beautiful clothes nation received the news, there were already people from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War. They were not high-ranking officials. They slowly left the capital's Yamen and headed south to Yanji County. They said that they were there to investigate the case and to appease the people. However, Governor Lu, who had been in the officialdom for half his life, knew that this was just the emperor putting on an act. The Ministry of Revenue silver allocated for disaster relief was not even one tael of silver. In the mess that was Yanji County, there was not enough silver in the official residence. Furthermore, he was not an unscrupulous official. Thus he still had to rely on him, the governor, his old face, to beg people. He had to rely on his good name to be recorded in the local county annals, writing articles, and erecting a monument for future generations to admire. He had to rely on these things to ask for silver from the county officials in the city. Furthermore, he had to settle the matter of the silver before the imperial envoys from the 2 yamens in the capital entered the county. He could not add to the emperor's heart or add to the already difficult days of the Ministry of Revenue Yamen. Only then could he keep his position as governor. There were ups and downs in life. In the officialdom, in the business world, and on the path of cultivation, someone's downfall could be someone else's upturn. For example, this time Qin Pingon and the other 2 had taken action. Regardless of whether it was out of righteous indignation or compassion, perhaps it was because good people were rewarded for once. In the end, the big-bearded swordsman and the Daoist priest Zhang Shanfeng had each reaped a bountiful harvest. Xianxia had obtained a new divine weapon. It was a dagger left behind by old Devil Me's eldest disciple. Its original owner was a genuine member of the Devil Path. Unexpectedly, when this dagger was unsheathed, its blade chi was as bright as snow. It was bright and glorious without the slightest trace of an evil aura. Then there was General Ma's deputy, the armored martial artist. After fighting side by side for 2 battles, they hit it off at first sight. He reported that he had lost a top-notch bow in the army. He secretly gifted it to Xianxia along with 5 specially made Mahist arrows from the treasury of his official residence. At first, Xianxia was unwilling to accept it. Military law was like a mountain. It was hard to say elsewhere in the colorful robes nation, but looking at how General Ma led and governed the army, he was most likely not careless. After the burly deputy learned of her misgivings, he laughed heartily. His temperament really matched that of the big-bearded swordsman's. He might as well divulge the heavenly secret. He said that it was General Ma who had originally agreed to it. At first he only dared to ask for 1 arrow. It was General Ma who first communicated with Governor Liu and gave him a heads-up. Afterwards he waved his hand and directly increased the number of arrows in the official document to be submitted to the Imperial Court's Ministry of War from 16 to 21. Zhang Shanfeng seized 2 spiritual weapons that were of poor quality. One of them was severely damaged. It was a white jade wine cup that was as thin as a porcelain piece. It could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own. In the end, it could condense into a dewdrop full of spiritual energy every half a day. When Zhang Shanfeng put it into his pouch, the wine cup had a chip on it. Presumably, it would affect the speed of condensing spiritual energy to a certain extent. The other item was a pair of legendary bamboo chopsticks from the Green Immortal Mountain. One of the chopsticks had Green Immortal Mountain inscribed on it, while the other had Divine Cloud Bamboo inscribed on it. At the very least, one could tell at a glance that they were old objects. As for whether or not they really came from the Green Immortal Mountain, it was temporarily unknown. However, the bamboo chopsticks did indeed contain abundant spiritual energy. No matter what, they were spiritual weapons that all Qi cultivators of the lower 5 realms yearned for even in their dreams. Qin Pingon did not take out the green wooden box and the gold and silver shards of the golden body. This was a matter of great importance. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. These things were not like the mountain tortoises or snake-hunting eagles that he caught in his hometown back in the day. They were not things that he could enjoy with friends like Lu Xianyang. Qin Pingon only took out that piece of charcoal-like ebony and the white bowl that was painted with the true shape of the 5 sacred mountains. Xianxia did not see through the secret of the white bowl. However, she was amazed by the heavy piece of wood. She said that this was a piece of wood that was struck by lightning. It could not be formed by ordinary lightning strikes. It must be some special type of lightning that contained the power of heaven. Moreover, the tree that was struck by lightning had to survive. It could not be dead wood because dead wood would not be able to retain the mysterious power of heaven's lightning. Xianxia weighed the ebony that looked like charcoal in her hand and smiled. Qin Pingon, do you believe that as long as you give it to a farmer Qi cultivator, he will turn it into a small sapling that is full of vitality? Qin Pingon immediately understood. It was a valuable item. The county governor's residence even symbolically gave them 500 taels of silver as a reward for their meritorious service. The bearded man was unwilling to accept it. Neither the Daoist priest Zhang Shanfeng was willing to accept it. Only Qin Pingon accepted it. Because of this, Zhang Shanfeng even teased Qin Pingon that he was a money grubber. Qin Pingon smiled indifferently. The boy in the Zhao residence was called Zhou Xian and the girl was called Luan. Now they had profited from their misfortune and left their lowly status. They followed the old man who was nicknamed Mr. Fisherman. The girl Luan had even become the last disciple of the old man. Qin Pingon practiced his stance walking in the courtyard of his residence every morning. The boy would squat at the entrance of the courtyard and watch carefully with his hands on his cheeks. Qin Pingon also turned a blind eye to it. This was something from the Mountain Quaking Fist manual. He did not treat the manual as his own. It was even more inappropriate for him to casually impart his fist techniques to others. However, the boy Zhou Xian had the intention to secretly learn from him. In fact, Qin Pingon felt that it was not a bad thing. This child had a good heart. Therefore Qin Pingon deliberately slowed down his six-step stance, walking over and over again. On the last day the sun was high in the sky. The beginning of summer had arrived and all living things had grown up. In the twilight Qin Pingon said to the boy, "Zhou Xian, can you seriously practice that stance walking 100 times? Qin Pingon quickly changed his words, "Practice 100,000 times?" The boy vigorously nodded his head. Qin Pingon warned, "You can't ask for speed. You can only ask for stability. Moreover, you can't make any mistakes each time. Then practice 100,000 punches in 3 to 5 years. Finishing all 6 steps counts as 1 punch. Remember, if you feel that you have taken a wrong step, you have to start all over again. You can't be the slightest bit careless." Qin Pingon either did not speak or was overly sentimental. This was something that the blue-clothed boy and the girl in pink, who were currently in Luopa Mountain, should be most familiar with. Qin Pingon carefully thought for a while and continued, "Practicing boxing is a very stupid thing. Zhao Xuxia, you can be smart. Of course you are indeed very smart, much better than me. However, the more stupid you are, the better. Do you understand?" The boy's eyes were firm. He clenched his fists and said, "I understand. Only by enduring the most bitter of hardships can one rise to the top." This talented and intelligent child really understood. Qin Pingon was amused and asked, "What do you want to do when you rise to the top?" The boy did not even think before blurting out, "Buy a lot of good clothes for Luan Luan to wear in winter." Qin Pingon asked again, "Then what about yourself?" The boy wiped his mouth and said with longing, "Eat a full meal every day." Qin Pingon restrained his smile and frowned slightly. "That's it?" The boy was born poor at the bottom and was best at observing people's expressions. He immediately felt a little embarrassed, afraid that this great benefactor of his would think that he was useless. However, he really did not have any distracting thoughts. The child was unwilling to deceive Qin Pingon, so he hung his head and said guiltily, "There's really nothing else. How can eating a full meal be enough?" Qin Pingon's deliberately stern face suddenly became much gentler. He rubbed the child's head and joked, "There must be meat in every meal." The boy immediately grinned foolishly. The Daoist priest Zhang Shanfeng, Lu Gaohua, and Lu Qiqing squatted side by side on the corridor chairs. Luan Luan was held in the arms of Lu Gaohua's sister and was slightly further away from the 3 men. After seeing this scene, they could not help but laugh. This was a chance meeting. Although there were twists and turns, it was not easy for them to meet and part easily. At noon, the scholar Lu Qiqing left the county town with Qin Pingon and the others. Lu Gaohua and his sister Zhao Xuxia and Luan Luan, as well as the Confucian fisherman, all came to see them off. They walked to the roadside pavilion 5 miles outside the town. The pavilion was surrounded by willow trees. Lu Qiqing and Miss Lu reluctantly said goodbye under the shade of the tree. No one knew what words of love they said. Although the woman was sad, she was also smiling. Her eyes were obviously filled with many thoughts and expectations. Qin Pingon found the fisherman alone and gave him 500 taels of silver notes and a piece of golden talisman paper. He said that this was a gift for Zhao Xuxia and Luan Luan to become his disciple. He earnestly asked the fisherman to accept it. The old man was also open-minded and accepted them without any hesitation. He smiled and told Qin Pingon not to worry. He would definitely treat the 2 children under the tree and Luan Luan as his own and would not wrong them. Qin Pingon finally made a fist salute and said, "Teacher, the mountains are high and the rivers are long." These were Qin Pingon's words from the bottom of his heart. Therefore Qin Pingon spoke in a genteel manner for the first time and was not embarrassed at all. The old man held the children in each hand and watched the 4 people walk away. He smiled softly and said, "Immortal and chivalrous. What a true national scholar." Lu Gaohua gently nudged his sister's arm with his elbow and asked with a smile, "Sister, what kind of magic potion did Lu Qiqing give you that made you not cry?" The woman smiled and said, "Lu Qiqing said that when he became successful he would definitely come back to marry me. At that time he would definitely hold hands with his father-in-law and let our father call him a virtuous son-in-law at the table." Lu Gaohua grimaced and said, "Do you really believe the nonsense of a scholar?" The woman clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked at the back of the scholar with a willow wreath on his head. She murmured, "That's what the books say." Lu Gaohua said helplessly, "He's a man and he's already so old. Isn't he ashamed to wear a willow wreath? What can a poor scholar like him do? The woman stepped on the back of her brother's foot and said angrily, "Don't talk about your brother-in-law like that." Lu Gaohua was in so much pain that he quickly retracted his foot and stood a little further away. He held the back of his head with both hands and leisurely. As a result, his head was heavily slapped. Lu Gaohua turned his head and was about to curse, but his whole body seemed to be grabbed by the neck. He could not open his mouth no matter what. His face was red for a long time and he shouted angrily, "Father." The woman was even more nervous. Governor Lu, who had taken off his official uniform and changed into a scholar's green robe, stood between the two children and asked, "Are you friends with Qin Pingon?" Lu Gaohua could not understand his father's scholarly temperament and the profound meaning of his words. He said carefully, "Kind of." Governor Lu glanced at his son and laughed. He did not say another word and turned to the fisherman. He talked with the old man about morality. The woman secretly patted her chest and felt relieved. Lu Gaohua asked softly, "Sister, did I say something wrong again?" She gloated and said, "Debt is no burden. That's it. What are you afraid of?" Lu Gaohua wailed. The brother and sister did not dare to get close to their father for fear of being glared at. They were even more afraid of walking into a trap. They just followed at a distance. The boy, Zhou Xian, suddenly slowed down his footsteps and came to Lu Gaohua's side. He whispered, "Brother Lu, my master is praising you. He said that you are filial and kind. Your father is too kind. You barely live up to the family name." As a result, Lu Gaohua, a big man, had just said that Lu Qiqing was useless behind his back. Now he ran to the river and said that he wanted to wash his face. It was rare for them to be free. They walked slowly along the official road back to Yanji County. They passed by a handsome young man one after another. The young man was swinging a bunch of willow branches. There was a red mark between his eyebrows. He was really beautiful. 3 days later, Qin Pingon and the other 3 were on a secluded mountain road to Xushui country. They stopped at a dilapidated ancient temple. Governor Lu had said something before. He heard that there was a strange fairy port in Xushui country's Earth Dragon Mountain that was not recorded by the government. It was very likely that it was the place that Qin Pingon was looking for. It was the starting point for the immortals on the mountain to travel in the Sea of Clouds. Xianxia would say goodbye to the 2 there and go to Qinghuan country in the southeast of Aquarius continent alone. She would send her friend's ashes back to her hometown. Xianxia liked to travel the mountains and rivers on foot. She also liked to write about the mountains and rivers. She recorded the strange landscapes and landforms, so she was not willing to take the immortal ferry. Lu Qiqing was going to the southwest of Aquarius continent. It was a place that no one had ever heard of. Even Xianxia, who was experienced and knowledgeable, had never heard of it. At night, the ancient temple that had been abandoned for a long time was a little creepy. The statues of the 4 heavenly kings of Buddhism had fallen to the ground. The temple occupied a large area and was empty. The chilly wind blew through the hall and corridor. In addition, there were occasional noises in the mountain forest. Lu Qiqing was so scared that his lips trembled. Even though he had lit a bonfire, he still tried his best to stay close to the bearded man. He always felt that this man looked the most fierce and could definitely suppress the ghosts and otherworldly items. Teenagers like Qin Pingon and Zhang Shanfeng were most likely unreliable. As for the rouge old ghost that temporarily lived in his body, Lu Qiqing never thought that he was very powerful. He was not even an immortal in Jindan realm. He only knew how to hide and brag. If he was really powerful, why would he be suppressed for so many years? Why would he need Lu Qiqing to save him? How powerful could he be? Besides which, real immortal did not have the demeanor of an immortal. Who the hell would wear a pink Taoist robe and walk around the city? Anyway, Lu Qiqing was so embarrassed. Lu Qiqing knew everything he had seen and heard about the guy who was nicknamed Rouge Old Ghost. However, after the old ghost wore a pink Taoist robe and appeared in the world for a long time, Lu Qiqing completely lost his memory several times until the old ghost was willing to return to his body. This made Lu Qiqing gnash his teeth with hatred. In the future, he would marry a beautiful wife, have many beautiful concubines, and have many beautiful maids. What if he just went to bed and touched their hands, and then his vision turned dark and he didn't know anything? When he opened his eyes, he found that he was dressed and got out of bed in the middle of the day. What would happen then? The key was that it was useless for Lu Qiqing to complain to anyone about this unique loss in the world. Lu Qiqing squatted with his butt up and reached out to warm himself by the bonfire. His face was full of worry. The ancient temple was shrouded in the night. Lu Qiqing raised his head and looked left and right. It was more and more frightening. Fortunately, Xianxia was drinking, and Taoist little Zhang was practicing his swordsmanship with his peachwood sword. Lu Qiqing was a little relieved. Qin Pingon went to the distance to find firewood for cooking. Lu Qiqing really admired this young man surnamed Qin. He was not afraid of anything and was very stubborn. He practiced the 2 boxing styles every day. Lu Qiqing felt that if he could study half as hard as Qin Pingon, he would have been a student of Lakeview Academy. Lu Qiqing soon saw Qin Pingon trotting all the way back. In addition to a large handful of withered branches, he also brought back an ancient object that was 4 or 5 feet high. Lu Qiqing asked what it was and whether it was valuable. Lu Qiqing rolled his eyes and said angrily, "It's just a long trunk for putting oil lamps. Poor families only have short trunks. They don't pay much attention to it." According to some unofficial records a long time ago, the Buddhist forest temple was the wealthiest place in many of the Aquarius continent's dynasties. They were even wealthier than the emperor. If this was not going against the heavens, then what was? Therefore there were several Buddhist exterminations. The long trunk in your hand is not bad if it is brand new. Now it's just a piece of scrap metal. It's not worth much. Qin Pingon was a little regretful. After putting down the withered branch, he eagerly took the long trunk back to its original place. Lu Qiqing touched his forehead and felt that it was very shameful to follow such a country bumpkin in Jianghu. After the food was heated, Lu Qiqing picked 3 or 4 to eat. After dinner he began to tidy up the bedding and prepared to have a big dream. The bearded man drank enough wine. He fell back and began to sleep. His snoring was as loud as thunder. Today Taoist Zhang Shanfeng was in charge of the first half of the night while Qin Pingon was in charge of the second half. Qin Pingon first helped to gather the broken statues of the bodhisattvas and heavenly kings and piled them up in a corner that could block the wind and rain. After doing that he began to practice walking on the uneven ground. Now according to Lu Qiqing, Qin Pingon's punches were so slow that he could get a good night's sleep. Qin Pingon suddenly sped up toward the end of his practice. In the end he was as fast as lightning. A moment later Qin Pingon began to slow down. Zhang Shanfeng walked over and looked for a while. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Are you a little annoyed?" Qin Pingon stood still and put away his boxing stance. He said helplessly, "I've touched the threshold but I can't cross it. I can't go up or down. I just feel a little unhappy." Zhang Shanfeng smiled and said, "Kid, you're going to break through. A martial arts master under the age of 20. Even in the pugilistic world of the North Continent, you're very powerful." Qin Pingon sighed. "Before I left, someone told me that before I reached Old Dragon City, it would be best if I could enter the Qi refinement realm." Suddenly, the devil listening bell that Zhang Shanfeng had placed on top of his bag vibrated violently and the bell rang loudly. Zhang Shanfeng's heart tightened. Demonic Qi is approaching the temple. Qin Pingon nodded. "Put away the devil listening bell first so that we don't alert the enemy." The bearded man quickly sat up and laughed. "Our business is really booming. When fortune comes we can't stop it." After laughing, Xianxia touched his beard. He placed his hands on the handles of the long and short sabers at his waist and said in a low voice, "But remember, when killing demons, staying alive is the most important thing." Qin Pingon and Zhang Shanfeng looked at each other and smiled. The young Taoist said, "I still have a divine travel talisman." Qin Pingon held it in for a while and said, "I run fast." (235) Longquan County, Xia family in a small town. A young man with long eyebrows ran into the courtyard with a few books in his hands and said happily, "Old ancestor, I learned a new sword technique from my master today." Xianxia nodded and put down the books in his hands. When talking to people, even if it was a junior like this young man, Xianxia would still be so serious. He would never look left and right and be absent-minded. The young man still did not know the meaning of this attitude. He was thinking more about the old ancestor's title of Daoist heavenly monarch and the great cause of returning from the south. He was also immersed in the great joy of the Xie family's rise. He was still young and did not feel much about these minor details. Xianxia took the books and placed them on the stone table. He gestured for the young man to sit. After the young man sat down, he asked, "Old ancestor, are they good enough?" Xianxia patted the books lightly and smiled. "Why not? If I were to take the exam, I would not even qualify for the exam." Although Xianxia looked crude and was no different from a farmer in a small town, he was actually well-read. He was well-versed in the knowledge of the three religions. During his stay in the Xie family's old house, he read books in the small courtyard. Every day when Long Eyebrows came back from the Yuan family's shop, he would bring back a few books from the newly opened bookstore in the small town. Xianxia had already told Long Eyebrows that there was no need to be restricted to Daoist books. He could buy any book. Xianxia suddenly stood up. Long Eyebrows naturally stood up as well. The two of them stood there for about half an incense stick's time. The young man was shocked to find that his mother was smiling and leading a young Daoist to the courtyard. After the woman left, Xianxia was about to speak when the lotus flower-crowned Daoist gestured for him to sit down. Wuxia sat on the stone stool and used his palm as a fan. He slowly fanned the breeze as though he was chatting with someone. He instructed Xianxia, "After the matter in the Aquarius continent is over and you return to the Lu continent, keep an eye on He Xiaoyang for 60 years. You don't have to help her. Just make sure she doesn't die. Wait until she gets a firm foothold and establishes her own sect. At that time you can add flowers to the brocade. Whether it's people, money, or artifacts, the more the better. The two of you can be considered to have formed a good relationship." Xianxia stood up again, cupped his hands and bowed. "I will obey the sect master's decree." "Your old-fashioned temper is really not likable," Wuxia teased and turned to the young man with a smile. "Long may er come. Let me give you a parting gift." The long-browed youth trembled with fear. He was both excited and in awe. He hurriedly looked at elder ancestor Xianxia. Xianxia nodded, indicating that he could accept the reward without worry. The Jade Roar Realm cultivators of the upper 5 realms actually didn't dare to casually give their blessings to anyone. However, for Sect Master Wuxia, it was already predetermined whether the gifts he gave others were good or bad. How could it be a bad thing to give something to the long-browed teenager in front of Xianxia? It was destined to be one of the most fortunate things in the world. This could be considered a great blessing for the young man. With a flip of Wuxia's wrist, an exquisite 7-colored pagoda appeared in his palm. It shone with an indescribable brilliance. If one were to take a closer look, they would realize that the tiny pagoda was only half a foot tall. There were as many as 36 plaques hanging around it. The moment Xianxia sat down, he stood up abruptly once more and said to the young man in a deep voice, "Hurry up and kneel down to express your gratitude." This time Wuxia did not force him. He allowed the young man who was holding the pagoda to kneel down in a daze and kowtowed 3 times. Wuxia smiled. "I know that you have a gentle personality. There's no need to worry that you'll bully others. This pagoda can suppress all evils and otherworldly items below the upper 5 realms in the world. It can be considered as a half-immortal weapon. However, you must remember that evils and otherworldly items that can be seen with the naked eye are not necessarily the worst. When one's heart is in turmoil, it's more likely that inner demons will be born." The young man blushed and said loudly, "I'll definitely remember this." Wuxia was still in his mischievous attitude. He smiled and said, "In the future, when you master the sword with Yuan Ting, since you're a sword cultivator, you'll definitely have to travel around. When the time comes, you'll have to observe people's hearts. The reason why I'm giving you this pagoda is so that you won't have to worry too much about external matters and think more about your own matters. There's a saying in Buddhism that goes like this. It's quite interesting. Oh right, Xianxia, remember to find a good item for this child. It's good to not spoil things by excessive enthusiasm. However, as an elder, it's not good to be too stingy." Xianxia stood up to accept the order again. Wuxia was so angry that he laughed. "Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? There's no end to this." Xianxia could only sit where he was obediently. Wuxia thought for a moment. After a moment of silence, he stood up and said solemnly, "Remember to protect Li Shixing in the future. If anything happens, I'll return to this vast world from the Baek-o-Kaekyung building even if I have to break the rules of both sides. Only you, Xianxia, are worthy." Xianxia, who had already eaten his fill, did not know whether he should sit or stand. Lu Chen slapped his forehead. With such unenlightened disciples like you, it's no wonder that my lineage doesn't have many descendants. Lu Chen raised his head and raised his arm. He flicked the lotus crown with his finger and said softly with a smile, "Hey hey hey. 70, are you here? If you're here, I'll have to trouble you to open the door and send our guest off." Xiaxia's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly followed the sect master's line of sight and looked up. Even with his vast Dao techniques as a Dao master of a continent, all he could see was through the layers of clouds. Finally, he saw some ripples on the dome of the sky. Lu Chen disappeared in a flash. Instantly, the small door that opened on the dome of the sky closed. Lu Chen, one of the 3 disciples of the Dao ancestor, left the vast world just like that silently and returned to the green netherworld world. When Lu Chen left the vast world, there was almost no movement at all. However, this sect master who wore a lotus crown on his head caused a huge commotion over at the green netherworld world. It was the same dome of the sky, but it was replaced by the green netherworld world that was overseen by Daoist. A cave of golden clouds that was as large as a mountain broke open. A golden rainbow light that was as thick as a mountain crashed down and landed on the peak of a tall building that was 10,000 feet tall. An elderly scholar who held a bamboo cane and carried a book box on his back was walking in the continuous mountain range of the green netherworld world. Beside him was a young page boy that he had just taken in. The thin old man covered his forehead with his hand and looked up. He smiled. "Looks like Qi Jingchun is quite angry." The youth asked curiously, "Mister, who is Qi Jingchun?" The thin old man smiled and said, "He's a scholar from my hometown. He's young but he's very knowledgeable." The youth's following question was somewhat childlike. "How knowledgeable is he?" The thin old man thought for a while and answered somewhat half-heartedly, "Isn't there a saying in your hometown, 'Great waters cannot overflow a duck's back'?" The youth muttered, "Looks like he's not that knowledgeable." The old man laughed heartily. The true skill of a scholar is not to blindly pursue knowledge. What he has learned must be able to bring the common people along with him on a long journey. A scholar not only has to give himself a place to be at ease, he also has to give the common people a place to settle down. Otherwise, no matter how knowledgeable a person is, how beautiful his writing is, how beneficial it is to himself, it won't help the common people. The youth said helplessly, "Mister, I think your logic is quite good." The thin old man reached out and knocked the youth's head. Then he sighed to himself. The youth was bored to death. Since he had nothing to do, he sighed along with the old man. The old man was thinking about the current season in his hometown. The land should be covered in yellow flowers. After sect master Lu Chen left this world, Xiaxia had to admit that although he was very disappointed, his entire state of mind was clearly much more relaxed. Previously, when Lu Chen was in the small town, Xiaxia was actually very nervous. He was afraid that if he did something wrong, the sect master would notice it and remember it in his heart. Xiaxia lightly exhaled, his aura completely changed. He stood in the courtyard and looked at the Wutong Mountain Ferry in the mountains to the west. Soon, a huge ferry that was the largest in the North Continent would appear there. On it, there would be several famous people of the continent. This time, the Kuan boat of Mount Daodian was destroyed in the middle of the Aquarius continent. Other than the ancestors of Mount Daodian, there were also a few major forces that came down south. In name, they were working together to investigate the sinking of the boat. As for the truth, other than the smallest Mount Daodian, everyone was kept in the dark. Xiaxia knew, Dali Imperial tutor Cui Dong knew, and the 2 big shots on the new ferry were also well aware. Mr. Jian Ern was the most important chess piece, a sacrificial soldier. Even in the North Continent, only a few people knew that the marten hat of this rogue cultivator was actually the magic weapon sword Ern. While helping people to nourish flying swords, it also produced countless strands of sword qi. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the sword qi in the sword urn was already densely packed. Therefore, Mr. Jian Ern's all-out attack at the cost of completely destroying the magic weapon sword urn was almost equivalent to the all-out attack of a Jade Roar Realm sword cultivator. It was enough to sink the Kuan boat of Mount Daodian. All of this was to allow Xiaxia to take the second step, to let this Daoist heavenly lord of the North Continent personally go to the north of Lakeview Academy. He would completely cut off the connection between the north and south of the Aquarius continent and prevent any accidents from happening to the general trend of Dali swallowing the entire north of the Aquarius continent. Xianxia patted the young man's shoulder. "Come with me to a place." The young man with long eyebrows followed his elder master to the Yang family's shop. When he walked out, he had the so-called near object and a promise from the old Yang. What he paid was also a promise from the heavenly Lord Xianxia. Back at home, Xianxia told the young man about the general situation of the Kuan boat's accident. The young man looked at the elder master's solemn expression and asked curiously, "Elder master, since our Aquarius continent is the smallest continent in the world, and you are the Daoist master of a big continent like the North Continent, what do we have to worry about?" Xianxia shook his head and laughed. "You think too simply of the world. In the future there will be countless people who will clamor, 'Is the North Continent bullying our Aquarius continent?' Among these people, most of them will only wave their flags and shout and watch the fire burn across the river. A small number of them will be ready to make a move. Among the small number of people, there will be a group of people who will rush over from all directions due to various reasons and original intentions. There will be real experts hidden in this group of people, such as some people similar to the Wei and Jin dynasties of the Wind Snow Temple. And in the end there will be more and more of these people. But for the time being you just have to wait and see. In short, no matter how this matter develops in the future, before you become a Qi refinement warrior of the upper 5 realms, don't interfere. Focus on cultivating the way of the sword with Wan Tian." The young man with long eyebrows had a lot on his mind. Xianxia laughed involuntarily. "Even if the worst outcome happens, it will not happen in a year or so. What are you worried about?" The young man was unhappy. He turned and walked towards the door. "Elder master, I am going to practice my swordsmanship." Xianxia sat alone at the stone table and closed his eyes to rest. He silently calculated and deduced the general trend of the Aquarius continent. Not long after Xianxia and the young man walked out of the Yang family shop, Xiaoxi found the medicine shop. The shop assistant in the shop did not take it seriously. Now that the town was bustling, there were many rich people. They did not lack this fatty. Xiaoxi smiled and asked if Elder Yang lived in the backyard. A young shop assistant was weighing the herbs at the medicine cabinet. He glanced at the fat rich man and raised his chin towards the back door of the hall where the bamboo curtain was hung. He was too lazy to say anything. Xiaoxi thanked him and walked over slowly. She lifted the curtain and saw a square courtyard with 4 corridors under the eaves. Compared to the ancestral house of the Chao family, it was slightly more imposing. In the corridor opposite the main house in the backyard, there was a long bench, as if it was specially prepared for visitors like Xiaoxi. Outside the main house opposite, old Yang was sitting on a bench and smoking a pipe. The bamboo pipe had been rubbed until it was yellow and old. Through the smoke, the old man looked at the sword Immortal who came from the South Whirlpool continent. Of course they knew each other. When Xiaoxi left the town he was not young. It was just that Xiaoxi's memory of the old Yang who hid behind the medicine shop and looked at the sky from the bottom of the well year after year was very faint. However, Xiaoxi believed that old Yang was not unfamiliar with him. Perhaps the old man had arranged for him to successfully leave the Pearl Grotto heaven. Of course, Xiaoxi did not come here to repay a favor. He was never a person who would repay a drop of water with a gushing spring. Even if old Yang came to find him, Xiaoxi might not be willing to pay attention to him. In the Pearl Grotto heaven or Longquan County, everyone had to give some face to the old Yang. However, after Xiaoxi finished this business, he would return to the Whirlpool continent and shamelessly ask for a reward from the old ancestor of the Qin family in Yingyin. No matter how mysterious old Yang's identity was and how powerful he was in the future, it was none of Xiaoxi's business. As for the Chao family that stayed in the Dali dynasty, whether it was a blessing or a curse in the future depended on their luck. At most, before Xiaoxi left, he would help them a little symbolically. As for the Song clan, it did not matter whether the emperor appreciated it or not. Xiaoxi had countless children and grandchildren. What's more, cultivation was never for the sake of having a house full of children and grandchildren. It was just an extra bonus. Xiaoxi's first question was, Senior Yang, in the thousands of years in the Pearl Grotto heaven which occupied the smallest area in the world Grotto heaven, who had the highest achievement under your eyes? Old Yang asked back, who do you think you are? Xiaoxi raised his wrist, revealing a white and fat wrist with a green rope tied to it. He laughed and said, "There is really a green onion here." Old Yang said angrily, "Just say it." Xianxia put down his arm and immediately changed his face. He rubbed his hands and said flatteringly, "Senior Yang, I heard that you are very resourceful. I wonder if you know where my mother's soul is? Did it dissipate in the world beside the grave or reincarnate? Or were they secretly gathered by you, old senior? So that you can sell it for a good price?" Old Yang ignored the hidden killing intent in the words of the Landsword Immortal and said directly, "Xianxia, you want to buy it? As long as you can afford it, not to mention your mother, even your father's soul is not a problem." Xianxia laughed out loud and pointed a finger at the old man who was smoking. He said, "Senior Yang, you are really a straightforward person. Good. I didn't come here in vain. I just don't know how much your life is worth." Old Yang said calmly, "If you want to do business, you are welcome. If you don't want to pay, get out of here as soon as possible." After hearing this, Xianxia narrowed her eyes and rubbed her thumb and index finger together. Both of her hands were doing the same. Her posture was extremely comical. Murderous intent was revealed. Old Yang was completely indifferent. Xianxia suddenly laughed. "I can do business. Xianxia like to do business with people the most in my life. I just hope that your price is not too high. I won't buy it. Senior Yang, you may not know what kind of person I am. In order to cultivate, I can even sell my son and grandson for money. However, now that I am rich and prosperous, I can return home in glory. Seeing things reminds me of my family, so I have some nostalgia." Old Yang said slowly, "There is a girl named Li Lu. She followed her parents to the Zhou Lu continent in the north. Your parents' souls are now in her body. If you are willing to do business fairly, I will do business with you. I guarantee that there will be no mistakes. When the time comes, I will give you everything. Of course, if you want to go back on your word, you can take it by force. You can turn around and leave now. Whatever happens in the future, you will have to bear the consequences." Xianxia said with a bitter face, "Full beard and full tail. Senior Yang, your words are too unpleasant to hear. All right, you can name your price." Old Yang used his pipe to point at Xiaoxi's wrist. Xiaoxi was enraged. "What the hell? You want me to give this intrinsic flying sword to Li Lu? Old man Yang, have you lost your mind?" Old Yang glanced sideways and continued, "Keep the flying sword you obtained before you refined the river. You can give it to Li Lu as a gift. Remember to impart your sword art to her as well." Xiaoxi's expression was unsettled. Old Yang sneered, "Don't feel like you are at a disadvantage. You have never received a good disciple in your entire life. I'm basically helping you find one for free. Perhaps in the future when people mention you, Xiaoxi, they will say something like, 'Xiaoxi is Li Lu's master.'" Xiaoxi's interest was piqued. He rubbed his hands and said with a tease, "That girl is that powerful?" Old Yang smirked, "It's best you find her yourself. When you hand over that flying sword, I believe you will be very willing. I'll do this business. If I want to gamble, I'll gamble big. Only then will it match my status as Sword Immortal Xiao." Xiaoxi slapped his thigh and lowered his voice. "Apart from that, what other business can we do between us?" Old Yang's tone was indifferent. "Your father's soul." Xiaoxi was stunned. He rolled his eyes and said, "No way. I don't want it even if you give it to me." Old man Yang began to smoke. "Forget it if you don't want it. Then let's change it. Go find Martial Mountain's Ma Kushuan and be his path protector. For the next 20 years, you don't have to keep an eye on him all the time. You Xiaoxi only need 10 years. Xiaoxi put on a fake smile and said, "A sword immortal with a chance to reach the 12th realm as a path protector for a child. I Xiaoxi don't care much about my reputation. I am indeed known for being shameless in the Hassa continent, but I still want to save some face." Old Yang said in a deep voice, "Let Xiao Jun join the army of Dali and temper his broken sword heart on the battlefield. I can secretly protect him for 20 years until his sword heart is repaired." Xiaoxi's expression turned solemn. Old Yang sneered and said, "Don't pretend to be innocent. Xiaoxi, what's more valuable, your reputation or an additional terrestrial sword immortal in the family?" Xiaoxi looked troubled. Xiao Jun is obviously an ingrate. If he becomes a terrestrial sword immortal, won't he rebel? The Qiao family is arrogant. With 2 sword immortals in the family, they can hold their heads high no matter where they go. Oh no, they should be immortals. But I'm afraid that kid will come after me. Old Yang didn't respond to this at all. He said directly, after Chao Jun becomes a terrestrial sword immortal, he must promise to do something for me. Don't worry, I won't ask him to die. It won't be too difficult for Chao Jun at that time. Chao Shi was a little suspicious and asked, Senior Yang, why don't you go directly to Chao Jun? Don't tell me you're plotting something during this period? We brothers are half from the same hometown. When fellow villagers see each other, even if we don't cry, we can't harm fellow villagers, right? Old Yang said bluntly, Chao Jun is not qualified to talk to me about business now. You Chao Shi are. Chao Shi was speechless for a long time. When he finally left the Yang family's shop, Chao Shi stood on the street and looked back at the medicine shop. He said to himself, don't tell me these things were also calculated by that old guy Chen Chunan? Clay Bottle Alley. Late at night, a young man in luxurious clothes sat in the courtyard in a daze. Before the great cultivator of the school of Yinyang was beaten to death by the imperial uncle Song Zhangqiang in the capital, he had secretly found him and made a shocking statement. The old man even confessed his great conspiracy against the current emperor of Dali. He made the emperor cultivate without permission, violating the rules set by the scholarly sage. Not only did he secretly enter the middle 5 realms as the emperor, he even went all the way to the 10th realm. The emperor wanted to see the Dali dynasty annex a continent with his own eyes, while the great cultivator of the school of Yinyang wanted to make Emperor Dali, Song Jisun's father, into a marionette. Because when Emperor Dali officially entered seclusion to break through the threshold of the middle 5 realms, he would completely lose his intelligence and become a puppet. Alliance's arrival interrupted Emperor Dali's longevity bridge, making it very likely that he saw clues when the longevity bridge was broken. The various mechanisms and foreshadowing that were originally hidden in the bridge were very likely to have been exposed. Although Emperor Dali hid it very well in the square outside the White Jade building, the emperor did not expect that he also did something to Song Jisun. But no matter what, Alliance's punch completely disrupted his branch of the school of Yinyang, the far-reaching plan that had been carefully planned for decades. But all of this was far from over. At this moment, Song Jisun recalled those words with an extremely heavy heart. The maidservant GQ came out and asked, Young master, is there something on your mind? Song Jisun turned his head and smiled, I just can't sleep. GQ made an O sound and moved a small stool to sit beside Song Jisun. Song Jisun suddenly suggested, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse, the scenery is beautiful. Why don't we just walk around? Languid GQ said, okay, I'll listen to you. The two, still master and servant, walked through the streets and alleys of the small town together. At the old school where Mr. Qi taught, at the stone table in the backyard, Song Jisun reached out and wiped the cold surface of the table. Every time he sat on the north side and Zhao Yao sat on the south side. At that time he did not know why this arrangement was made, but now that the truth was out he understood. Song Jisun smiled. I wonder how Zhao Yao is doing. GQ was somewhat taciturn when they arrived here. After that, the two of them continued to stroll around aimlessly, doing whatever they wanted. The iron chain in the iron lock well had already been taken away by a man from another town. This was the Immortal's opportunity. The black cat in Apricot Blossom Lane seemed to have followed the taciturn fool Ma Kuxuan out of the small town. The covered bridge was demolished, and the stone arch bridge was restored to its original appearance. The old sword under the bridge was gone. It was said that the sage Wan Jiao was about to establish a sect in a certain mountain. When the time came, it was destined to be a grand event. Dali's Ministry of Rites treated this as the top event of the end of spring this year and carefully arranged it. The shops adjacent to Dragon Riding Lane were all surnamed Qin. This was a rare thing. Almost everyone in the small town with the surname Qin was a servant or maid of the 10 clans. The new civil and martial temples in the Immortal Tomb and Old Porcelain Mountain had been completed. They were dedicated to the ancestors of the Yuan and Chao families respectively. The two pillars of Dali's resurgence in the past were now returning to their roots. The couplets were written by famous people. Even the renowned literary figures of the faraway Southern Stream Kingdom had sent over their own handwritten couplets. Their strokes were strong and forceful, and their style was unyielding. Song Jisun was outside the temple where the sage was worshipped. The corners of his mouth twitched. Strong character. In the end, this noble from the Song clan turned his head and looked at the distant mountain in the west, which seemed to be the direction of Luopa Mountain. There was a mountain god temple there with very little incense. The young man who was looking at Luopa Mountain from afar had a gloomy expression, as if he had lost his soul. Other than the big temple of the North Mountain God in the cloud-padding mountain, there were also ordinary mountain god temples in the west. The one with the most incense was Mount Fengliang in the north. Because it was close to Longquan County City, the Divine Road was the widest and smoothest. It was convenient to enter the mountain. Along the road, tea shops, taverns, and inns of various sizes for good men and women to rest on the way, sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. There was a market at the foot of the mountain that sold all kinds of tea, wine, noodles, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. So many children in the small town were very happy when they heard that their parents were going there to burn incense. It was not much worse than the New Year because there were delicious freshly baked meat pies and old men who made dough. Many children received their New Year's money and secretly went there to have fun. As a result, when they returned home, most of them were taught a lesson by their parents. A young man named Dong Shuijing set up a stall there and only sold wontons. Shrimp, spring bamboo shoots, and dried tofu were all very delicious. At the end, he sprinkled a handful of green onions and added a small plate of chili sauce that the young man made himself. The taste was amazing. The young man was originally studying at the school newly opened by the Chin family in Longwei Creek. But for some reason, even if he did not need to spend money, the young man still dropped out. He sold one of the 2 old houses in the small town and bought a new big house in the new county city. It was only a dozen miles away from Mount Fengliang. The wonton stall was open from early morning to dusk. As long as there were customers, no matter how late it was, the young man would wait for the customers to finish eating before he cleaned up and pushed the cart back. There was no night curfew in the county city now. Everywhere was a bustling scene with dust flying. If one was at the mountain god temple at the peak of Mount Fengliang and looked at the county city at night, it would be like a big lantern on the ground. When night fell, the tall young man, Dong Shuijing, had already started to clean up the wonton stall and was ready to go home. Unexpectedly, a strange man walked over from afar. He did not carry a sword on his back but held it horizontally behind his back. He walked to the stall and asked with a smile, "Shopkeeper, are you still selling wontons?" Dong Shuijing grinned and said, "Of course. Why not? It's just that I have to boil water. Customers will have to wait for a while." The man smiled and sat by the table. He wiped it clean without any grease or stains. On the table was a self-made bamboo tube filled with slender bamboo chopsticks. It turned out that he was a skillful shopkeeper. The man waited for a big bowl of piping hot wontons. The green onions floating on the red soup looked very tempting. Dong Shuijing asked if he could eat spicy food. The man said the spicier the better. The young man handed over a plate full of chili sauce. The man took out a pair of chopsticks and was not in a hurry to eat. He lowered his head and closed his eyes to smell the fragrance. He clicked his tongue and said, "This smell is right." The man asked casually, "Do you know the school of Mo?" Dong Shuijing, who was sitting not far away, nodded and said, "Of course. Mr. used to say that the school of Mo used to be one of the 4 prominent schools." The knowledge they promoted was very impressive, but it was not easy to know and was even more difficult to practice. It was a test of the disciples' temperament. Speaking of this, Dong Shuijing scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "My mister said that." The man chewed on a wonton and nodded vigorously. "Well said." He asked again, "Then have you heard of the school of Mo's rangers who were on credit?" "That's on credit and that's on the sword." Dong Shuijing looked confused and shook his head gently. Mr. Qi really did not mention this. The man put down his chopsticks and patted his stomach. He exhaled heavily and was very satisfied. Then he smiled and said, "Then do you want to be a person on credit?" Dong Shuijing's eyes focused and quickly returned to normal. He smiled and shook his head. "Selling wontons is pretty good. I can make money and it's stable." Back then he, Li Baoping, Lin Shi, Li Huai and Shi Chuanjia, the 5 disciples of the school, together deceived the coachman who was actually a Dali loyalist. Although Li Baoping and Lin Shi were the ones who came up with the plan and patched up the loopholes, in fact if any one of them gave the slightest clue, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Therefore, the 5 children who officially became Qi Jingquan's direct disciples in the end were not easy to deal with. Take Dong Shuijing for example. At such an old age, he knew how to find Miss Xiao and ask her to help him sell the old house in the town at a sky-high price. Then he quickly went to the county capital to buy a big house, not just one but an entire street. Money that fell from the sky had its own way of spending it. Money could make money. The small amount of money to support the family should also have its own way of earning money. Not spending money was equivalent to earning money. There was no conflict between the two. Don't be in a hurry to answer me. The man waved his hand and smiled. As for why I chose you, Dong Shuijing, I have observed you for a long time. You are not the best in all aspects, but there are no problems. That is enough. Dong Shuijing said helplessly, You are? The man did not hide and went straight to the point. My name is Su Rual, a disciple of the school of Mo from the Central Divine Continent. Of course, I am not a person who owes money. But I have a very good friend. Before he died, he asked me to help him choose a suitable disciple to inherit his legacy. He is the ancestor of the previous generation of the school of Mo who owes money. He is a very powerful guy. He used to drink with Alliance many times and he paid for the drinks. When Alliance was traveling in the Central Divine Continent, he signed a lot of debts and he helped to pay them off. Who is Alliance? The son of your master's rival. What? Dong Shuijing was confused. What was this? The man stood up. I will come again next time. Think about it carefully. Dong Shuijing suddenly shouted, Wait. The man smiled and said, I will owe you the money for this bowl of wonton first. Maybe you will agree to be a person who owes money in the future. Dong Shuijing insisted, How can I do that? As long as it is a business deal, you should settle the accounts with your own brother. The man nodded and took out a few copper coins. Ah, you really are a person who owes money. As the sun set, Su Rual walked away. Dong Shuijing sat at the same place and watched the Nominator Ranger leave. He raised his arm and wiped the sweat on his forehead. The reason why Dong Shuijing had the courage to ask for those copper coins was not because he was a simple-minded person who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was because he wanted to test people's hearts. Dong Shuijing sat quietly at the table, motionless and in a daze. He did not feel the ecstasy of a pie falling from the sky. Instead, he felt a little lost. The teenager actually did not like this feeling. He did not have much ambition. He just wanted to earn money in the future and not have to worry about food and clothing. In the house where he lived, there was a well that could draw water. There was a willow tree beside it. Every spring, the willow tree would spit out tender shoots. When the wind blew, the willow branches would sway. It was very cute. (236) It was a dark and windy night in the wilderness. It was a good time to kill people and rob them. It was also a good time to kill demons. It all depended on whether the Daoist was 1 foot taller or the demon was 10 feet taller. Outside the dilapidated ancient temple of Shu Shui country, there was the sound of laughter. Finally, there was a knock on the door. The bearded man looked at Qin Pingon and glanced at Zhang Shanfeng. He teased, Which one of you is going to welcome the guest? If I go to open the door, I am afraid that I will scare the female demon. What if she turns around and runs away without saying a word? The Taoist priest Zhang Shanfeng patted his chest and said, I am more handsome than Qin Pingon. Lu Qiqing was awakened by the demon listening bell. He was in a daze. When he heard the word female demon, he immediately thought of the fox fairy in the fairy tales. He became bold and quickly got up from the floor and shouted, I will go, I will go. The strange spirits in the books like weak scholars the most. The 3 of you are carrying knives and swords, so I am the most suitable. But I have to say in advance that if I meet a good demon, we can talk it out. If she is willing to spend a night with me, don't stop her. But if I meet a bad demon who eats people's hearts and livers, you have to save me. Lu Qiqing ran to open the door. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, making the poor scholar unable to open his eyes. Then he felt a fragrant wind. 2 charming voices sounded beside him and a silk sleeve swept across his face. It was smooth and delicate, which made Lu Qiqing a little intoxicated. He quickly closed the door. When the mountain wind stopped, he turned around and looked carefully. He saw 3 beautiful women. 2 of them smiled and ran to the fire where the bearded man and his 2 companions were sitting. Their figures were plump and their backs swayed Lu Qiqing's mind. There was a younger girl in a light pink dress and embroidered shoes. She stood timidly not far from Lu Qiqing. Her fingers were twirling her dress. Compared with her two bold and beautiful sisters, Lu Qiqing thought that she was a pretty girl from a humble family. The bearded man was sitting cross-legged and drinking. The two well-dressed women exposed a large area of white charming scenery on their chests. The thin-skinned young Taoist blushed a little. Qin Pingan was fiddling with the bonfire. He added dead branches to the fire. The dead branches burned and cracked, making crisp crackling sounds. The two cleavage beauties quickly chose a pleasing target. One of them sat next to the young Taoist priest, and the other landed next to Qin Pingan. The bearded man had already stretched out his arms, but his movements froze. He was stunned for a moment and could only focus on drinking to hide his embarrassment. The enchanting woman sitting beside Zhang Shanfeng held her collar with one hand. It seemed that she was being reserved and wanted to cover her body. In fact, she pressed down slightly. The sun rose in the east and the rain in the west. Her clothes were tight and bulging as if they were about to come out. She rubbed the young Taoist with her shoulder and asked in a sweet voice, "Hey little Taoist, you are carrying a wooden sword. Is it the legendary Peachwood sword? Why don't you take it out and let me see if it is long or short?" The Taoist Zhang Shanfeng's ears turned red. He did not dare to answer. The woman nestled next to Qin Pingan had an oval-shaped face. Her eyebrows and eyes were filled with love. She stretched out her slender hands and said in a soft voice, "Young master, my sisters and I were rushing through the night. The mountain wind at night was so strong that it made my hands cold. If you don't believe me, young master, why don't you touch them?" Qin Pingan pointed at the bonfire and said with a smile, "Young lady, warm your hands by the fire. They will be warm soon." The young lady in a pink dress and embroidered shoes did not join in the fun. She squatted by the bonfire alone and lowered her head. Lu Qiqing sat down beside her and asked with a smile, "Young lady, are you from the Combe River country?" The young lady nodded gently and looked up. Her eyelashes were trembling. She wanted to say something but stopped. The bearded man squinted at the edge of the young lady's embroidered shoes and then looked at the two seductive women. He said with a smile, "Except for the mud on this young lady's feet, why are the two sisters still clean after walking so far on the mountain? Could it be that they are ghosts born in the wild? So the four of us will be in trouble. When the time comes, I only ask the two sisters to give us a quick death. Even if we die as ghosts under the peony flowers, we will still be romantic. What do you think?" Lu Qiqing said with a smile, "These two sisters are so beautiful. How can they be ghosts? The appearance comes from the heart. It's impossible. Even if they are ghosts, they must be good ghosts. Tonight we have flowers and wine. Although the paths of yin and yang are different, it's a meeting between humans and ghosts. It's a really elegant thing to be able to drink a cup of wine with a peach blossom. Sisters, isn't that right? Don't drink the wine later. If you accidentally reveal your frightening demonic state, it won't be pretty." The two seductive women looked at each other and smiled. They had been scourging people for more than 100 years. It was the first time they met such heartless guys. Were they bold because of their skills, or were they inexperienced people who did not know the fierceness of the mountains and rivers? One of them covered her mouth and giggled. The other simply held her belly and laughed. Her body leaned forward and back and her snow-white breasts swayed. Lu Qiqing, who was opposite, swallowed his saliva. The young lady suddenly raised her head and showed a pale face. She screamed, "Run!" The beauty covering her mouth and giggling looked serious. She hit the young lady's forehead with her long sleeve, and the young lady fell to the ground. Her forehead was red and swollen. Lu Qiqing, who was next to the young lady, was shocked. Almost at the same time, Taoist Zhang Shanfeng made a sword gesture with two fingers. The peachwood sword on his back flew out in an instant. It drew an arc in the air and directly nailed into the back of the woman who attacked. The woman's delicate body was penetrated by the peachwood sword and fell to the ground. There was no blood spurting out. The peachwood sword with spiritual light was like nailing into a fluttering dress. The woman's face and body were ferocious and twisted. Obviously, she was not a monster who had cultivated a human form, but a ghost without a physical body. The female ghost's body was full of black smoke. She kept struggling, trying to escape from the bonfire. However, she could not get rid of the peachwood sword on the ground. She was like a beast tied by an iron chain. Taoist Zhang Shanfeng chanted the incantation. The peachwood sword was shining with spiritual light. The female ghost could no longer maintain her human form. A saber aura exploded. It turned out that the bearded man had swiftly pulled out his saber. That long saber slashed through the flames like a divine weapon refined by an immortal. Flames constantly spread out like fire dragons coiling around the saber. Then Xianxia chopped down with the saber. The female ghost whose soul was nailed by the peachwood sword was chopped into pieces with one slash. Her entire body was covered in black smoke. When the black smoke came into contact with the divine weapon covered in gang qi, it immediately melted into nothingness. The female ghost's ear-piercing wail resounded throughout the ancient temple. Xianxia turned her head and looked. She was a little embarrassed. With one hand Qin Pingon pretended to pull the woman's neck, while with the other hand Qin Pingon punched the female ghost's chest like a gust of wind and torrential rain. His punches had already reduced the black smoke to almost nothing. Qin Pingon's attack could be said to be stealthily and ruthlessly destroying a flower. That was all there was to it. Lu Qiqing was not stupid. He had no time to care about the fairer sex. He ran away from the girl on the ground, went around the bonfire and came to the back of the three people. The girl struggled to sit up. She was about to cry. "Hurry up and run. Our mammy will be here soon." Before she finished speaking, the demon listening bell began to vibrate violently again. The door was blown open by a strong wind. A gust of cold mountain wind hit the girl's back. The girl spat out blood. Her petite body was blown over the bonfire, and she threw herself at the young Taoist and the bearded man. Xianxia quickly put away the long saber in her hand to avoid hurting the innocent. But at this moment the girl smiled slyly. Her hands moved like lightning. She tapped on Xianxia and Zhang Shanfeng's chests several times. Her body bounced back a little. The girl stood in the bonfire and used her embroidered shoes to gently stir the raging fire. The hot charcoal and flames could not hurt her at all. She no longer paid attention to the bearded man and the young Taoist who could not move. She just kicked the peachwood sword away. The moment the tip of her embroidered shoes touched the peachwood sword, it was slightly charred. She looked down at the only young man who still had the strength to fight. She said with a playful smile, "If you are willing to run for your life, I can let you go." On the other side of the door, a cold wind whistled. Several men and women holding black banners appeared. Ghost Qi lingered around them. They looked at the girl in the temple with burning eyes and shouted, "Mammy's supernatural power is unparalleled. Long live." Qin Pingon stood up and asked, "Are you a human or a ghost?" The mammy, who looked like a girl, smiled gloomily and said, "People's hearts are filled with ghosts. People's hearts are in front and ghosts are behind. It can be seen that people's hearts are more terrible. This immortal has been in Shushui country for 200 years. I have a specialty dish called stir-fried heart and liver. It must be freshly picked heart and liver with a lot of spicy seasonings. Otherwise the earthy smell is too strong and people can't eat it at all. However, there are exceptions. A few years ago there was an old Taoist who passed by here. His cultivation was not weak. He killed many of this immortal's obedient maidservants. That Taoist was born with a first-class heart and liver. It was a rare taste. I don't know how the four of you who are foreigners have good skills. How does your heart and liver taste? I think it shouldn't be too bad. After all, the body and spirit of a martial artist are better than the foundation of an ordinary person. Outside the door of the ancient temple, a very clear and old voice sounded from far away. "It's suitable for the sword." The girl's expression changed dramatically. On the other side of the gate, sword light flashed everywhere. The heads of the evil creatures that ran rampant rolled down. Under the sword light they were as weak as living people. After their heads were chopped off there was no chance for them to survive. Soon a black-clothed old man with a wooden expression strode through the door. A scabbard hung from his waist, and beside him was an unsheathed long sword. The bronze sword was covered in cracks, and there was not the slightest bit of sword qi flowing from it. However, when the rusty long sword quietly hovered beside the old man, it still had a kind of indescribable deterrence. Pure sword aura, abundant sword intent and sharp swordsmanship. In Jianghu there was always a better mountain. The girl obviously knew the identity of this person. Her fingernails were like 10 silver hooks. She bent her back and stared at the old man in black. She said fiercely, Song Yufan, you are a Jianghu person. Do you want to be enemies with us, the four evils of Shushui? Do you believe that we won't work together to flatten your sword water villa? The old man's eyes were calm. He looked at the notorious devil path giant of Shushui country and said slowly, Don't you look like a fool? 237. The devil who looked like a young girl had an uncertain expression. Song Yufan, are you determined to arm wrestle with me today? The old man in black took out an old almanac from his bosom. He opened a page and placed his finger on it. He silently recited, Abstain from meat and seek wealth. The old man put away the old almanac, grabbed the ancient bronze sword and put it back into its sheath. He reached out to the girl and said, I'll let you spend money to avoid disaster. The girl knew the old freak's Jianghu rules very well. Without saying anything, she took out a topaz coin from her sleeve. The front of the coin was engraved with Out of Plum Blossom Ambush, and the back of the coin was Thundering Heaven Peak. This kind of jade coin was the same as the snow coin. They were both used by the immortals on the mountain to do business. The jade coin in the girl's hand was nicknamed Little Summer Coin. Compared to it, the value of the snow coin was like the difference between copper and silver. She gently tossed the small coin to the black-clothed old man. Not only did she not say any harsh words, she instead smiled like a flower and said, No discord, no concord. I hope that when this immortal visits Swordwater Manor in the future, Old Manor Lord won't refuse me 1,000 miles away. The old man in black was expressionless. He put away the coin and let the girl turn into a cloud of dark smoke and slowly float away from the temple. The sword master named Song Yufan flicked his finger. Wisps of cool wind like arrows hit several acupoints on the chest of the bearded man and the young Taoist priest. Originally, the two of them were plotted against by the female devil. They couldn't move or speak. As time passed, they could break through the restriction by themselves. However, if the old man didn't appear, they could only rely on Qin Pingon for a short period of time. This was the first time Zhang Shanfeng tasted the acupoint sealing technique of a Jianghu master. After regaining his freedom, he immediately gasped for breath. He still felt a little uncomfortable. Xianxia was originally a pure martial artist. This time she failed miserably. She couldn't help but blush. She clasped her hands and said to the old man, Thank you for your help, Sword Saint Song. The old man in black was eccentric. He turned a deaf ear to her and walked straight to the fire. He sat cross-legged with his sword on his knees and closed his eyes to rest. Xianxia lowered her voice and gave Zhang Shanfeng and Qin Pingon a brief introduction of Jianghu matters. In the central region of the Aquarius continent, especially in the 10 countries near the beautiful Robes Nation, there were 4 sword Dao great masters. Their names shook the region. The beautiful Robes Nation had a sword god, who had long retired from the Jianghu and lived in seclusion in the mountains for over 30 years. He was hailed as a sword god. His sword was candle sunlight. However, there was a shocking piece of news recently. The old god of swords had actually died from the revenge of his enemies. This caused a huge commotion in the surrounding Jianghu, and the people's hearts were shaken. Then there was the black-clothed old man in front of him. As the old manor lord of the Swordwater Manor of the Combe Nation, he had a strange temperament. He was 1 generation younger than the sword god of the colorful Robes Nation. He had the reputation of sword sage. He carried the iron water sword and founded the Swordwater Manor, which was the #1 Jianghu sect in the Combe Nation. The current manor lord was the eldest grandson of Song Yufan. His skills were also superb. A renowned sword venerable emerged from the ancient Yu nation. He had great killing power, but his martial virtues were extremely poor. He was an itinerant Jianghu immortal who did not have a fixed residence. He did not establish a sect and was a lone wolf. It was rumored that he had a good relationship with the emperor of the ancient Yu nation and carried the green pearl sword. The Pine Stream nation also had the youngest rising star, who called himself the Green Bamboo Sword Sage. These 4 sword Dao great masters were like stars in the sky above the Jianghu of the colorful Robes Nation and the other countries. Even the immortals on the mountain did not dare to underestimate them. The black-clothed old man suddenly opened his eyes and sneered, Sneaky, show yourself. This old man, who was revered with the title of Sword Sage, unsheathed his sword and casually swung it in the direction of the temple's altar. A large expanse of dazzling and clear sword chi suddenly appeared. The already damaged altar completely shattered with a bang, revealing a petite and thin girl behind it. She ignored everything and held her small head with both hands as if no one could see her like this. When another strange girl appeared, Zhang Shanfeng's demon listening bell began to vibrate slightly. Almost all the cultivation methods of the elves and demons in the world, as well as otherworldly items and ghosts, were not orthodox. As long as one's cultivation was not profound and their realm was not high, they would usually have nowhere to hide from the demon listening bell. This was also why the demon listening bell could become a must-have item for chi cultivators, second only to the white swamp diagram. It was highly respected. Before Xianxia reached the fourth realm of martial arts, she also had a similar bell to protect herself. Xianxia and Zhang Shanfeng placed more attention on the girl. Qin Pingon, who wanted to formally practice swordsmanship but could not find the right way, was stunned by the old man's unsheathed sword. Seemed to be played down casually, but the sword chi was like a rainbow. Wherever the sword chi went, it was as if it was smashed by a straight waterfall. It was invincible. Lu Qiqing became abnormally silent after the young female devil made her move. He squatted by the bonfire and did not say a word. He stretched out his palms and lowered his head to warm them. How can such a good and peaceful place of Buddhism be tarnished by a little demon like you? The old man in black looked cold and stiff. He shook his wrist and the bronze sword tip trembled slightly. In an instant, a dazzling white light shot out from the sword tip. It was like the demon binding rope of the immortal master on the mountain. It twisted and turned and soon spread out in the air. It was like a vast and mighty net of heaven, covering the timid girl who was judged to be a demon. Qin Pingon calmly took this scene into his eyes. It was an eye-opener. The sword chi, which was supposed to be meticulous, could be controlled so skillfully and have so many changes. The old man held the sword with one hand and everything was at his fingertips. Qin Pingon was especially fascinated by his calm temperament. The girl was first condensed by the sword chi and then scattered by the sword chi. She was in so much pain that she rolled on the ground. The burning pain had already hurt the mountain demon's divine soul. Qin Pingon was in so much pain that he wanted to die when he was in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain, not to mention a little demon who practiced undisciplined cultivation and stood aloof from worldly affairs for hundreds of years. After this disaster, the girl soon could not stabilize her human form. Half of her face showed the face of a fox. Clumps of snow-white fur grew on the back of her hands and neck, giving off a faint fox smell. The weak snow-white fox fairy struggled on the ground and wailed, "I didn't hurt anyone, I didn't hurt anyone. I only teased and scared some scholars who stayed in the ancient temple. Don't kill me, don't kill me." The old man in black seemed to have a knot in his heart. He held the long sword in his hand, and the sword chi was brilliant and the rainbow light bloomed. He said sternly, "A demon is a demon and a devil is a devil. So what if you don't hurt people today? When your cultivation is high, you will naturally slaughter the innocent for fun." The girl who had half of her body turned into a white fox crawled on the ground and said weakly, "I also saved 2 scholars from the mammy. For this reason I gave them a lot of treasures that I had kept for a long time. Only then did they let the scholars go. I won't hurt people, I won't in my life." The old man in black sneered, "Little fox fairy, your death is not regrettable. I dare to say that I can kill 100 demons with my sword. At most I will wrongly accuse 1. The young fox fairy was already powerless to defend herself. Her body was twitching, her clothes were torn, and her whole body was bathed in blood. Her pair of black and unusually bright watery eyes had already dimmed. However, at the moment of her death, the young girl did not resent the old man's vicious attack. She just stared at the gate of the ancient temple in a daze, as if she was waiting for a poor scholar to visit her. Then she could scare them again. If she succeeded this time, she would be happy for several months. Lu Qiqing slowly raised his head. Golden light flowed in his deep eyes. There was a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He sighed helplessly as if he had seen everything in the world. He felt that life would still be so boring even after 1,000 years. Just when Lu Qiqing was about to stand up, Qin Pingon stood up and gently shook the sword box on his back. He suddenly asked, "Senior Song, what if this fox fairy is the wrongly accused demon? What should we do? The corners of the old man's mouth twitched as he smiled. Good. I can now confirm that the first 99 and the next 99 are all demons that harm the common people. Therefore it will only be easier for me to attack. Qin Pingon pointed to the girl who had completely turned into a fox. What about her? The old man patted his chest and said straightforwardly, if the almanac turns out to be suitable for burial, I will bury her. If not, I will expose her body to the sun and strive for a good reincarnation in the next life. Don't be a demon of the mountains and lakes. Of course, don't let me meet her again. Qin Pingon was a little stubborn. Senior, you kill demons when you meet demons and subdue demons when you meet demons. Of course you do the right thing. But you can do more, right? The old man carefully stared at the young man with the sword box and suddenly laughed. Silly boy, don't you look like a fool? You are just staying in the ancient temple. Do you think you are a bodhisattva who saves people? Qin Pingon hesitated and asked, Senior Song, how can you let go of this fox demon? The old man in black, Song Yufan, stood up and said in a low voice, considering that you are also a swordsman in Jianghu, I will use the sword that was supposed to kill the fox fairy to kill you. If you can withstand it, I will let the matter of the ancient temple go. Whether the fox fairy does evil or good in the future, you will bear the karma of her retribution. If you can't withstand it and die under my sword, you will blame yourself for not being strong enough. What do you think? Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng also stood up, as if they were facing a great enemy. Song Yufan laughed. It's okay. If you two want to fight, I will use 2 more swords. The rules are still the same. The old man's laughter was so loud and full of energy that the rotten beams in the ancient temple trembled and scattered dust. Qin Pingon nodded and then shook his head at Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng, indicating that they didn't need to interfere. Be careful. The old man was not a sloppy person. After warning them, he swung his sword. Less than 3 meters away, the sword Radiance and Gang Qi were in front of Qin Pingon in a flash. Qin Pingon had already taken out a magic talisman made of ordinary yellow paper from his sleeve. He pinched it with 2 fingers. The moment the sword Qi approached him, Qin Pingon's figure disappeared. The old man in black sneered. It turned out that the sword Qi continued to move forward after hitting the air. It happened to be in the direction of the white fox curled up on the ground. The magic talisman from the true works of alchemy given by Li Shixing was mysterious and magical, but it was a one-time consumable item. After Qin Pingon took out the talisman, he had already appeared in the open space 2 meters away. However, when he found that the sword Qi continued to slash at the fox demon, he didn't have time to take out another magic talisman. He could only jump forward quickly with the tip of his toe. At the same time, he reached his shoulder to hold the handle of the demon slayer sword and slashed at the sword Qi. Although he was using a sword, in the end Qin Pingon still relied on his fists. He walked the firm and fierce path of the iron cavalry chisel formation that the old man surnamed Cui had taught him. However, he used a wooden sword to replace his fists. Qin Pingon's body and spirit were only at the 3 realms of martial arts. He was also not the kind of martial arts grandmaster who could master his fists and sword will. Naturally, in the eyes of a true expert, his hasty attack this time was rather awkward. The Huaiwood sword that flowed with fist will slashed at the old man's sword Qi, forcibly stopping it from killing the young fox fairy. For a moment, the sword Radiance exploded and the sword Qi scattered in all directions. Qin Pingon held the Huaiwood sword in his hand. After his feet landed, he turned around and stood in front of the fox demon. He waved his sword wildly at the sword Qi that had split apart. The way he attacked was completely like a tortoise's fist that a certain someone had ridiculed. The Daoist priest Zhang Shanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't bear to watch. The bearded man covered his forehead with his hand and said helplessly, I thought that this fellow's fists were quite extraordinary. After carrying the sword case for so long, he must be a young swordsman who hid his strength. The sword Qi in front of him shattered. Qin Pingon finished his work and hurriedly weighed the Huaiwood sword in his hand. Although it was a light wooden sword, it was extremely tough. Against the majestic sword Qi of the Combe Nation's swordmaster, there was not a single flaw on the sword. Qin Pingon's heart was set. The old man in black smiled and said self-deprecatingly, I never thought that there would be someone in this world who could use a tortoise's fist to block my sword. All right, I'll do what I say. The little child has caught it. I won't make things difficult for the fox demon on the ground. You two, one human and one demon, take care of yourselves. You need to know that retribution is not pleasant. I hope that you two cherish this fate that temporarily doesn't know whether it's good or evil. The old man put his sword back into the sheath. He who had been sitting cross-legged stood up and turned to leave. After walking out of the temple gate, he looked up at the gloomy night sky and murmured, "Endless demons and ghosts, endless demons and monsters, when will it end?" The founder of the Swordwater Villa in the past suddenly turned his head and smiled. "If the four of you are interested, you can go to my villa. Recently, the Sword Villa is electing the leader of the Combe Nation's Wulian Alliance. It's a grand event in Jianghu. If you go to the Sword Villa, I may not be there. You can directly find the oldest steward Chu and say that you are a new friend I met in Jianghu. There will be a few cups of wine." In the end, the old man looked at Qin Pingan. "Tonight, your patience to do a good deed right and better has always been like this before this old man's old age, from a young man to a middle-aged man. It's only more, not less. But, forget it. I won't say the old man's discouraging words to the young man. In short, I hope you can persevere." The old man patted the long sword on his waist and silently went away in the night. Qin Pingan was in a daze. After he came to his senses, he turned his head and stared with his eyes wide open. The young fox fairy had disappeared without him noticing. The bearded man pointed to his face and joked, Qin Pingan, a hero saves a beauty. Whether the beauty will repay you with her body or not depends on this." Qin Pingan put the scholarwood sword into the wooden box made by Wei Pai and trotted all the way to the bonfire. He reached out to the bonfire and glanced at Lu Qiqing, who was sitting opposite him and yawning. Lu Qiqing smiled cheekily and said, "What are you looking at? Now you finally begin to envy my handsomeness? Lass, in fact, I also envy you, Qin Pingan. If I had half of your martial arts, I would have become the dream lover of thousands of heroines and fairies in Jianghu." Qin Pingan rolled his eyes and took off the wine pot. He raised his head and drank a big mouthful of wine. After drinking, Qin Pingan held the wine gourd. His mood was agitated and he was definitely not as calm as he appeared to be. The reason why he did not ask the two little ancestors to fly out of the blade's strengthening gourd and block the sword chi of the sword master Song Yu was not because Qin Pingan was swayed by his emotions. Qin Pingan sighed and stood up. He went to the open space and put away the wine gourd. He closed his eyes and carefully recalled the 3 sword attacks of the old sword master of the Shui kingdom. The first attack hit the spiritual altar and forced the fox fairy to appear. The second attack shook his wrist slightly and the sword chi formed a net. The last attack was, of course, the one that went straight to Qin Pingan's head. Qin Pingan still did not open his eyes. He slowly drew out the scholarwood sword and imitated the old man. He held the sword horizontally in front of his chest, like a sword in a scabbard ready to be drawn. For some reason, Qin Pingan thought about it and felt that even if he copied it 1,000 times or 10,000 times, he would not be able to imitate it. Not to mention the spirit, it would be difficult to even imitate the form. This was very different from when he saw Miss Ning's 6-step boxing stance. It turned out that drawing a sword was not the same as practicing boxing. Qin Pingan sighed and could only put away the scholarwood sword that had followed him twice in Jianghu. Someone laughed and said, "Qin Pingan, your wooden sword is too light. That's why it doesn't taste right. Lifting something heavy as if it were light is a high level of swordsmanship. You're just a beginner, not some heaven-defying genius. Of course you'll feel that something is wrong. Let's not talk about reaching the top. Let's just talk about the beginning. When it comes to boxing practice, you can have a slightly famous master to guide you. But when it comes to sword practice, you still need a master to guide you. You should ask Song Yufeng sincerely about sword practice. His martial arts realm is not high, but he has already found his own way of sword practice. It is not easy." Qin Pingan turned his head and looked. This insightful view was not from the bearded man, nor from Zhang Shanfeng, who could fly with the peachwood sword. Instead, it was from the scholar Lu Qiqing, who was the least associated with Jianghu. When he said this, Lu Qiqing stood next to the raging fire with many dry branches. His slender figure swayed slowly with the light of the fire. Zhang Shanfeng was asking Su Yuanxiao about the Jianghu acupoint ceiling. He was very focused on the questions and answers, so he did not pay much attention to Lu Qiqing's words. Or it could be said that the two of them did not hear Lu Qiqing's words at all. Because from beginning to end Lu Qiqing did not speak, but Qin Pingon clearly heard Lu Qiqing's voice. Qin Pingon asked a strange question. It's you? In Yunji County, I heard Governor Lu say in private that you are actually an immortal in the elixir realm because you showed your magical power outside the city. Lu Qiqing waved his hand and slowly walked around the fire. He came to Qin Pingon's side and said with a smile, "Well, let's stop scheming against each other. You already know that I am a powerful demon, and I also know that the sword you carry on your back has a great origin. Otherwise, it would not have been unable to suppress itself. After sensing my spirit, it spontaneously trembled. Although you quickly suppressed its movement, I am not blind and deaf. So now you and I both know clearly. Qin Pingon, can you tell me who made this sword? You want to send it to the inverted hanging mountain. Who will take it to?" Qin Pingon looked dignified and asked, "You want to steal the sword?" Lu Qiqing smiled as if he had heard a big joke. He put his hands behind his back, shook his head and said with a smile, "It is a good sword, but I am really not interested. I know you don't believe this. It doesn't matter. I am much stronger than you. You only need to see what I do. By the way, have you heard of a saying? The good things in the world are not firm and the colorful clouds scatter easily." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I have seen it in poetry." Lu Qiqing waved his sleeve. Misty water and clouds covered the fire. There was nothing strange in this place. Lu Qiqing was talking happily with Qin Pingon. In fact, this Han scholar of Baishui country was wearing a pink Daoist robe and looking handsome. At this moment the scene was extremely strange. Lu Qiqing continued, "The colorful clouds scatter easily," refers to the colorful clouds in the White Emperor city. The rosy clouds gather and scatter like flying smoke. The scenery is magnificent. The colorful glass refers to a big demon from the devil cult orthodoxy in the White Emperor city. Just like tonight's conflict, it was also because of a seemingly insignificant little demon. He had a dispute with Big Brother. He did it for the power of the world while I did it for a small reason. Looking back now, it was really funny. It was almost like two children throwing a tantrum. Anyway, in a fit of anger, I smashed an entire colored glass pavilion in the White Emperor city's colorful clouds. In the end, only a few small colored glass wine cups were left. From then on, I left the White Emperor city and wandered around. Without the protection of my sect, I was chased by the righteous path's defender for thousands of miles. Finally, I was thrown into prison and suppressed for thousands of years. That big brother of mine just stood by and watched from the beginning to the end." Qin Pingon frowned and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Lu Qiqing smiled slightly. He shook his hands and shook the two big sleeves of his pink Daoist robe. His hands were folded on his abdomen and his manner was solemn. "Because recently I have the idea of accepting a disciple. I think that you, Qin Pingon, are quite good. I can teach you the best sword art in the world. Although I am a native demon of the vast world, my big brother is the leader of the devil cult, and we are more like immortals than immortals. Even many masters of the righteous path are willing to worship my big brother. Therefore, the sword art I will teach you is also an authentic sword art that can help you reach the top of the Great Way. When the opportunity comes, there is hope that you can reach the upper 5 realms. Song Yuxuan and the others may have figured out the true meaning of their own sword Dao, but for a pure martial artist with limited aptitude, the height of his martial arts can only help you reach a position similar to that of a sword practitioner of the middle 5 realms. Qin Pingon, what do you think? Are you willing to practice the Great Way with me as a disciple?" Qin Pingon asked back, "Be a devil?" Lu Qiqing smiled and said, "In my opinion, the Great Way is rugged and difficult to walk. Only those who are persistent and indomitable can walk to the end, and even have the hope to go further and higher than those talented God's favored sons. You, Qin Pingon, are the same as me. Now I have accepted a big brother for you. Don't worry. You are my last disciple. At most, in 100 years, the 3 of us, master and disciple, will be famous in the world. We will return to White Emperor City and occupy a place there." Lu Qiqing stared into Qin Pingon's eyes and smiled. The sect that eldest senior fellow apprentice and I were in was very interesting. Eldest senior fellow apprentice was a human being who cultivated the magic arts of the devil path. I was a monster who cultivated the magic arts of the human tribe. The purpose set by our master was to educate everyone without discrimination. This point was very similar to that of Zhen Wudi, the second disciple of the Tao ancestor. In addition to White Emperor City, there are several great Tao orthodoxies in the world. Each of them is astonishingly powerful and intertwined. Even the righteous immortals with the word sect in their names have to avoid them. Therefore, as long as your fist is hard enough and your realm is high enough, the devil path and the righteous Tao are nonsense. It doesn't matter at all. Qin Pingon grinned. I have to ask if I want to recognize you as my master. Sweat had already seeped out of his forehead, but at this moment, the young man with the box looked calm and without any fear. Lu Qiqing's eyes brightened. I knew that you brat must have a good master. It doesn't matter. Let's hear it and judge the situation. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. I won't force you nor will I scare you. As long as your master is higher than mine, I won't insist on this master-disciple relationship. The old scholar Wen Xing had already left the Aquarius continent. Where could Qin Pingon find him? Mr. Qi had also passed away and there was nothing he could do. But Qin Pingon was not willing to follow this person and cultivate the great Tao of the heavens. Qin Pingon took a deep breath. Then he would take a gamble. Whether he succeeded or not, it all depended on this. If it really didn't work, he would risk his life. If it still didn't work, then as Alliance said, the most important thing was to stay alive. He would recognize Lu Qiqing as his master. No matter what, he must first send the sword to the inverted mountain and personally hand it to Miss Ning. No one knew why Qin Pingon would always practice the sword stance sword furnace at the peak of a mountain or the bank of a river when Qin Pingon first escorted Li Baoping and the others to the Great Sui Kingdom, and then followed the young Cui Dong back to the Huangting country. And even after he finished practicing, he would still stand in the same place for a long time. Even if he was roaming the Jianghu alone this time, just like when he saw Lu Gaoxinov in Yanji County City, Qin Pingon would still sit alone on the roof. In the last spring of the year he would drink wine and murmur to himself. And at those times when no one would think deeply, there would be a spring breeze lingering in his sleeves. Qin Pingon knew deep in his heart that that person must have passed away. But that person had also said, when you are in a dilemma you can ask the spring breeze. Then Lu Qiqing couldn't help but laugh happily because he thought it was funny. It turned out that when he saw the young man in front of him, he imitated him by shaking his wrists and raising his sleeves. But soon Lu Qiqing couldn't laugh anymore. Between the young man's raised hands, wisps of spring breeze lingered cheerfully around his sleeves, like green dragons swimming in the sea of clouds. Qin Pingon asked softly, Mr. Qi? Lu Qiqing was shocked. At this moment, it was just like the battle 1,000 years ago when he faced Master Zhang, who held a fairy sword in one hand and a Taoist seal in the other. A warm and mellow voice sounded beside Qin Pingon. I'm here. "238. Although I took 5 days off because of a cold this month, I still finished the 120,000 words update as promised." Lu Qiqing's pink Taoist robe was fluttering in the breeze. For the first time, this giant of White Emperor City from 1,000 years ago was a little cautious. It didn't make sense. Because the figure condensed by wisps of spring wind next to Qin Pingon was an illusory Confucian in a green robe with white hair and a smile on his face. Lu Qiqing observed the atmosphere and found that it was just an oil lamp that was about to dry up. But other than the atmosphere there was something inexplicable. Any Qi trainers below the upper 5 states might not be able to figure out the key points. However, Lu Qiqing, who was temporarily attached to Lu Qiqing's body, was a genuine 12th state immortal at the peak of his cultivation. Before he betrayed the orthodoxy of the devil cult, he happened to see too many capable people standing on the top of the mountains in White Emperor City, which was under the torrents of the small heaven of the Yellow River and was surrounded by colorful clouds. Therefore he suddenly felt restrained and did not dare to act rashly. The more he couldn't figure out the real situation, the more Lu Qiqing didn't dare to underestimate it. Qi Jingchun first signaled Qin Pingon to rest assured, stood side by side with the teenager, and introduced himself to Lu Qiqing with a smile. Qi Jingchun, a disciple of the Sage of Literature, used to be the headmaster of Cliff Academy. Lu Qiqing was a little confused. The guy in front of him was not arrogant and looked gentle. Was he just the Sage of Literature? Qi Jingchun? Cliff Academy? What a mess. Was he the master and disciple of the Confucian school who emerged in the past 1,000 years when he was defeated by celestial master Zhang of Dragon Tiger Mountain? However, the title Sage of Literature was not simple. The title of a person was suffixed with the word sage. For example, the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Demisage were all qualified to erect statues in Confucian temples, and the positions of the statues must be very high. It was all Lu Qiqing's fault. He was a half-baked scholar. His foundation was too shallow and he did not do proper work all day long. He was never interested in the situation of a continent. He only wanted to rely on his poor knowledge of literature to fool women's feelings. Of course, he was also responsible for it. He felt that the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent was a barbaric land. Even if it had been accumulating resources for 1,000 years, the number of cultivators in the upper 5 realms could still be counted on one hand. He didn't need to worry at all. Qi Jingchun waved his sleeve, and the restriction created by Lu Qiqing dissipated. A gentleman should treat others with sincerity. As a result, the bearded man and the young Taoist priest soon noticed the abnormality and looked at each other. That guy in the pink Taoist robe is the poor scholar Lu Qiqing? Why did he have such a weird fetish of cosmetics? Who was that old green-robed Confucian scholar? Lu Qiqing narrowed his eyes. He actually broke the camouflage set up by him in an instant. Although he only had half of the cultivation of Jade Pure Realm, even a real Jade Pure Realm Qi cultivator would not be able to break the restriction so easily with the profound skills inherited from the devil cult of White Emperor City. Zhang Shanfeng was about to get up and go to Qin Pingon, but Xianxia grabbed his arm and reminded him softly, "Let's continue our conversation. Don't get involved in the things over there. We'd better not see or hear indecent things." Then the bearded man saw the green-robed scholar looking at them. He smiled and nodded to greet them. Xianxia hurriedly cupped her fists to return the greeting. Qi Jingchun asked with a smile, "Senior, are you the lord of the glazed pavilion of White Emperor City?" Lu Qiqing nodded and said playfully, "Why? Have you heard of my name? Isn't he notorious in the central divine continent?" Qi Jingchun shook his head and said, "I once traveled the Yellow River and met the Lord of White Emperor City on the bank of the river. Then we talked about Senior." Lu Qiqing suddenly cursed, "T. How could my eldest senior go out of the city to meet people? Given my senior's temper, even if those old men in the Confucian temple came to pay him a visit out of admiration, my senior has never once taken the initiative to come out of the city to greet them. At most, he would show his face to colored clouds on the city's ramparts, and that's already giving your Confucian school of thought a great deal of face. Yet the two of you still want to meet by the banks of the great river? Good boy, there should be a bottom line for bragging." Qi Jingchun laughed involuntarily and said, "The Lord of White Emperor City even invited me to play 3 rounds with him. But I had something to do at that time and had to return to the school immediately, so I owed him. I never thought that after that I would never have the chance to return to White Emperor City. I really had no choice." Lu Qiqing raised his hands and rubbed his cheeks. He was full of anger. Although he had broken off relations with his eldest senior and no longer had any feelings for him, deep in his heart he had always respected the Lord of White Emperor City. It was a kind of pure admiration and worship, which was why he was hesitating whether or not he should act decisively and destroy the last remnant of this guy's soul. Since this lapis lazuli pavilion master was unwilling to believe him, Qi Jingchun did not say anything more. Qi Jingchun actually had a good impression of this great demon of White Emperor City that had reappeared in the world. The first time this person had felt murderous intent, it was when the swordsman of the Combe Nation had indiscriminately killed that young fox Immortal. Scholars who spoke of benevolence and righteousness did not lack hypocrites, and those who walked the path of demons did not lack romantic people either. Qi Jingchun had followed seniors with several times in the past and traveled the world with him. He had long since seen the world, so of course he would not be black or white. What's more, Qi Jingchun had already affirmed the great demon in front of him because of the lapis lazuli case from 1,000 years ago in White Emperor City. Qi Jingchun patted Qin Pingon's shoulder and said to Lu Qiqing with a smile, "Qin Pingon will definitely not be able to become your disciple. However, if Senior is willing to teach and Qin Pingon is willing to learn, I, Qi Jingchun, am happy to see it happen." Lu Qiqing stretched out a finger and shook it gently. "You and I both know what kind of situation you are in now. You are just a soul condensed by a wisp of spring wind. Even if you were a scholarly sage in the upper 5 realms when you were alive, today is different from the past. Do you think you have the ability to bargain with me? Qi Jingchun glanced at the great demon in a pink Taoist robe. As soon as he looked over, he saw Lu Qiqing's murderous intent surging. The great demon's heart was easily shaken and not determined. Many choices were more inclined to follow their innate violent nature, which led to many tragedies in the world. It was not without reason that the world suppressed and restrained the great demons in the world. Someone once said that those who are not of our race must have a different heart, and that demons and monsters are born to live an ignoble existence and like to seize the vitality of all things. Only the human race is willing to sacrifice generously for justice. These views were very unpleasant for those who were not of the human race. In fact, during the period when the Sage of Rights was in charge of the world, there were many sages of the Learning Palace who suggested that all the great demons in the upper 5 realms should be encircled and suppressed and detained in prison to prevent future troubles. However, the Sage of Rights did not accept it in the end. Qi Jingchun was a little emotional. In the final analysis, the reason of the great demons in the world all fell on the word living. They were tirelessly pursuing their own lives to become strong, unrestrained, and lawless. The reason of the world fell on the word rules. Within the rules they would benefit the common people. Qi Jingchun stretched out a hand and said with a smile, "If you are unreasonable and only want to subdue others by force, then I will borrow a sword to cut off half of your cultivation." The scholar would sword box on Qin Pingan's back. The long sword that he had secretly named Demon Subduing was like rain after a long drought. It hummed cheerfully as it slowly unsheathed itself inch by inch, its aura surging like a bull. Lu Qiqing's pink Taoist robe was fluttering. His eyes were full of hostility and his body was full of majestic demon aura. He asked with a smile, "Qi, are you sure you have the chance to hold the heavenly weapon that is specially designed for the great demon? Even if I can't smash your soul with one punch, aren't you afraid that I will smash Qin Pingan into a pulp with one punch?" Qi Jingchun's expression was as usual, as if she was talking about the most natural principle. "As long as I, Qi Jingchun, am alive, no one will be able to bully little junior brother for a while." Lu Qiqing laughed and said, "I don't believe it." Lu Qiqing's pupils shrank sharply. His whole body was shrouded in a pale golden light ball. But above his head there was a small hole just like the scene when the man cut a big hole in the Yellow River Cave. The primeval golden light formation of White Emperor City that protected Lu Qiqing first showed a little flaw. In Lu Qiqing's sight, there was a black dot as small as a mustard seed. Then there was a thin black line. Finally, it completely cut open the primeval golden light formation with a crash. The tip of the sword was pointed at the center of Lu Qiqing's eyebrows. It was less than an inch away. Lu Qiqing did not move. It was not that he had lost the upper hand but that he had no power to fight. On the contrary, White Emperor City had always been known for its heterogeneous Taoist methods and magical powers. The robe on his body, which was comparable to a semi-immortal weapon, allowed him to stand still and withstand the sword. However, the long sword in the hand of the blue-robed Confucian who was holding the sword with one hand was not the long sword made by Yuan Qi, but the simple wooden sword. Therefore Lu Qiqing chose to take a step back and keep the peace. Because that guy named Qi Jingchun didn't mean to be too aggressive in the first place. It was both sides taking a step back. Qi Jingchun slowly put away the wooden sword and put it back into the sword box on Qin Pingan's back. He smiled and said, "If this sword was made by Alliance or Senior Brother Zhou, it would be a different scene." Lu Qiqing asked, "Senior Brother really went out of the city to see you? He even took the initiative to invite you to play 3 rounds of chess?" Qi Jingchun nodded. The truth was so. There was no need to be proud of it nor to hide it. Moreover, Qi Jingchun had never taken these experiences to heart. The young Cui Dong was still complacent and had played 10 rounds of chess with the city lord of White Emperor City in the colorful clouds. The temperament of the two was completely different. Lu Qiqing sighed and looked absent-minded. It was as if there was a glass cup in his heart that suddenly broke. He felt both lost and relieved. In his heart, no matter how much he resented his eldest senior brother's ruthless great Dao, that arrogant man was an invincible existence after all. He was a virtuous man who should not make an exception for anyone. Lu Qiqing was a little disheartened. Since I can't be Qin Pingan's disciple, I won't teach him swordsmanship. My Taoist skills are not so cheap. Qi, since you are so capable, you can teach him yourself. He seemed to be a little angry. He turned around and strode toward the gate of the ancient temple. Qi Jingchun suddenly said, "Wait a moment. I have something to say to you." Lu Qiqing turned around and was a little puzzled. Suddenly, in the lake of his heart, there were ripples of strange light and strange colors. Then Lu Qiqing's face was filled with horror and ecstasy. After all kinds of feelings welled up in his heart, he asked softly, "Qi Jingchun, a person like you would be a great immortal in any world. How did you end up like this?" Qi Jingchun smiled and asked, "What do you mean by end up like this?" Lu Qiqing was slightly startled. He was convinced and said, "I am ashamed. This time I owe Qin Pingan a favor. When I become famous again in the central divine continent, I can ask Qin Pingan to go to White Emperor City to find me." Before Lu Qiqing left the ancient temple, he waved his sleeve and grabbed a young fox immortal hiding in the dark. He took her with him and left the ancient temple. The young fox immortal had changed into a new set of clothes and smeared several layers of rouge on her face. She looked funny with patches of red and green. Maybe she was the pink beauty that she had mistaken for? She also had a favorite secret book that she had kept close to her all year round. It was coarsely printed and full of mistakes. It was called Talented Scholar and Beautiful Woman. It was a love story between a man and a woman. It also talked about the virtuous etiquette of a lady from a noble family. For example, when talking to people, she had to speak in a soft and gentle voice. When she saw a handsome scholar for the first time, she had to lower her head shyly. Then she would look up timidly and lower her head again with a blush. There was a lot of knowledge in it and she benefited a lot from it. Some stories with sad endings made her cry every time she read them. When Lu Qiqing forcibly abducted her, she was scared out of her wits. However, when she saw a handsome young man standing outside the ancient temple with a red mark between his eyebrows and a willow twig in his hand, she became excited again. She felt that the heavens had treated her well and rewarded her Mr. Right, whom she fell in love with at first sight. Lu Qiqing took his disciple and the fox immortal and went down the mountain. No one knew where they were going. Qi Jingchun looked around and also left the ancient temple with Qin Pingan. In the open space outside the gate, they looked at the night scenery of the distant mountains with the help of the moonlight. Qi Jingchun said softly, "People have 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are the light of the embryo, the spirit of the refreshment, and the spirit of the serene. After I died, I returned most of my soul's fate to this world. My disciples, Li Baoping, Li Huai, and the other children were all given the word, Qi. As for you, Zhao Yao, and Song Jisun, the remaining 3 souls secretly left a wisp of spring breeze. My current identity can't be regarded as the complete Qi Jingchun. I can only be regarded as a Taoist protector who escorts you on your journey. The path that Song Jisun chose is further and further away from the orthodox Confucian path. This is the way the world is. Everyone has their own fate and can't be forced." At that time, Zhao Yao was stopped by Tui Dong and was forced to hand over the world-welcoming spring seal. This was something that I had already predicted, so I told Zhao Yao in advance that he didn't need to worry about the seal's survival. However, after that, Zhao Yao encountered another opportunity on his way to another continent. His state of mind became a little careless. In the future he might need you, the nominal martial uncle, to help him once. Qin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Qi Jingchun said with a smile, "You mean you didn't agree to my teacher's request, so you're not my junior brother? It doesn't matter. Even if you don't recognize the old scholar as your teacher, I still recognize you as my junior brother." Qin Pingan scratched his head and nodded. Qi Jingchun patted Qin Pingan's shoulder. "Is the journey tiring?" Qin Pingan shook his head. "It's very exciting. In addition to practicing martial arts, I also encountered mountains and rivers. I made new friends like Hero Su and Zhang Shanfeng. I also saw a lot of demons and monsters. I'm not tired." As if he was afraid that Mr. Qi wouldn't believe him, Qin Pingan said with a smile, "I'm really not tired." Qi Jingchun grunted in acknowledgement. He knew that it was just the young man himself who didn't feel tired. How could he not be tired after such a bumpy journey? He practiced martial arts day after day. What he carried on his thin shoulders were the expectations of others and the hardships of the world. He also had to be on guard against the evilness of people's hearts. The people and things he faced were all inexplicable. It would be strange if he didn't feel tired. The young man was just carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders, but he didn't want others to worry about him. After learning that Mr. Qi didn't know everything, Qin Pingon told him about the magical mountain coaster carps, the flowing clouds and flowing water alley in Huangtinghua in Shenwen of the city god palace in Yanji County, and his admiration for Mr. Qi. He also talked about the power of the seal of mountains and rivers, about Wei Pai who moved from Chiduan Mountain to his hometown, Mount Biyun, and about the ghosts in wedding clothes and withered bones with different personalities. Of course, Qin Pingon talked about the man in the bamboo hat the most. He said that when the man talked about Mr. Qi, his face was obviously bright and his whole face was squeezed together. That moment seemed to be the saddest moment for Alliance. In the end, he smiled and said that he punched a guy called Dao No. 2 back to the human world. However, after they met again, Alliance also told him that he didn't need to rush to practice the sword. When he practiced martial arts to the extreme, he was already practicing the sword. Therefore, Qin Pingon wasn't particularly anxious. Qi Jingchun stood side by side with the talkative young man and asked with a smile, "Do you miss Alliance very much?" Qin Pingon looked up at the sky and murmured, "Alliance will come back." Qin Pingon turned to look at Mr. Qi. "Right." Qi Jingchun nodded with a smile. Qin Pingon asked again, "Then what about Mr. Qi?" Qi Jingchun sighed and shook his head. "Even if you can accompany me for thousands of miles, there will be a farewell. I Qi Jingchun can only be like this in my life." Qin Pingon lowered his head and looked at his feet silently. This news was just like what happened in the Yang family's shop. Although Qin Pingon had a premonition when he heard old Yang say that it was not worth it, he still felt sad, and it was not a normal sadness. Qi Jingchun reached out and gently put his hand on the young man's head. "This time I said that I would be the protector of the three of you. In the end, all the spring winds gathered here. In fact, I let you take a trip to Jianghu on behalf of me, Qi Jingchun. I have no regrets." Qi Jingchun smiled knowingly. "You can be sad, but you can also drink." Qin Pingon took off the sword-nourishing gourd from his waist and handed it to Qi Jingchun with red eyes. Qi Jingchun, whose body was becoming more and more unsteady, stretched and shook his head with a smile. "Take my share as an extra." Qin Pingon didn't drink himself. He put it back on his waist. He was afraid that he would really become a drunkard. Qi Jingchun suddenly said, "Qin Pingon, can I practice with you for the last time?" Qin Pingon wondered, "6-step stance walking?" Qi Jingchun nodded. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and slowly walked forward, leisurely punching. Under the pure moonlight, the blue-robed Confucian beside Qin Pingon followed the young man and punched leisurely. After Qin Pingon finished one round of stance walking, he gently stopped practicing. He didn't turn his head and just looked into the distance. Qin Pingon's sleeves were no longer surrounded by the spring wind. He knew. Mr. Qi really left. (239). Qin Pingon kept watch for the second half of the night and returned to the ancient temple. Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng did not ask anything, so Qin Pingon did not say anything either. From night to dawn, Qin Pingon faced the bonfire. The light of the fire shone on his slightly pale face. No one knew what he was thinking. At dawn, the bearded man was still sleeping soundly. After Zhang Shanfeng tidied up the bedding, he found that Qin Pingon was not in the ancient temple. When he walked out of the gate, he found that Qin Pingon was not practicing the boxing stance. Instead, he was holding the locust wood sword, motionless. Qin Pingon heard the footsteps and turned back with a smile. "You're up?" Zhang Shanfeng nodded and spread his arms to stretch his muscles and bones. The mountain breeze in the morning was still a little chilly. Zhang Shanfeng took the peachwood sword from his back and began to practice a set of swordsmanship that had not changed for 10,000 years. He twisted and turned, moving with the sword, his posture light and agile. Zhang Shanfeng's arms were as long as an ape's, and he could connect the sword moves at will. In the eyes of the Jianghu masters, he was born to practice the sword. Of course, in the eyes of the immortals on the mountain, there was no such thing. They paid more attention to cultivating qi. They paid attention to climbing the mountain fast enough. They were so fast that they seemed to leave their peers in the dust. They were so fast that even the old guys of 100 or 1,000 years old could not catch up with them. After Zhang Shanfeng put away his sword, Qin Pingan was still holding the sword. He was hesitant and could not make a move. During breakfast, the three of them discussed and decided to go to the Sword Water Mountain Villa founded by Zhou Xian. They would rest for a while and find out the specific location of the Immortal Fairy of the Combe country. It would not be too late to set off after that. The mountain villa was more than 700 miles away from here. Most of it was majestic mountains and steep ridges. Fortunately, it was summer and the wind was gentle. The three of them hurried on and soon arrived at the territory of the Sword Water Mountain Villa. The villa was built at the foot of a beautiful mountain. Before they went to the villa, they passed by a bustling town. Qin Pingan went to buy wine and put it into the sword-nourishing gourd. Xianxia went to the bookstore. Zhang Shanfeng was responsible for buying dry food and dried meat. He had enough money to buy prescriptions. The bearded man took a fancy to an expensive copy of the previous dynasty of the Combe country. It was in excellent condition. However, he was embarrassed because he did not have enough money. He regretted that he was too thin-skinned when he was in Yanji County. He should have accepted the 5,000 taels of silver generously like Qin Pingan. Because the 1 copper coin stumped the hero, the three of them continued on their way to the Sword Water Mountain Villa. On the way, Zhang Shanfeng mentioned the Guyu coin, which was more valuable than the Xiaoshu coin. He said that he had never seen it in his life and had only heard of it. 1 Xiaoshu coin was equivalent to 1,000 Shui coins. 1 Guyu coin, which was made of rare materials, was worth 100 Xiaoshu coins. The earthly immortals of the Jindan realm and the Yuaning realm seemed to use this kind of coin to trade magic weapons. The most important thing was that the Guyu coin was a great supplement for qi trainers. It could quickly replenish qi and restore primordial qi. Along the way, Su Yuanxia reminded the two of them that if the gains from slaying monsters and devils in Yanji County were not beneficial to their current cultivation, it would be best to find a shop on the mountain. Even if it was at a discount, as long as it was not sold too cheaply, they should buy 1 or 2 spiritual weapons that were beneficial to their cultivation. It would be safer to put them in their pockets. Money was like this, but it was even more so when it came to increasing one's realm. Zhang Shanfeng already had a plan in mind. He said that he wanted to buy a few offensive talisman that he had been dreaming of. A thunder talisman would be the best. He also hoped to find a magic sword that was reasonably priced. Although the peachwood sword could also subdue ghosts and otherworldly items, it was limited by the weakness of peachwood. If it encountered a powerful mountain and lake demon, it would definitely suffer. Qin Pingan was a little hesitant. Of course, he wished that the thousands of magic weapons in the world would only enter his pocket and not leave. Moreover, he was not quite the same as Zhang Shanfeng. The foundation of his life was purely the physique and fist technique of a martial artist. It could be used to protect him, but it could also be used for defense. Furthermore, the 2 little ancestors in the sword-nourishing gourd could be said to have boundless killing power. Therefore, for the time being, he did not think of selling those small items that he had seized or bartering with qi cultivators. When they arrived at the bustling Sword Water Villa, the three of them realized that the situation was a little awkward. It was true that there was a very old steward Chu in the Sword Water Villa. However, when the gatekeeper and the external steward in charge of receiving guests heard that the 3 strangers wanted to see old ancestor Chu, although they did not reveal anything on their faces, they had a lot of legitimate reasons to reject them. It should be known that old ancestor Chu was almost 100 years old. He was a veteran who had made meritorious contributions to the world together with the old manor lord. He had long stopped caring about worldly affairs. It could even be said that after the old manor lord handed over the villa to his legitimate eldest grandson, he was elusive. Whenever he went out, he would not return to the villa for 3 to 5 years. The highly respected old ancestor Chu was the second manor lord of the Sword Water Villa. Who could meet him just because they wanted to? Did they think that the Sword Water Villa was a shop on the street of a small town? Therefore, the 3 of them were given a cold shoulder. Zhang Shanfeng asked Su Yuanxia if he could give some money to the steward to make an exception. Su Yuanxia smiled bitterly and said, "People in the Jianghu, especially people in the Sword Water Villa who are the leaders of the Jianghu, if you casually give them money, it will be like slapping them in the face. It will only have the opposite effect. Zhang Shanfeng smiled and said, "If it really doesn't work, Brother Su, you can perform a set of blade techniques at the entrance. The three of us will definitely become distinguished guests immediately." The Jianghu of the Aquarius continent was actually not very deep. It could not be compared to the North continent, which had many top swordsmen. Su Yuanxia was a pure martial artist of the fourth realm. In the Jianghu of the small countries like the beautiful Close country and the Comb Water country, he was already considered a master who could do anything he wanted. Furthermore, he had a handy divine weapon at his side. He was like a tiger that had grown wings. Back then in the dilapidated ancient temple, if he did not fall into a trap and was ambushed by the Mama, who looked like a young girl, Xianxia might not have lost to the Mama, who was one of the four evil spirits of the Comb Water country. Su Yuanxia rubbed his beard with the palm of his hand. He felt that if it really did not work, he could only come up with this plan. Zhang Shanfeng suddenly tugged at their sleeves. Su Yuanxia and Qin Pingan turned their heads to look. A huge, luxuriously decorated carriage came to a stop slowly. It had an imposing aura. A young girl and a burly man walked down from the carriage. The young girl was a familiar face. She was the demon who plotted the murder in the ancient temple. At that time she had told the sword saint of the Comb Water country, Song Yufan, that she wanted to personally visit the Sword Water Villa. They did not expect that she would really come without any hesitation. The burly man was 9 feet tall. He was barehanded and had an astonishing aura. Wherever he went, the Jianghu heroes, martial arts masters and martial arts legends who came from afar all took the initiative to make way for him. Qin Pingan and the other two saw the young girl demon. He also saw them. She said something to the burly man and walked straight towards the three of them. She curtsied gracefully and smiled. "Three heroes, no discord, no concord. Since we are guests at the Sword Water Villa, why don't we meet over a drink and forget about our enmity?" Su Yuanxia, Qin Pingan and Zhang Shanfeng looked at each other. He turned his head and smiled. "Sure." Soon, a stooped old man from the villa came out to welcome the young girl and the burly man. His surname was Chu. It turned out that before the burly man came, he had sent a visiting card. The villa did not dare to neglect him. Su Yuanxia took this opportunity to pass on Song Yufan's words to the old man. It was the head steward of the Sword Water Villa, Old Man Chu. As soon as he heard it, he was sure that it was the old master's tone. Compared to the cautious way he treated the young girl and the burly man, he was much more sincere and warm. Moreover, at this juncture, the more Jianghu friends who could catch the old master's eye, the better. The young master's position as the alliance leader might be stable. After entering the villa, they passed through corridors, aisles, and walls. The Sword Water Villa was built like a different world. Steward Chu personally arranged for the three of them to stay in a standalone courtyard with beautiful scenery. The young girl and the burly man just happened to stay in a neighboring courtyard. Qin Pingan heard the sound of water before he entered the courtyard. He asked if there was a stream nearby. Only then did he know that behind the courtyard was a large waterfall that flowed straight down along the stone path. It was not too close. It was a beautiful place that the Sword Water Villa was famous for in the Comb country. After the rain, there would be rainbows hanging in the sky. The scenery was magnificent and breathtaking. Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng did not want to go out for a walk for the time being. Qin Pingan went to see the waterfall alone. Zhang Shanfeng practiced his swordsmanship in the courtyard. Su Yuanxia sat on a stone bench and said self-mockingly, "Well, I'm a martial artist of the fourth realm, but I can't hear the sound of the waterfall. You have sharp ears." After walking for a while, Old Man Chu stopped and turned his head to look in the direction of the waterfall in the distance. He said to himself, "Could this young man with a sword on his back be a great grandmaster who has regained his youth?" Longquan County welcomed a team of carriages. It was definitely a rare guest. The team of carriages came from the officials of the Great Sui Kingdom. Although they were light and did not make a big fuss, they still caused a big storm in the center of Dali's court. In the welcoming team on the side of Dali, there were two pillars of the country, surnamed Yuan and Chao. There was also the minister of the Ministry of Rights who came from the Cliff Academy. There were also several big shots in the capital. Without exception, they were all close subordinates of Emperor Dali. County Governor Wu Yuan was really inconspicuous among them. The backbone of the Great Sui Kingdom's side was an old man who was not well known. He only knew that his surname was Gao, which was the same surname as the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. Judging from his appearance and bearing, he was more like a storyteller who traveled around the world. He did not have the arrogance of wealth. He brought a young girl with him. As for the other two carriages, there were Prince Zhou Xian and the eunuch in a boa robe. There was also an assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights who had a noble status but did not have a very high rank. After the two groups of people met at a relay station, they only had a simple meal of tea and coarse food. Then they rushed to the cloud-splitting mountain that was newly conferred as the North Peak. Wei Pai, the god of the North Peak, was originally an official of the Huangting country. Now he had become the deputy head of the Linlu Academy, Qing. A god and an old dragon were patiently waiting for the team at the foot of the mountain. The three groups gathered and climbed the mountain one by one. The Song clan was going to form an alliance with the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family at the cloud-splitting mountain. In this mountain alliance, the two remaining dynasties in the north of the eastern Bottle continent were going to sign a century-old alliance. When the two sides formed the alliance according to the Confucian etiquette, there were two young men of the same age standing face to face. They were both princes. One of them was Song Jisan. Behind him stood the maid GQ who was absent-minded. The other was Zhou Xian. Behind him stood a white-haired man in a boa robe. Zhou Xian smiled and said, "We meet again." Song Jisan did not have a good impression of this noble from the Great Sui Kingdom whom he met for the first time at the Mud Bottle Alley, so he did not say anything. Zhou Xian frowned and said, "Every dog has its day. Now you are even more arrogant than me." Song Jisan sneered and did not say anything. Zhou Xian turned to look at the slender girl and said with a smile, "Qin Pingon and I are very good friends now." When he was in the Great Sui Kingdom, whenever he talked about his hometown he would often mention you. GQ rolled her eyes impolitely. Zhou Xian seemed to remember something and asked Song Jisan, "When I bought this maid from you, if I remember correctly, you offered 10,000 taels of gold. Is it still the same price?" Song Jisan then said, "What is the price in the Great Sui Kingdom? Tell me. When I have money in the future I might buy her." Zhou Xian clicked his tongue and said, "Clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. Your tone is really scary." Song Jisan sneered and said, "Are you scared to death?" Zhou Xian curled his lips and stopped arguing with this guy. He turned to look at the majestic North Peak Mountain Temple of Dali and said softly, "The North Peak Mountain Temple is here. Where is the South Peak?" In the East Mountain of the capital where the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom was located, there was a more hidden mountain alliance. Although it did not seem to be of a high standard and did not leak any information to the outside, the Great Sui Kingdom was very nervous inside and outside the capital. From the emperor to the 6 government offices, as well as the top of the mountain and the bottom of the mountain, the Cliff Academy was watched closely. Fortunately, the deputy headmaster of the academy, Mao Xiaodong, was like an old hen protecting its chicks. He strongly requested the imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom not to delay the normal teaching of the academy because of this. So the teachers and students of the Invincible Blade section of the academy did not notice anything strange. The Great Sui Kingdom was so nervous. No wonder the Great Sui Kingdom made a fuss over nothing. It was really because the person in charge of signing the East Mountain Alliance in Dali had a strong background. The imperial tutor of Dali Tui Dong. In a quiet courtyard of the Cliff Academy, the girl who was now famous in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom knelt in front of the door, not daring to breathe. 2 people sat opposite each other in the room. To be precise, it was actually one person. The young man in white, Tui Dong, and the old man in a green scholar's robe, Tui Dong. After the two met, they did not exchange any words. They just played a game of chess. In the end, the young man who changed his name to Tui Dongshan lost a game, but the young man was not in a bad mood. He smiled and replayed the game alone. The old man, Tui Dong, looked solemn. He took a cup of hot tea from the trembling girl and slowly drank it without looking at the game. Tui Dong suddenly said, "Even if there is a way to unite the spirit, you are still not willing to agree?" Tui Dongshan kept bending over to put the chess pieces into the box and said unhappily, "Do you still need to ask?" With Tui Dong's temperament, he would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He was like this 100 years ago, and 10,000 years later he will still be like this. Tui Shi sighed and said, Life is unpredictable, it's absurd. Cui Dongshan smiled and asked, now that my news is not smooth, is there chaos in the central part of the Aquarius continent, in the beautiful Clothes Kingdom? Cui Dong nodded, although there was a small accident, but it did not affect the general situation. The chaos has already been settled. Cui Dongshan tidied up the chess game for a long time, and looked at the old man who was sitting upright and still. He was a little angry and did not want to be a coolie anymore. He lay down on the exquisitely woven bamboo mat and muttered, "You are much luckier than me. The old scholar is someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He is not willing to fall out with you, so he came to deal with me, an innocent young man. You don't know, from Pearl Grotto Heaven to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, how much I have suffered." Cui Dong did not say anything. Cui Dongshan lay on the mat and touched his forehead as if it was still hurting. It was because of Li Baoping, that brat, smacking him with the seal that caused him to be traumatized. Cui Dongshan lay down and crossed his legs and sighed. The Great Sui Kingdom's emperor is also a courageous person, to endure such humiliation to sign this treaty with Dali. The Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family, because of this, will have to turtle up for 100 years and live under someone else's roof. They will give up all their subordinate countries, including Huang Court, and watch as Dali's cavalry bypasses their own doorstep, all the way to the south, and establish the Aquarius continent's unprecedented grand unification. Cui Dong said indifferently, 100 years later, what will be the Aquarius continent situation? Can you and I see it? Even if we can see it, it will be right. Today, the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family's forbearance may not be the first step for the latecomers to catch up. Cui Dongshan shook his head. If it was me, I would not be able to swallow this. Cui Dong sneered. So when I, Cui Dong, was young, regardless of my temperament or foresight, they were all useless. No wonder I am in such a bleak situation today. Cui Dongshan was not angry. He swung one of his legs and used his hands as a pillow under his head and stared at the ceiling. I don't know why, but you look down on the current me and I don't like the current you. Looking at the mirror, we hate each other. Haha, there is such an interesting thing in the world. Cui Dong hesitated for a while. Grandfather is in the Longquan County and is staying in a bamboo house in Luopa Mountain, and is much more awake now. But I knew there would be a but. Cui Dongshan covered his ears with his hands and rolled around on the bamboo mat, imitating Li Huai's moaning. I don't want to hear it, you bastard. Cui Shi ignored him and continued. Before Lu Chen left the vast world, he found him and fought with him in the bamboo house. You should know that for someone like him who practiced martial arts to the point of Qigong deviation, his greatest wish in life is to know the Tao of the 10 realms martial man and the Tao of the 13 or even the 14 realms Qi refinement warrior. Even if it is the Tao of the 10 realms martial man, the Tao of the 13 or even the 14 realms Qi refinement warrior. Therefore, even if he is facing the chief of the Daoist sect. Cui Dongshan turned to look at the old man across the chessboard. Lu Chen is in the vast world, but he has to abide by the rules set by the Confucian temple, right? At most he is at the 13th realm. Grandfather has returned to the 10th realm, and if he can recover to his peak, he is still capable of fighting, and at the very least he is not doomed to die. Cui Dong shook his head and said, Lu Chen played a little trick and brought him into the small grotto heaven. In this way the battlefield will no longer be in the vast world. Cui Dongshan sat up abruptly, his face full of murderous intent, but his tone was extremely reserved and calm. Grandfather, he is dead? Cui Dong drank a mouthful of tea and said slowly, No, he is not. After that he walked out of Luopa Mountain, and like an ordinary citizen in the small town, he was busy buying the 4 treasures of the study. When I found him, he said that in the small grotto heaven, Lu Chen used a mysterious Dao technique to summon as many as 10 10th realm martial artists for Lu Chen's use. Think about it, if a person with 2 fists was surrounded by 10 10th realm martial artists in history, knowing that death was certain, would you throw that punch? Cui Dongshan stood up and sat down cross-legged. He scratched his head and said in frustration, Of course I wouldn't, but he would. Grandfather, don't you know that if you take back that punch, you will give up on the legendary 11th realm of martial arts? If you don't throw that punch, then wouldn't you have given up on your life's pursuit? Cui Dong put down his teacup. Then have you ever thought, even if he threw that punch and survived and even became an 11th realm martial artist, then you, me and Qin Pingan, will we still have peaceful days in the future? Those big shots who have been hiding behind the scenes for thousands of years can accept a 10th realm martial artist from the Aquarius continent, but they may not be able to accept a new 11th realm martial god. So for that punch he made a deal with the patriarch Lu Qin, or rather with the Central Plains divine continent, to use a pure 11th realm martial artist, in exchange for a chance to go to the marketplace to buy miscellaneous goods, in exchange for a peaceful life. Cui Dongshan fell backwards with a plop. Boring. Cui Dong's heartstrings trembled slightly and suddenly looked out the door. Cui Dongshan was the same. Cui Dong laughed coldly, Qi Jingchun. Like a ghost that refuses to leave and is only willing to stop at this moment, I want to see if you still have any tricks up your sleeve to play chess with me. Cui Dongshan said weakly, Old Cui, if you want to mess around then go ahead. I am not going to play chess with Qi Jingchun, it's even more boring. Cui Dong snorted. He stood up and looked down at himself in his youth form and mocked, Mud can't support a wall. Cui Dongshan did not even blink and laughed. Lying in the mud and basking in the sun is actually quite comfortable. Don't ever help me, I will fight whoever helps me. Cui Dong stretched out a hand. Give it to me. Cui Dongshan blinked his eyes. What? Cui Dong's face darkened. That thing in front of you. Cui Dongshan flipped his body and used his butt to face Cui Dong. Cui Dong's face darkened. I'll lend it to you for 20 years. After that, even if you haven't reached the upper 5 realms, I will still take it back. Cui Dongshan quickly turned around, stretched out a hand and bargained, at least 50 years. Cui Dong walked to the door and waved his sleeves. 30 years. If you dare to ask for more, I will beat you to death right now. After Cui Dong left the courtyard, Cui Dongshan rolled on the bamboo mat all the way to the door. The girl kneeling outside the threshold was like a wooden person from beginning to end. Languid Cui Dongshan sat up, glanced at the girl's sitting posture and laughed. Thank you, it turns out that your butt is quite big, no wonder you want to be my master's wife. The girl sat in the same position and turned a deaf ear to him. Cui Dongshan jumped up, ran to the girl's side and kicked the girl's butt, kicking her into the courtyard. The white-clothed youth put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. The girl silently got up and did not even pat the dust off her body. Cui Dongshan sighed and reached out to gently beat his chest. Looking at your pitiful appearance, I feel like my heart is being cut by a knife. Xianxia forced a smile and squeezed out a smile. Cui Dongshan hurriedly covered his eyes with one hand and shook his other hand hard. Quickly turn your head, I saw a ghost in the daytime, your master's eyes are going blind. The girl turned her head and looked up. The sky was clear and boundless. When she was young she did not understand why cloudless was the best weather. Isn't it better to have colorful clouds? It was not until she went up the mountain that she understood that if there were no clouds, there would be no wind or rain. Li Baoping gathered everyone with a wooden chief's order. This was because she had recently finished reading a novel about Jianghu heroes. A person who was respected as the chief of Jianghu would be able to command the Jianghu as long as he showed the order. It was very impressive. She held the self-made wooden token and swaggered to knock on each door. She did not say anything and with a straight face she raised the token in her hand and then walked to the next door. In the end Lin Shui, Li Huai, Yulu, Xianxia and even Cui Dongshan joined in the fun. They gathered in Li Baoping's dormitory, waiting for this Wulian alliance master to speak. Li Baoping coughed and the small wooden token hung around her neck. There was a thick envelope on the table. The girl in the red cotton-padded jacket slowly opened the envelope and said with a solemn expression, Junior Marshal Uncle has written a letter to all of us. As the branch master of the Eastern Mountain Branch under Longquan County headquarters, I will now begin to read the letter to all of you. Remember not to make a ruckus, not to be careless, not to... Li Huai, sit properly. And Cui Dongshan, you are not allowed to cross your legs. Yulu, don't eat the melon seeds yet. The group could only sit up obediently and listen with respectful attention. The girl first read the letter her junior marshal uncle had written to her, and she read it with a cadence. Then she carefully folded the letter and put it beside her hand. She took out the second letter from the envelope, which was for Li Huai, Lin Shui, Yulu and Xianxia. They were all on the same piece of paper. The contents of Qin Pingan's letter were mostly trivial things that happened in his hometown during the new year in the small town. If they were not allowed to have conflicts. They must be united when they were outside. They must get along well. They should not let their families worry. They should not be too tired from studying. They should go down the mountain to relax when appropriate. They could go for a stroll around the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom and so on. At most, he wrote about some strange people and strange things that happened after they left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, as well as some descriptions of the scenery of riding on a Kuan boat and overlooking the earth. Could not be said to be written at all. It was flat and straightforward, and the wording was dull, but the feelings were sincere. Everyone could even imagine that when Qin Pingan picked up the pen and wrote the letter, he was sitting even more upright and still than they were right now, his expression definitely meticulous. After Li Baoping finished reading all the letters, her hands made a gesture of qi sinking into the dantian. Done. Li Huai wondered, Li Baoping, since Qin Pingan almost always writes a letter, why don't you just give the letter to us directly? The girl in the red cotton-padded jacket glared at him, and Li Huai shrank his neck. Cui Dongshan pointed at his own nose. What about mine? Li Baoping crossed her arms and sat cross-legged on the bench. She shook her head and said, youngest martial uncle did not write to you. Cui Dongshan raised his head and pretended that his face was full of tears. He muttered, there is actually such a heartless teacher in the world. Li Baoping suddenly laughed out loud and took out a few banknotes from the dolly time-honored bank. Just now in my letter, youngest martial uncle told me about this matter. I forgot to read it. Here, take it. Youngest martial uncle said that he owed you 2,000 taels of silver and he has returned it to you. Cui Dongshan, you can't go back on your words in the future. If you say that youngest martial uncle did not return the money to you, I will testify for youngest martial uncle. Cui Dongshan took the few banknotes that were as light as a feather. He looked heartbroken. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Baoping, did your youngest martial uncle mention anything about the Spring Festival couplets? I wrote them. Did teacher post them on the eve of the Lunar New Year? Read the letter carefully again. What if he missed something? Li Baoping said firmly, no. I've already read little martial uncle's letter 9 times. I can even recite it backwards. Cui Dongshan looked suspicious. He stood up and bent down. He reached out to take the letter, intending to read it himself. Li Baoping pressed down on the carefully folded letters and glared at the defeated opponent. How dare you? Everything had its weakness. Cui Dongshan retracted his hand resentfully and sat down again. He sighed and felt that there was nothing left to live for. Li Huai whispered, Cui Dongshan, do you think the banknotes are an eyesore? Why don't you give them to me? Cui Dongshan kept the banknotes and squinted. The banknotes are not an eyesore, but you are. Li Huai imitated Li Baoping and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He said proudly, be careful with your words. Do you know that I am now the branch master of the Wu Academy's Dongshan branch under the Longquan village headquarters? Cui Dongshan stood up and patted his butt. He laughed and scolded the little brat. Get lost. Li Baoping kept all the letters and put them in the envelope. I will keep the letters for you in case you lose them. Dismissed. Cui Dongshan yawned and left the school. Lin Shuyi and Li Huai left together. Yulu and Xianxia walked at the back. Yulu laughed softly. Qin Pingan wrote a letter to us. I have 24 more words than you. Xianxia said with a black face. Yulu, are you not childish? Yulu laughed very annoyingly. Deep in the mountains of Swordwater Manor, there was an astonishing waterfall. It was like a white chain falling from the sky. Under the waterfall was a dark green pool. It was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. There were vague figures of red swimming fish that flashed past. The sound of the waterfall was like thunder. Water vapor filled the air. Qin Pingan stood in an exquisite waterside pavilion beside the deep pool. He was thinking about a problem. If he slashed with his sword, could he split the waterfall? Qin Pingan weighed the power of the waterfall. He then thought about the awkward situation where he did not even know how to use his sword correctly. The answer was no. Qin Pingan tiptoed and stepped on the red railing of the waterside pavilion. He wanted to practice the sword furnace stance, but one of his hands could not help but take off the blade's strengthening gourd. He drank another mouthful of wine. He raised his head and looked at the peak of the waterfall. His gaze slowly moved down. It was like a sword chi that came from the sleeve of an immortal. (240). Qin Pingon, who was enlightened by watching the waterfall, did not pull out the Huaiwood sword in the end. He did not use the same move that Mr. Qi used to confront the pink-robed big demon in the ancient temple. Qin Pingon said to himself, "What's going on? Why do I think it's wrong to use the sword? Could it be that boxing and swordsmanship are two completely different things? One can make up for one's stupidity with hard work while the other only depends on talent." Qin Pingon did not know that it was not because he had poor comprehension, nor was it because he did not have the talent for swordsmanship. It was because the swords he saw, whether it was the people holding the swords or their swordsmanship, were too advanced for Qin Pingon, who was in the three realms of martial arts. But the problem was that Qin Pingon's eyesight was very good. He could see many things that ordinary martial artists could not see. This brought an invisible burden to Qin Pingon. Every time he wanted to use the sword, Qin Pingon, who was used to pursuing perfection, would feel that the long sword in the scabbard was thousands of pounds heavy. What Qin Pingon saw and heard along the way, whether it was Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple, who was ranked as the land sword immortal, splitting the boundary of the ghost in the bridal dress, or Su Rual, who unsheathed his long sword and used the visualization of a mountain to resist Wei Jin's sword, or Qi Jingquan's casual sword, which easily cut open the primeval golden light formation of White Emperor City. This was very different from Ning Yao's ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley, when she practiced the basic stance of the mountain-shaking fist manual several times. Qin Pingon could barely keep up with Ning Yao's movements and even figure out some of the gist of boxing. This was because the old man surnamed Cui had already come to a conclusion after flipping through the fist manual. The stance of the mountain-quaking fist was actually very crude and not worth mentioning, so anyone could imitate it. It was just like Xiaoshu in Yanji County. After peeking at Qin Pingon's stance, he could also temper his body and strengthen it. But the most precious thing about the mountain-shaking fist was that it was a martial artist. Therefore it was easy to learn the mountain-shaking fist but difficult to master it thoroughly. How difficult was it? For example, the motto of the mountain-quaking fist was, "Those who practice my fist can face the enemy Dao ancestor, and can only be defeated but cannot retreat." Cui Dong's grandfather, a top-notch martial artist who had returned to the pinnacle of the 10th realm, had ever used his fist when he encountered Lu Chen? No matter what the old man's concerns and reasons were, if one only looked at the result, the old man still did not throw out that punch. From this, it could be seen that it was not an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for the younger generation to completely grasp the essence of the fist art that the Hanshan manual advocated. The waterfall crashed into the pool, splashing water everywhere. It was as if millions of pearls had shattered and mist rose. Alliance, practicing the sword is so difficult. Qin Pingon was in a daze. He scratched his head and drank a mouthful of wine, feeling somewhat helpless. He stood on the railing of the waterside pavilion and looked around. In the end, his gaze was still fixed on the waterfall. Although he no longer had the thought of using his sword, he remembered the barefoot old man who had helped him temper his third realm physique. When the barefoot old man mentioned the steaming cloud swamp-style fist stance, he said that when this fist first appeared, it caused the curtain of rain between heaven and earth to retreat into the sky. At this moment, Qin Pingon was looking at the huge waterfall rushing down. He wondered if the old man from the bamboo house could make the waterfall surge up and the water recede if he threw out a punch. Once he switched from the unfamiliar sword drawing to the familiar punch, Qin Pingon immediately gained confidence. This confidence came from the hundreds of thousands of stances and the fact that he had faced the enemy without retreating. Qin Pingon looked at the spectacular waterfall and suddenly had a strange thought. If he threw out a punch with all his strength, would he be able to break through the curtain of water of the waterfall? Would he be lucky enough to break through it and still have a trace of the fist aura to smash into the tough stone wall behind the waterfall? He wondered if Su Yuanxia and the other martial artists of Jianghu who had reached the qi refining realm could punch a hole in the stone wall. Qin Pingon was somewhat tempted. But Qin Pingon quickly jumped off the railing and sat on the long bench of the waterside pavilion, drinking wine like a tourist who admired the famous scenery of a mountain villa. Qin Pingon looked at the other side of the road. A moment later, a group of people in bright clothes slowly walked over. Some were laughing loudly and had a heroic spirit, some were gentle and elegant, and there were also women with graceful bearing, smiling like flowers. In the middle of the three people in the lead was a handsome young master with a jade pendant hanging on one side of his waist and an uncommon short sword hanging on the other side. He had a dignified appearance. On his left was a man with a saber. He walked like a dragon and tiger, looking around proudly. On his right was a young scholar with a square headscarf and a folding fan in his hand. Behind the three people, there were several women and young girls, all of whom had an extraordinary appearance. Further behind there was a group of retainers and attendants. Most of them were young and strong men with sharp eyes and an imposing manner. One of them carried a hard-horn bow on his back and was the most eye-catching. An indescribable Jianghu aura rushed towards the waterside pavilion. The waterside viewing path of the Swordwater Mountain Villa was a broken path. The end point was this waterside pavilion. The other party was crowded on the small path and there was almost no space. Qin Pingon could only temporarily stay in the waterside pavilion, thinking that he would find a chance to leave after they entered the waterside pavilion. The three people in the lead and the women went up the stairs one after another. The retainers each took a side and guarded outside the waterside pavilion. As for Qin Pingon, who carried a sword box on his back, most of them only glanced at him and did not pay him any attention. After seeing Qin Pingon, his gaze paused slightly as if he was waiting for Qin Pingon to take the initiative to speak. But after meeting his gaze, Qin Pingon appeared somewhat wooden. The young master smiled slightly and nodded his head in greeting. In reality, he was somewhat puzzled. Of all the heroes of Jianghu who had entered the mountain villa, there was actually someone who did not recognize him. Qin Pingon then nodded his head and returned the greeting. Just as Qin Pingon planned to take the opportunity to leave the waterside pavilion, a young lady sitting beside the handsome young master looked at Qin Pingon and said gently, "Young master, if you are here to admire the scenery and have not enjoyed yourself to the fullest, you do not need to leave." Qin Pingon was startled, because he could not understand the official language of the Comb Water Nation that the lady spoke. The lady understood tacitly, and immediately repeated herself in the language of the Aquarius continent. Qin Pingon then understood. The lady was about 17 or 18 years old, her height was not inferior to any man, her face was cold as ice, and at her waist hung an exquisite scabbard that was wrapped in gold threads. Just that her posture of hanging the blade was rarely seen, as it was hanging in the opposite direction. This point was exactly the same as the middle-aged man. She glanced at the wooden sword sheath on Qin Pingon's back, and then looked at the scarlet-red wine pot on Qin Pingon's waist. She did not see through his background and cultivation level and thus lost interest. The man with the blade said generously, "Little brother, just sit down. If you want to drink, then drink. If you want to admire the scenery, there is no need to be restrained. If we are talking about first come first serve, then we are the ones disturbing little brother's leisure. Of course, if you dislike us for being noisy, little brother can leave then." Ordinary people could only sit down, but Qin Pingon cupped his fists and bade farewell. "I have already been here for half a day and after seeing the waterfall I will return." The man with the blade laughed heartily and actually stood up and cupped his fists. No problem, little brother, please do as you wish." One of the youngest young ladies opened her eyes wide. She felt that the unfamiliar young man had poor eyesight and was putting on airs. Did he really not know that the host in the waterside pavilion was Song Fengshan, the young Heights Lord of the Swordwater Manor? Alas, it was said that a princess of the Swordwater Manor admired him so much that she almost eloped. Even if the guest did not recognize the host, would the big shot of the Swordwater Manor, who dared to carry a blade in the opposite direction, not recognize him? The man who cupped his fists and bade farewell, although he looked amiable and did not look like a big shot of the Jianghu, was actually the current Heights Lord of the Swordwater Manor, which was as famous as the Swordwater Manor. He was a great master of blade techniques in the Swordwater Manor, and was famous throughout the Jianghu of dozens of countries. Even the old sword sage Song Yulan personally praised his blade techniques, saying that he was only a hair away from reaching the realm of perfection in martial arts. The young lady was secretly happy, thinking that this poor young man could not be a fledgling of the Jianghu, could he? Could it be that he was a little thief who dared to sneak into the Swordwater Manor so he did not dare to stay? Haha, if that was the case then it would be fun. Qin Pingon walked out of the waterside pavilion and down the steps. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. "Wait a moment." Qin Pingon turned his head and saw that it was the young lady who carried a blade in the opposite direction. She walked to the top of the steps and looked down at him. "Who is your master? Is it a swordsmanship sect from the colorful robes kingdom or the ancient Yu kingdom?" Although the lady's words were slightly overbearing, Qin Pingon turned around and shook his head. He tried to say something polite that did not hurt the atmosphere. "I come from a place further north." This time I came to the Sword Water Manor with a friend. I heard that the young Heights Lord was elected as the chief of the Sword Water Manor, so I wanted to find an opportunity to congratulate you. The handsome young man smiled slightly. The young scholar who was waving his folding fan teased softly, "The Immortals are here, but the predecessors did not recognize them." The man with the blade looked at the lady's back and laughed angrily. "You little martial arts fanatic, you are not allowed to be rude to the guest. What did I tell you before? You can't casually find someone to compare notes with outside of your own manor." The lady with the blade pressed her palm on the hilt and the top of the scabbard rose slightly, pointing at Qin Pingon who was at the bottom of the steps. She turned a deaf ear to the man's words and stared at Qin Pingon asking, "Are you in the second or third realm of martial arts? How many years have you been practicing swordsmanship?" Qin Pingon frowned, cupped his hands and turned to leave. He did not intend to pay attention to this young lady who came from a rich family in Jianghu. Qin Pingon was easy to talk to, but it did not mean that he had no principles. On the contrary, Qin Pingon had never provoked strangers, but he was not afraid of them either. Kai Qinqian Fu Nanhua, the mountain-moving ape, the Chiduan mountain snake whose head had exploded, the official's bodyguard on the Xihua River ferry, the young man Cui Dong who did not dare to show his face at the bottom of the ancient well in Huangting country, and the female ghost who was strangled and had her divine soul smashed in the ancient temple not long ago. The lady with the blade sneered and said softly, "This kind of trash has the nerve to carry a sword in Jianghu and even dare to enter the Sword Water Manor. Presumably, the person who taught you swordsmanship only taught you to be timid and afraid of trouble, right?" The man with the blade was somewhat helpless. His daughter's bad temper, which had been brought out from her mother's womb, was really harmful. But complaints were complaints. The man had always been proud of his only daughter's martial arts talent. He did not hide his expectations and directly declared that his daughter would never marry outside of the manor in the future. The horizontal blade manor would only marry into the family because his daughter was destined to succeed as the manor master. The man with the blade did not want to take advantage of his position to bully others. He stood up and was about to persuade his daughter to stop provoking the foreign youth. People who practiced martial arts should be the most important thing, the level of martial arts was secondary. But the man also knew that his daughter was not the only one who did not listen to these old words of Jianghu. In fact, the young geniuses of Jianghu today all heard them in one ear and out the other. Their faces were full of impatience, and they sneered behind the backs of the older generation. Wasn't the most outstanding young master of Combe country in the past 10 years the young manor master sitting next to him? He had entered the 4 realms of martial arts at a young age and had won himself the reputation of the little sword fairy. Every time before Song Fengshan used his sword, whether he was challenged or took the initiative to find someone to test his sword, he would burn incense, take a bath and change into a new set of clothes that he had never worn before. After he used his sword, he would not leave anyone alive. However, such a decisive sword genius was very likely to be the youngest level 5 grandmaster in the history of the Combe country. A 5th realm grandmaster at the age of 30. When the time came and he defeated Green Bamboo Sword Fairy, Song Fengshan could rightfully occupy the title of Sword Fairy. At that time his grandfather, the old sword sage Song Yufan, should still be alive. Now that the sword god of colorful clothes country was dead, who could contend against the Sword Water Villa in the territory of more than 10 countries. This was also the key reason why the Jianghu of Combe country was willing to bow down to a junior. However, the old manor master Song Yufan rarely appeared in public for decades. Could be that he was disappointed in this new Jianghu. It was said that the relationship between grandfather and grandson was not very good. The old sword sage especially disliked his granddaughter-in-law who hid a needle in silk. Hearing the strange words of the woman with the blade, even the temperamental Qin Pingon suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in the direction of the waterside pavilion. He did not know the so-called rules of the Jianghu, nor did he know the local customs of Combe country. However, Qin Pingon felt that there were some truths in the world that could be applied everywhere. Some things were even more clearly distinguished between right and wrong. Fortunately, the man with the blade had already walked to his daughter's side. With a stern face he lectured, "How can I let you walk the Jianghu alone with such arrogance and willfulness? Let's postpone it for a year." The woman flew into a rage. Her frosty expression became even colder. However, the person in front of her was her father after all. He was the master who had personally taught her the martial Dao blade technique. He was both a father and a teacher. Moreover, in front of so many outsiders, the woman with the blade had been exposed to the affairs of the Jianghu since she was young. No matter how unwilling she was, she still snorted coldly and did not continue to hurt him. She turned and walked to the bench of the waterside pavilion. The man apologized to Qin Pingon. "Little brother, I Wang Yiran apologize to you on behalf of my daughter." Qin Pingon nodded and turned to walk away. Qin Pingon's impression of this young woman was terrible to the extreme because she reminded him of Zhu He and Zhu Lu, and they were in a similar situation. Her father was clearly a reasonable and forthright person who treated others well, so why did the daughter they taught have to be so arrogant and self-centered? It was strange. When Qin Pingon thought of Zhu Lu who had tried to assassinate him, he thought of the mastermind behind it, Li Baoping's second brother, Li Baozhen. This was an unavoidable hatred. Qin Pingon could not help but sigh. Qin Pingon left without saying anything. This detail caused the woman with the saber, who was filled with anger, to be completely unable to tolerate it. She suddenly stood up and said with a stern expression, "The manor lord of the horizontal saber villa personally apologized to you, and you actually didn't even let out a fart? Do you have a mother but not a father to teach you?" Qin Pingon expressionlessly turned around and tightened the string tied to the sword sheath on his back. "If you want to compare notes, then let's compare notes." Qin Pingon had been silent during the 700 miles journey from the ancient temple to the Sword Water Villa. He was not in a good mood. Su Yuanxia and Zhang Shanfeng could also see that something was wrong. The bearded man had even restrained himself from drinking. He no longer spoke dirty words after drinking. Therefore, when Qin Pingon said that he wanted to watch the waterfall, the two people who were tempted said that they did not want to move. They wanted to let Qin Pingon relax by himself. The woman walked to the top of the stairs and sneered, "Good, I was waiting for you to say that." However, Qin Pingon's next words made everyone inside and outside the waterside pavilion look at him in a new light. They were terrified. Does a verbal agreement of life and death count? The Saber Grandmaster Wang Yiran, whose name shook the Combe nation, said in a deep voice, "Little brother, I can spar. Regardless of the outcome, I will not interfere. However, I hope that there is no need to fight to the death." The woman with the blade was about to speak when Wang Yiran glared at her fiercely. The woman had never seen her father so strict. She was so scared that she kept quiet out of fear. She no longer dared to speak harshly to that damned foreign youth. Wang Yiran stared at Qin Pingon. "If you are willing to fight only after signing a life and death agreement, I will not agree. However, if it is only to compare notes, even if my attacks are a bit heavy, I am willing to let my daughter suffer. I hope that she can use this opportunity to know the depth of the Jianghu. Don't be so arrogant and think that you are invincible just because you learned some mediocre martial arts." At the end of his words, the man turned his head and glanced at his daughter. In front of so many outsiders, these words could be said to be very heavy. Teach your son in front of your face and teach your wife behind your back. This was probably the old rule of the Jianghu. Qin Pingon took a deep breath. "Then let's compare notes." Wang Yiran, who was standing next to his daughter, said in a low voice, "Shanhu, remember to act appropriately. Don't make your Jianghu path narrower and narrower." Obviously, Wang Yiran was more optimistic about his daughter. However, as a father he still had to speak the truth. The woman with the blade looked at the youth on the path outside the waterside pavilion. The corner of her mouth twitched. "Father, I know what to do." She held the hilt of her blade and smiled slightly. She tapped her toes and leaped high toward the young swordsman who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The moment the woman unsheathed her famous blade, there was a dull vibration on the path. The figure in the corner of everyone's eyes suddenly disappeared. The next moment the youth with the box came in front of the woman with the blade. He punched her in the forehead and used the force to bounce back to his original position. He withdrew his fist and stood still. The woman was like a kite with a broken string. She was hit in the air and flew over the top of the waterside pavilion. Finally, she fell into the pool under the waterfall. It was unknown whether she was alive or dead. The two sides were comparing notes. On one side the thunder was loud and the rain was small. Nothing. On the other side there was no thunder but the attack was a rainstorm. Qin Pingon turned and left. He took off the blade's strengthening gourd, raised it high and drank a mouthful of wine, leaving the people in the waterside pavilion to see his back. It turned out that the clay bodhisattva also had anger. (241) Wang Yuran looked solemn and twisted his body. He didn't care whether he would scare the other women and their families in the waterside pavilion. He stepped on the railing and quickly rushed to the pool to fish out his daughter who had fallen into the water. The young master of the Sword Water Manor was calm as usual. The young scholar who was waving his fan said, "I didn't expect him to be such a hidden expert." The scholar closed his fan and looked at the teen with the sword on his back who was walking further and further away. He was definitely a martial master, Four Realms master. Was he the last disciple of the sword god of the beautiful robe nation? Because the underworld was dangerous and his master had died in the forest, he had to disguise himself as a foreigner and travel alone to hide? Otherwise he really couldn't think of anyone who could teach such a young martial arts genius who reached the martial master realm earlier than Song Fengshan. Song Fengshan's wife, that beautiful and virtuous young woman, couldn't help but ask softly, "Will Shanhu be okay?" Song Fengshan used his thumb and index finger to rub the short sword at his waist. He smiled and didn't say anything. The scholar smiled and explained, "Don't worry, madam. Miss Liu is fine." The young man's punch was skillful. He only knocked Miss Wang out with the external force of his fist. It's just a superficial wound. It won't hurt her body or spirit. The young man stopped at the last minute. It's probably like what Manor Head Wang said. He doesn't want his Jianghu path to become narrower. Sure enough, Wang Yuran carried his daughter back to the waterside pavilion. Moreover, with Wang Yuran's help, after several acupoints were sealed, the woman slowly regained consciousness. Apart from her battered and exhausted appearance, her clothes were soaked, and her spring scenery was faintly discernible. Although she had lost a great deal of face, her complexion and spirit were still fine. The woman with the reverse saber was struggling to stand in the waterside pavilion. Her forehead was red and swollen. She had her back to the crowd, with one hand supporting the pavilion pillar and the other covering her mouth. The slender woman's entire body was dripping wet, and her eyes were hazy with tears. Compared to her usual cold and elegant appearance, she had a delicate and pitiful charm. The girl who wanted to join in the fun stretched her neck and looked at the young man drinking on the path. She exclaimed, "Wow, he really is an expert." The scholar squinted his eyes and quickly sized up the woman's graceful back. The woman was like a drowned rat and her figure was exquisite. The corner of the scholar's mouth curled up. What a pair of astonishingly long legs. Hot-headed youths probably wouldn't understand this kind of feeling. Only an experienced grandson of a wealthy family like him knew that this kind of feeling was the most hurtful to a man's body. Before the first wave subsided, another wave came. In Jianghu, when the master was humiliated, the servant would die. Among the trusted retainers of each camp outside the waterside pavilion, the man with the ox horn bow on his back seemed to have seen the hidden sneers of several of his retainers. For a moment, anger rose from his guts. With a loud shout, he took down the rare hard bow that had been forged by a craftsman for 10 years. From the quiver full of white feathers on his waist, he took out an eagle feather arrow and pulled the bow like a full moon. "Evil people dare to hurt my Mississippi." Wang Yuran, the manor master of the horizontal blade villa, had always been known for his steadiness. He was a grand master of saber arts who had the aura of a mountain. However, even he was somewhat annoyed and furiously shouted, "Ma Lu, don't stab people in the back." Qin Pingon, who had already walked 100 steps away, was about to turn around. He was slightly stunned. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone standing on a high branch of a big tree with his hands behind his back. The mountain breeze blew. The black-clothed old man's body swayed along with the branch like water ripples. He was very elegant. The two people quickly looked at each other. The old man nodded. Qin Pingon dismissed the idea of attacking. He just turned around and faced the waterside pavilion again. The old man's figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment he landed on the small path and brushed past Qin Pingon like a wisp of smoke. He raised his arm and pointed a finger in front of him. An eagle plume arrow pierced through the air and was stopped by the black-clothed old man's finger. The powerful arrow shattered inch by inch in the air, while the old man's finger remained unscathed, without the slightest bit of abnormality. The old man stretched out another finger and gently grasped the tip of the arrow that was already at the end of its flight. He casually tossed it away, and the tip of the arrow shot out and pierced through one of the man's palms. The man was quite courageous and he still didn't throw away the oxhorn bow. The bloody arm in his palm drooped down dejectedly. He held the bow with one hand and glared at the uninvited guest fiercely. The black-clothed old man's expression was cold. In Jianghu you are responsible for your own life and death. Didn't your elders teach you this principle? In Jianghu and Shushui country there are no rules. You can do whatever you want. However, in Jianghu manor you can't. The young woman stood up and bowed in a graceful manner. She respectfully greeted, "Ancestor." Wang Yuran's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly cupped his fist and bowed slightly. Wang Yuran of Hengdao Manor greets Sword Saint Song. The scholar followed closely behind. He patted the girl's head and motioned for her to stand up. Then the scholar bowed and said loudly, "Han Yuanshan of the Han family of Xiaozhong Mountain greets Old Manor Head." The girl was lively and didn't have stage fright. She followed her brother's example and bowed without lowering her head. She looked straight at the old immortal of Jianghu and said in a childish voice, "Han Yuanxue of the Han family of Xiaozhong Mountain greets Old Manor Head." Old Sword Saint Song Yuan appeared. As the grandson of the old man, Song Fengshan was the last to stand up. He said slowly without any emotion, "Grandpa, you went out for a short time. I thought you would only be willing to come back when the manor is quiet and there are no more guests." The old man looked around and left with Qin Pingon after saying, "Foul atmosphere." Then he turned around and left with Qin Pingon. He didn't care about the Han family of Mount Xiaozhong and the Hengdao Manor at all. It was as if he didn't care about them at all. He didn't even want to look at them. Song Yuan walked side by side with Qin Pingon. He looked a little lonely with his back to the crowd. After walking for a mile, he said self-deprecatingly, "Our family tradition is so crooked that it can't even compare to a waterfall. Sorry for making you laugh." Qin Pingon didn't know how to respond. He could only say some polite words. "The people in the manor are actually not so bad. They are not as bad as what you said." Every family had its own difficulties. No matter how generous the old man was, he didn't want to expose his family's dirty laundry in front of outsiders. He changed the topic and said, "Why did you change your mind and only use 30 to 40% of your strength in the punch outside the waterside pavilion? The future manor master of the Hengdao Manor is stubborn. She is not easy to deal with. You showed mercy today, but she may not appreciate it. She may pester you endlessly. Nowadays the young men of Jianghu only care about their own happiness. I don't like it. But you are too unhappy. I can't appreciate it." Qin Pingon took a sip of wine and wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He said with a smile, "You want to kill someone with one punch because you are unhappy. That's too overbearing. Besides, I will leave the Hengdao Manor soon. It won't be easy for the Hengdao Manor to make trouble for me. At most the woman will curse me behind my back. I won't hear it." Song Yuan turned to look at the sincere young man. It was unexpected but reasonable. He said with a smile, "It's okay for an old man like me to say this. Half of my body is in the ground. Everything is over. What else can I do? You are just a 15 or 16-year-old kid. It's boring to talk like an old man." Qin Pingon didn't refute. After the punch, the lingering depression in his heart was reduced a lot. That was enough. He remembered something and reminded softly, The old woman who called herself the four evil spirits of the Hengdao Manor in the ancient temple entered your manor with a burly man. Senior, you should be careful. Song Yuan laughed and said, that's nothing. Together with the young master of the Han family in the waterside pavilion, the notorious four evil spirits of the Hengdao Manor are all here. Qin Pingon was confused. The remaining devil? Song Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Don't mention it. Qin Pingon took a sip of wine and thought about something. The old man understood in his heart and spoke frankly. This time, I invited you all here as guests without any intention of scheming. I purely hope that such a manor won't be filled with a bunch of bastards who put on airs. After all, this Swordwater Manor is a place that this old man personally managed. I don't want it to be filled with dog shit. There are puddles here and puddles there, causing this old man to feel disgusted just walking in his own home. With all of you as my guests, this old man is much more pleasing to the eye. Qin Pingon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This old man was too straightforward. Qin Pingon didn't know that Song Yuan's reputation in Jianghu was not only because of his increasingly famous title of Sword Sage, but also because of the nickname Iron Lump, given by his peers. It was to say that Song Yuan was a serious man not only in his family but also in Jianghu. If one were to say that Song Fengshan did not have the same personality as Song Yubern, then it would be an unfair accusation. It was just that Song Yubern was old-fashioned and pedantic. Song Fengshan, who pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship, disdained to follow him. Song Yu was an old man in his 70s. He had seen too much of Jianghu and the evilness of people's hearts. He was more and more certain about one thing. Reason only needed to be spoken to by reasonable people. Otherwise, the rusty old iron sword on his waist would be the reason why he, Song Yu, burned. Song Yuan liked to travel Jianghu alone with a sword. Over the years he had seen a lot of talented young people. Although they were really talented, they didn't have good martial ethics. However, they were still successful. The Jianghu people who admired them were as numerous as the carps crossing the river. Song Yuan didn't understand. In 30 or 50 years, Jianghu would be handed over to these people. What was there to look forward to? However, no matter how good Song Yuan's swordsmanship was, he was only one person. His peers had passed away one by one with the old words and rules that the younger generation didn't like to hear. Now even the old sword god of colorful clothes kingdom, who was both a friend and a friend, was dead. Song Yuan was a little dispirited. He felt that today's Jianghu was tasteless. There was no taste of alcohol at all. The old man and the young man took a leisurely stroll. Song Yuan suddenly said, "Those people at the waterfall pavilion were blind. They couldn't see the level of your fist intent. But I can see it clearly. So I'll say something. Your current state of mind has some problems. To break through the fourth realm from the third realm is the first big threshold for martial artists of my generation. The more solid your foundation is, the easier it is to make mistakes when you break through the realm with a knot in your heart. The momentum of a big snow mountain's collapse is 1,000 times more terrible than a mudslide on a small mountain. Kid, you have to be careful at the moment." Qin Pingon suddenly woke up. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and pondered for a moment. Then he turned his head and said, "Thank you for your advice, senior." Song Yuan thought for a while and said something that seemed to be out of topic. "You were kind when you withdrew your fist. But it's not good for you to break through the realm. According to the general way of Jianghu, if you used all your strength to punch that woman seriously injured or even killed her, and then provoked the public's anger, a bloody battle might be the opportunity for you to break through the realm. It's the so-called lucky chance of the immortals on the mountain." Qin Pingon smiled and didn't regret it. He said something that was suspicious of his seniority. "It doesn't matter. If it's mine, it can't run away. If it's not mine, it can't be caught." In fact, Song Yuan had been carefully observing the young man's expression. Seeing that he looked calm and his eyes were clear, the old man nodded secretly. The young man in front of him and his grandson Song Fengshan believed in different swordsmanship. Although it was hard to say who was right and who could go faster and further, Song Yuan personally felt that the young man who traveled with a sword but had poor swordsmanship was more to his taste. In the matter of educating children and grandchildren, a scholarly family was indeed more capable than a Jianghu sect. Song Yuan was convinced. In his early years he devoted himself to swordsmanship, so he didn't know how to cultivate and shape the family style. At most he could only scold and beat him. Now looking back, the old man could only feel guilty and regretful. In fact, the old man didn't think that he was much better than Wang Yiran of Horizontal Blade Villa. The etiquette came from the aristocratic family and the method came from the sect. The etiquette and rules were influenced by the real aristocratic family since childhood. The magic arts of the immortals on the mountain were passed down in an orderly manner since ancient times. Song Yuan had a deep feeling about this. He once traveled to the southern stream country and had interacted with the famous people there. Although they had different personalities, they did have their own style. Even if they were just weak scholars, they still made people feel ashamed of their inferiority. On the side of the road between the waterfall and the Sword Water Villa, there was a lovely and exquisite pavilion with a raised eave. It hung a plaque with the words landscape, and a couplet white stones, clear water. It was simple and unique. Song Yuan obviously had a special affection for this pavilion. He pulled Qin Pingon and sat on the bench in the pavilion facing each other. The old man held his sword on his knees and the young man carried his sword on his back. One was known as a sage in swordsmanship in Jianghu, while the other was not even confident to use his sword. The view was broad and the distant mountains were dark. The mountain breeze was refreshing, making people feel relaxed and happy. Song Yuan sat there quietly. He didn't deliberately chat with the young man, but just thought about something. His grandson Song Fengshan was not ambitious about the affairs in Jianghu. It was more the granddaughter-in-law who added fuel to the fire. She talked to his grandson all day long, making him think that it was just a small matter. He wanted to be the chief of the Wulin Alliance and he wanted to have connections with both the underworld and the government. Otherwise, with Song Fengshan's nature, he wouldn't have paid attention to the Princess Royal of the Comb Water Country. The four evils of the Comb Water Country was said in the last 10 years. It was not widely spread in Jianghu. Generally, only Jianghu grandmasters who reached the position of Wang Yiran heard about it. The leader was the burly man who came with the devil Mammy, this time. He had a silver halberd, a magic weapon of immortals, and founded a devil sect in the Comb Water Country. The second was the demon woman in the ancient temple, and then it was the disciple of the Han family of the Xiaozhong mountain in the waterside pavilion. He was born in a famous family, but he practiced devil arts and had won over and controlled many high-ranking officials of the Comb Water Country. The person at the bottom of the four evils was the granddaughter-in-law of Song Yushan. When Song Yushan went out for a long trip, she accidentally met Song Fengshan. The two of them became husband and wife behind Song Yushan's back and announced it to the world. When Song Yushan returned to the villa, what was done could not be undone. The most helpless one was Song Fengshan, who was obsessed with the devil, who confessed that he knew his wife's devil identity. At that time, Song Yushan attacked with his sword. He broke the sword of his eldest grandson's original sword and pierced the woman's abdomen. Song Fengshan went crazy and wanted to fight with his grandfather. Song Yushan was so angry that he wanted to cut off the tendons of this unfilial grandson's hand with his sword and completely cut off his sword's future, so that he would not cause trouble to the world. Unexpectedly, the woman stood in front of Song Fengshan and let the old man's sword pierce through her heart. Although she did not die on the spot, she really broke the longevity bridge. From then on, she became a sick person who could not even stand the cold of spring. Song Yushan tried to persuade her with reason and emotion, but it was useless. In the end, he attacked several times, but he still could not explain the reason clearly. It became a muddled account without any beginning or end. Song Yushan sighed deeply. The Xianxia pavilion was surrounded by rugged mountains and gurgling rivers. It was a beautiful scenery, but the world was like a storm and it did not meet people's wishes. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "Senior Song, can I practice boxing next to the waterfall?" Song Yushan did not hesitate and said, "Why not? I'll spread the word now. From the Xianxia pavilion to the waterfall is the forbidden area of the Sword Water Villa. Anyone who crosses the line will die." Qin Pingon scratched his head, feeling a little apologetic. "I'll just practice my boxing at night when there's no one to enjoy the scenery. You don't have to seal off the roads during the day. Otherwise it would be too unreasonable." Song Yushan shook his head and laughed. "Little boy, you are too rude. I have carved out a place in my own territory without dog shit. Do I need to reason with outsiders?" Qin Pingon had to say, "If the villa needs my help, just tell me." The old man patted the iron sword on his knee and said angrily, "My sword is different from the two on your back." Qin Pingon looked embarrassed. He took off the sword-nourishing gourd and drank without saying anything. The old man held back his laughter, put away his sword and stood up. "Just practice boxing. You can stay in the villa for as long as you want. By the way, your wine doesn't taste good. I'll ask someone to send you some jars of Huadiao wine cellar. It's wine that has been buried for 20 years. That's wine. What are you drinking? It's not any better than water. The key is that you like to drink it regardless of whether there's anyone around. Even this old man feels embarrassed for you." The old man tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his body swayed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on a high branch in the distant forest. After a few graceful jumps, he disappeared. Qin Pingon sat alone in the Xianxia pavilion. After meeting this senior twice, Qin Pingon couldn't help but think of city god Shen Wen from Yanji County in Tsai country. Although one was a pure martial artist who was famous in the pugilistic world, the other was a civil official god who enjoyed incense. Oh yes, there was also the Qi refinement warrior who took in Luan Luan as his disciple. He felt that the three of them were somewhat similar. However, Qin Pingon couldn't pinpoint the specific similarities. Anyway, after interacting with them, Qin Pingon felt that the wine in his gourd really couldn't be bought from the cheapest kind. It didn't matter. Wouldn't he be able to drink the best wine in the Sword Water Villa very soon? The key was that Qin Pingon didn't have to spend any money. Therefore, when Qin Pingon left the Xianxia pavilion and returned to his residence, he was in an extremely good mood. When he reached the courtyard, Xianxia and Zhang Shanfeng saw Qin Pingon, who was full of joy. They looked at each other. Looking at the waterfall was so useful. Qin Pingon happily sat at the stone table and said with a smile, "I'm going to the waterfall to practice martial arts tonight. Which one of you wants to accompany me?" The bearded man laughed evilly and said, "Could it be that you peeked at a beauty coming out of the bath at the waterfall? If you can still see such a beautiful scene, count me in." Zhang Shanfeng blinked his eyes and said, "I can help you keep a lookout." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Not at all. I had a conflict with someone at the waterfall and fought with them. They seemed to be people from the Hengdao villa. Fortunately, Senior Song came out and helped me block an arrow from one of the retainers. Otherwise, I reckon that I would have to fight with them. At that time, the two of you might be dragged into the water by me." The bearded man clicked his tongue and said, "Qin Pingon, you want to drag me into the water? I'm a big man and you're drooling over my beauty? I think Zhang Shanfeng is quite good-looking. When I go back, I'll help him buy a set of women's clothes in the small town. When the time comes, I'll let him wander around the waterfall. Maybe he can be the matchmaker for the two of you and achieve a beautiful marriage." Qin Pingon was drinking wine and almost spat it out. Zhang Shanfeng looked like he wanted to vomit. He quickly got up and distanced himself from the two of them. He said angrily, "Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. You guys are good. You won't even let your own brother go. This is too much." Qin Pingon quietly changed to a stone stool and distanced himself from Xianxia. The bearded man touched his beard and said, "What? You're willing to sacrifice yourself for your brother? Can't you just change into a woman's clothes? You're not loyal enough as a brother." Zhang Shanfeng cupped his fists and begged for mercy. He retreated and said, "I'm going to study the ancient books in the house. You guys are loyal. You can talk slowly." Xianxia laughed heartily. Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. Coincidentally, there was an old steward surnamed Chu outside the courtyard. He personally brought in 4 jars of wine and left after putting them down. The old man became more and more amiable towards Qin Pingon. Zhang Shanfeng actually didn't like to drink. Qin Pingon wanted to share 2 jars with Xianxia. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and shook her head with a smile. "1 jar is enough for me. Qin Pingon, you take 3 jars. Qin Pingon was a little puzzled. Xianxia looked around and didn't notice anything strange. She pointed at the red wine jar on Qin Pingon's waist and said softly, "You really think I can't see any clues? Wouldn't I have wasted most of my life in Jianghu? I was just too embarrassed to say it before." It's similar to Zhang Shanfeng calling himself Zhang Shan. Who roams Jianghu would have a little secret. Your wine jar is either a legendary celestial item or the more precious sword cultivating gourd, right? The bearded man pointed at his eyes and said, I already have fiery eyes of truth. Qin Pingon didn't deny it. He said softly, I'm sorry for hiding it from you for so long. Xianxia rolled her eyes and said, nonsense. It's not about being sorry. In Jianghu, if you're not careful, you'll really be sorry for your friends. Speaking of this, the bearded man looked lonely. He opened a jar of wine from a villa that had been sealed for a long time and poured it into his ordinary wine jar. He shook it after filling it up. I'm not being polite. I've suffered a lot. Xianxia gulped down the wine. Anyway, there was still half a jar of wine. She would drink until she was full before she got drunk. Qin Pingon saw that the bearded man was in a bad mood, so he didn't say anything. He drank with Xianxia, but he drank slowly while the bearded man drank like a cow. Xianxia drank a jar of wine in one breath. Her beard was stained with wine. She wiped it and asked with a smile, your wine jar is filled with the same wine. Will it taste different? Qin Pingon smiled and threw it to the bearded man. Try it yourself. Xianxia raised the sword cultivating gourd and took a big gulp. After throwing it back to Qin Pingon, she said happily, it should taste better. Qin Pingon chuckled. Bullsh *T. The wine in my wine jar is the cheapest one I bought from a small town. How can it be compared to the 20-year-old Huadiao wine cellar in the villa? Xianxia was a little drunk. Her face was red. She stood up and walked to her room, planning to sleep. She turned her head and grinned. How can the wine of the future great sword Immortal not taste good? It's delicious. Xianxia turned her head and staggered. She shook her head and said to herself, I, Xianxia, can boast about this for the rest of my life. (242) 11,000-word chapter. As night fell, the Sword Water Villa was brightly lit. The courtyards of various sizes were filled with guests, toasting each other and drinking countless jars of fine wine. After the event, it was said that even the small town could smell the fragrance of wine from the villa. Qin Pingon asked old steward Chu about the Immortal's ferry. There was indeed such a place in the Combe country. It was more than 600 miles away from the Sword Water Villa and was located at the border of the Combe country and Xianxia country. It was said that qi cultivators often appeared on the mountain. However, the area within 300 miles had long been sealed off as a forbidden area by the royal family of the Combe country. If one did not have an official document issued by the provincial government, regardless of whether one was a civilian or a martial artist, they would be killed without mercy if they trespassed. The old steward was experienced and considerate. He took the initiative to laugh and say that the Sword Water Villa had a good relationship with the governor's mansion on the border. They were old friends and only needed to write a letter from the old steward to get an official document. There was no need for Qin Pingon and the others to work hard. Zhang Shanfeng asked the old man if there were any shops opened by qi cultivators at the ferry to trade goods. The old steward said there were. After the young master Song Fingshan's original sword was damaged, he had personally gone to the ferry and brought back the short sword that was hanging at his waist. The old steward said everything he knew. Not only did he reveal the inside story of the Combe country, he even revealed that Song Fengshan had spent 900 mountain snow coins in order to buy the Immortal's divine weapon named Song Shui. It was almost half of the villa's gold and silver savings. He told all these secrets to the three of them. Of course, this was not because the old steward was blinded by the Jianghu Code of Brotherhood and did not know the taboo of speaking too much. It was because old sword Saint Song had privately instructed him to treat the three of them, especially the young man with a sword Qin Pingon, as a good friend of his. The villa did not need to be wary of him. A promise was worth 1,000 gold. The word friend was as heavy as a mountain. This was the righteousness of Jianghu that the older generation of Songyu praised. Old Steward Chu had been following the sword sage of the Combe nation for 60 years. He had gone through fire and water for the villa, sharing honor and disgrace. He might have been influenced by Song Yu's Jianghu spirit, which was why he was so conscientious and had no regrets. Inside Zhang Shanfeng's house, the three of them ate a sumptuous dinner filled with delicacies. Just as Qin Pingon was about to head to the waterfall to practice his martial arts, he was suddenly stopped by Zhang Shanfeng. Zhang Shanfeng asked Qin Pingon to wait for a moment. The bearded man had one leg on the bench and was picking his teeth with a bamboo pick. He asked Zhang Shanfeng if he wanted to avoid anything. The young Daoist ran over to open his bag and said no. Zhang Shanfeng quickly took out a pair of bamboo chopsticks, placed it on the table and pushed it towards Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon asked curiously, "Why? We've already finished eating. Why are you giving me chopsticks again?" The pair of bamboo chopsticks on the table was one of the spoils of war that Zhang Shanfeng had obtained in Yanji County. One was carved with the azure Immortal mountain, while the other was carved with the divine cloud bamboo. Zhang Shanfeng smiled and said, "I'll give them to you. Just take it as the interest for the radiant armor of Moism. I'm most afraid of owing people money. Whenever I think about it, I can't sleep or eat well. What's more, I owe 500 snow coins." If it's real money, it's 500 taels of silver. According to old steward Chu, as the head of the Combe Nation's Jianghu, the entire Sword Water Villa's 100 years of wealth only amounts to 2 million taels of silver. If I don't return you something, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Are you stupid? If this pair of chopsticks is really made from the divine cloud bamboo of the Green Bamboo Cave, it might be able to sell for a few hundred snow coins. Even if it's not from the azure Immortal mountain, the spiritual energy on the chopsticks hasn't dissipated for hundreds of years. It can't be faked. Since it's an acquired spiritual weapon, it can be sold for at least a few dozen snow coins. Interest? Is there such a high interest? Zhang Shanfeng, do you think I'm an unscrupulous loan shark?" The more Qin Pingon spoke, the angrier he got. He pushed the chopsticks back to the young Taoist. "Besides, we're about to go to the Immortal's ferry in the Combe Nation. Since there's a shop that trades heavy magic weapons, we'll talk about it after we confirm the price of the chopsticks. If it's only worth a dozen snow coins, I'll take it. If it's worth more than 50 snow coins, you can't return it to me as interest." Zhang Shanfeng shook his head and said firmly, "No. I can't rest my conscience. Taoists are most afraid of inner demons. Qin Pingon, don't hinder my cultivation of Dao." Qin Pingon stood up and scolded with a smile, "You can talk nonsense. Get lost, get lost. There's no room for discussion. Take it back. Otherwise, let's fight. Whoever wins will have the final say." Zhang Shanfeng was silent. Qin Pingon pushed the door open and left. He went to the waterfall to practice his boxing. Zhang Shanfeng sighed and looked at the bearded man. "What should we do?" Xianxia took pleasure in his misfortune and said, "Compared to Qin Pingon, you're still miles away from being the child of wealth." Zhang Shanfeng was a little depressed. He poured himself a bowl of wine and took a sip. His face immediately turned red. It turned out that during the life and death battle in the beautiful Robes Nation's Yanji County, the young Taoist had a flash of inspiration. He poured spiritual qi into an armor pill, and a radiant armor protected his body. That was how he had blocked the demon's fatal blow for Taoist Chongmiao. The old Taoist who knew his stuff was shocked. He cried out in disbelief. This was a military treasure. He had only heard of the beautiful Robes Nation in the central region of the Aquarius continent. The ancient Yu Nation's imperial treasury had a priceless armor pill. It was rumored that the #1 martial artist of the Xianxia nation had offered 6,000 Xiaoxia coins to purchase it from the ancient Yu Nation's emperor, but he was rejected. Ever since then, the young Taoist had been haunted by this matter, but he didn't know how to broach the subject with Qin Pingon. Later, after the incident at the ancient temple, Qin Pingon was abnormally depressed on the 700 Li mountain path. Zhang Shanfeng found it even more difficult to speak frankly with Qin Pingon. Now that they had arrived at the Sword Water Manor and were about to head to the Immortal's ferry, Zhang Shanfeng couldn't stand the torment in his heart. Thus he confided in the bearded man who was experienced in Jianghu. Xianxia helped the young Taoist confirm two things. First, Qin Pingon definitely knew the true value of the armor pill. When he had casually offered 500 Xiaoxia coins, he had deliberately given it to Zhang Shanfeng at a price of half. Second, according to Zhang Shanfeng's description, when Qin Pingon was on the Kuan boat in the North Continent, he stayed in the heavenly room. Although there was no doubt that the youth who carried his sword south came from a poor background, he clearly had his own unique opportunities. Moreover, Qin Pingon didn't seem to care much about money, at least to his friends. Therefore, this was no longer purely a matter of owing money, but a troublesome matter of owing a huge favor. In the end, Xianxia didn't directly tell Zhang Shanfeng what to do. Instead, she said 2 sentences. First, don't take the kindness of a friend as a matter of course. The second sentence was that blood-related brothers should settle their debts clearly. Only then can a friendship last. Don't think that you can forget everything after becoming friends. That's the naive thinking of a child who hasn't grown up. Therefore, Zhang Shanfeng wanted to use interest as an excuse, hoping to give away the pair of mysterious bamboo chopsticks from the Qingshan mountain. The reason why he didn't use the white bowl that could slowly absorb the aura of heaven and earth and condense it into a drop of sweet dew was because Zhang Shanfeng was a qi cultivator. To Zhang Shanfeng, the white bowl was a necessity on the path of cultivation. It could be said that it was a timely help after a long drought. On the other hand, Qin Pingon was purely a martial artist. He didn't need it. At most, it was just icing on the cake. Even if he received the white bowl, he would probably sell it at a discount and exchange it for some Xiaoxia coins. Zhang Shanfeng drank wine. His face was flushed red. He said drunkenly, "Brother Su, can you give me a suggestion? I really can't think of a way." The bearded man said seriously, "If you really can't, why don't you wear a woman's clothes?" I think that Qin Pingon didn't have the slightest interest in women and female ghosts. He didn't hesitate to fight or kill. Listening to the bearded man's nonsense, the young Daoist sighed. He knocked his head on the table and passed out drunk. What a good way to say that if you have wine today, you should drink in the morning and worry about tomorrow. Xianxia stroked his beard with the palm of his hand. 2 images appeared in his mind. They were both in the dilapidated ancient temple. The young man said to a graceful woman that the weather was cold and stretched out his hand to warm himself by the fire. After the woman turned into a female ghost, the young man grabbed her neck and punched her until her soul dissipated. Xianxia recalled that at the dinner table just now, Qin Pingon mentioned the waterfall disturbance. A young woman with a reverse saber was punched into the pool by him. The man quivered and said in fear, "Qin Pingon, don't tell me you really like men?" In the main hall of the Sword Water Villa, the guests and the host were drinking happily. The fragrance of the wine was intoxicating. The hall was covered with a large colorful carpet. It was a unique lichen from Xinu County of Colorful Clothes Country. The old villa master Zhou Xian was still unwilling to show up to welcome the guests. The young villa master Song Fengshan sat on the main seat. Beside him was his virtuous wife who managed the internal and external affairs of the villa. Although the young woman was good at managing the household, she had a good sense of propriety. She treated people well and never hid her husband's glory. Even though Song Fengshan was always in seclusion to comprehend the sword, the reputation of this little sword fairy in the Jianghu of the Combe country was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, it was so big that he could hold a martial arts assembly. The leaders of the top Jianghu sects in the Combe country were all present tonight. In addition to these famous Jianghu big shots and righteous leaders, there were also a considerable number of Jianghu loose immortals. Some old seniors who had not appeared in Jianghu for a long time were mostly old. There were even 2 old legends who took the opportunity to reunite and participate in the grand event. They gave enough face to the Sword Water Villa. The brother and sister who came from the Han family of the small mountain, the scholar Han Yuanshan and the girl Han Yuanxue, did not sit at the front because their identities were special. They belonged to the family of officials. If their seats were too conspicuous tonight, it would be displeasing to both the Sword Water Villa and the Han family. It would inevitably cause many Jianghu heroes to grumble. The father and daughter Wang Yiran and Wang Shanhu of the Hengdao Villa sat more important than the Han siblings. They were separated by a few tables of wine. The girl Han Yuanxue complained about this. She felt that she was neglected by the villa. The Han family should not be in such a situation anywhere in the Combe country. Han Yuanshan, who looked like an elegant scholar, gently waved a folding fan in one hand and raised a cup to drink with the other. He did not mind at all. However, this person's other identity was shocking. He was one of the 4 evil spirits of the Combe country. Although the Combe country had an immortal fairy, there were no sects in the country. Therefore, the four evil spirits, which had a bad reputation to a large extent, meant that the four evil spirits were the most outstanding masters of the Combe country. They looked down on Jianghu and looked down on martial artists. Han Yuanshan also had the clean identity of the Han family of the small mountain. He was in the center of the court and the local officialdom. He had many family friends and seniors. Therefore, wherever he went, he was unimpeded. The Sword Water Villa, which was famous in Jianghu, was no exception. A tall and sturdy man and a young girl sat at a lonely table. They sat in the middle position on the left-hand side. They were clearly a bit distant from the other two tables. This was because everyone in Jianghu knew of this person's illustrious identity. The number one underworld master of the Combe country was named Dou Yang. He looked young and strong, but it was rumored that he was already 100 years old. He called himself the leader of the devil sect. He had more than a dozen devil protectors under his command. He was all-powerful in the south of the Combe country. Fortunately, his sect was located in a remote corner of the country on the border between the Combe country and the Xianxia country. In the past few decades, the Jianghu people of the older generation hated this person bitterly, but they also feared him. 50 years ago in the Combe country, the righteous path and the demonic path fought 3 bloody battles over the territory of Jianghu. The battles were so fierce that thousands of righteous path experts lost their lives. The fact that the Sword Water Villa dared to arrange seats like this and did not place Dou Yang and his maidservant at the head of the table immediately made everyone present feel admiration. They also appreciated the young Song Fengshan a bit more. Although Song Fengshan was the host of this alliance meeting and sat high up in the main position, he spoke very little. He only drank slowly by himself and did not deliberately talk to anyone. Occasionally, there would be people who would bring up their old relationship with the old Sage of Sword to establish a relationship with this future alliance head of the Wulin world. Song Fengshan, who was dressed in a green robe and had a short sword at his waist, would at most return a toast. Most of the time, the young woman beside him would recite his Jianghu deeds like the back of her hand. In addition to some comments she had heard from her own ancestor, she was even clear about the Jianghu achievements of some of his outstanding juniors. This made him not feel the slightest bit neglected. Instead, he felt comfortable all over and was extremely respected. People respect me, I will return the favor 10 times over. The young woman did it so well that no one could find the slightest flaw in the Sword Water Villa. The Mama of Gu Temple, who was mistaken for the great devil Dou Yang's personal maidservant, seemed to have a delicate and naive appearance, but her eyes were overflowing with color. Her eyes quietly scanned the guests all around. Occasionally her gaze would meet Han Yuanshan's gaze, but it would also disappear as soon as they made contact. However, the corner of the young woman's mouth curled up and her eyes were charming. The scholar also understood tacitly and made some subtle movements to return the favor. The young woman's love sprouted even more. When she lowered her head to drink, she quietly stuck out her tongue and licked half the rim of the cup. Seeing this, Han Yuanshan narrowed his eyes and his mouth and tongue became dry. He had personally experienced this old witch's skill in bed. Every time she would call several beautiful and charming ghosts. Even if his innate talent was extraordinary and he cultivated the Devil School's secret technique, it was still difficult for him not to admit defeat. Dou Yang took all of this into his eyes. He sneered and said, "Coquettish woman, you really can be in heat at any time." The young woman laughed and said, "Yo, Dou de Jiaozhu is jealous?" Dou Yang picked up some salty and mild seasonal vegetables with his chopsticks, ignoring this fellow Daoist's teasing. The love between a man and a woman, the pleasure of fish and water, compared to the struggle for the great Dao climbing to the peak alone, it was nothing. Wang Yuran clearly sensed his daughter's absent-mindedness, as well as the gaze she stole several glances at Song Fengshan, which contained unending affection and deep disappointment. Wang Yuran was well aware of this love between a man and a woman that was destined to have no good results, but as a man he did not feel the need to interfere and break up the affectionate couple. First of all, Sword Water Manor's golden signboard was not something that Horizontal Saber Manor, which was a head lower than others, could make irresponsible remarks about. Second of all, if his daughter Wang Shanhu wanted to be a qualified future manor head, it was not a bad thing for her to suffer a little emotional injury, or to be knocked unconscious by a punch like today, making a fool of herself in front of everybody. It was better than making a big mistake in the future and suffering even more. Wang Yiran decided to turn a blind eye to this. In Jianghu, which grandmaster in the eyes of the common people did not have a few close female friends when they were young. In the end, how many people could help each other in difficult times, and how many people could forget each other in Jianghu? By the time they truly stood at the peak of Jianghu, they would discover that all of this was like passing clouds and smoke. For example, the shrewd and profound descendant of an aristocratic family, Han Yuanshan, was rumored to be the best at keeping women in a golden house. The key point was that he could make women follow him wholeheartedly. Daughters of border officials who held real power, female disciples of Jianghu grandmasters, cold and elegant young demonesses who were bloodthirsty, and fairies who enjoyed fame in Jianghu, were all taken in by him. If his daughter Wang Shanhu was infatuated with this person, Wang Yiran would interfere forcefully, absolutely not allowing his daughter to have any relationship with Han Yuanshan. Otherwise, perhaps when the time came, even horizontal saber manner would become a dowry that he offered up with both hands. Obviously, Han Yuanshan's plan was big and far-reaching, and there must be a real expert behind him giving advice and advice. There was no problem doing business with this kind of person, and it would not be a small profit. However, one must not treat him as a close friend, as it was tantamount to courting death. As for his daughter's secret love for Song Fengshan, Wang Yiran did not care, because Song Fengshan was a true man of Jianghu. If one day Song Fengshan was willing to marry his daughter as a co-wife, Wang Yiran did not mind merging horizontal saber manner into sword water manner. However, the new manner must have the word saber in it, and one of his children must have the surname Wang. Then, in the next 100 years of Coming Country's Jianghu, there would only be two surnames, Song and Wang. Someone raised his glass to toast, and Wang Yiran smiled and raised his glass to return the gesture. Although Wang Shanhu was absent-minded, she did not lack etiquette and followed her father to return the toast. After putting down the wine glass, Wang Yiran looked forward and said softly, "Are you still thinking about that young man with a sword on his back? Do you think that if you don't kill him you won't be able to vent your anger? Let me give you a word of advice, that young man is not an ordinary person, and even Song Fengshan has already regarded him as a potential opponent. It's just that old sword Saint Song seems to have a good relationship with that young man." Han Yuanshan guessed one thing right. That young man is most likely the proud disciple of the sword god of colorful clothes country. This time he went out to travel because his master suddenly died, and his enemies are powerful, so the young man wanted to avoid the limelight. Old sword Saint Song and the sword god of colorful clothes country have a good relationship, so he took care of him and did not hesitate to personally teach Ma Lu a lesson. The young woman clenched the hilt of her saber and lowered her eyes. "Father, are we just going to let it go? That hateful guy who hides his head and hides his tail, I admit that he killed me with one punch at the waterside pavilion. Even if he seriously injured me with one punch, I still admit defeat. But he humiliated me like this. In front of so many outsiders, how can I walk Jianghu in the future? Do I have to hide in the horizontal saber manner for the rest of my life?" Wang Yiran slammed the wine cup in his hand on the table and sneered, "Face is something that is earned by winning battles that shake the Jianghu. The Jianghu is a place with the best memory but also the worst memory. Decades later, when you, Wang Shanhu, become a saber master who is even more powerful than your father, and become a sixth realm great grandmaster like the legendary sword god and sword saint Song of the beautiful robe kingdom, do you think anyone will mention something as trivial as the waterside pavilion? They will only remember which sword Dao master you defeated and how many underworld demons you killed. When you unsheathed your saber, the saber aura was like a waterfall. Who among the spectators would not clap and cheer? Who would dare?" The young woman's shoulders trembled slightly. She lowered her head and said sadly, "But I can't even defeat a swordsman younger than me, and I can't even take one punch from him. How can I stand shoulder to shoulder with you in the future? How can I talk about the legendary great grandmaster realm?" To the central region of the Aquarius continent, the 6 realms of martial Dao were the pinnacle of martial arts. Beyond that, for the past few hundred years, no one knew of the glory of that realm, and could be considered as the invincible great martial god. It was said that when the sword god of colorful clothes country was at his peak before he retired to the mountains, he once touched the threshold. But in the end, for unknown reasons, his realm fell greatly. He was disheartened and completely withdrew from Jianghu. And the old sword saint Song Yufan said bluntly that he had no hope of reaching the martial god realm in this life. If Qin Pingan knew this, he might be dumbfounded again. After all, Zhu He, who was also a level 4 martial artist from Lizhu Cave Heaven, knew that the 9 realms were the limit of martial arts. Of course, Zhu He also did not see the whole picture of martial arts. In fact, not long after, Song Zhangqiang and Li Er succeeded in reaching the 10 realms, and the 11 realms was the real peak of martial arts, the real martial god. And the old man surnamed Cui, who taught Qin Pingan the strongest 3 realms, just missed the 11 realms. The depth of the water, the height of the mountain. Qin Pingan's hometown, Lizhu Cave Heaven, which was now Dali Longquan County, was the place with the deepest water, the highest mountain, and the most chaotic situation in the entire Aquarius continent. In that place, the valiant little boy in green, who was a level 6 great demon who ran amok in Huangting country, was simply too embarrassed to greet people when he went out because he was afraid that he would be inexplicably killed with one punch. Now his biggest dream was to cultivate well and strive to become a hero who could be killed with 2 punches. No wonder the little boy in green was confused and could not figure out one thing no matter how hard he racked his brain. How did my master live until today? In fact, Qin Pingan himself did not know the answer. It was as if he had endured it bit by bit. In fact, at the beginning there were people who did not want him to die. Later, when it was time for the birds to fly, some big shots who wanted him to die met a teacher one after another. He told Qin Pingan not to lose hope in this world, and a man wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a saber. He told Qin Pingan how to deal with this world. At the same time, Qin Pingan grew up rapidly and finally left the chessboard early. However, during this process, the hardships of life, the difficult choices that involved one's heart, the many undercurrents and dangers that surged, the young man in Mud Bottle Alley had to undergo mental and physical training. It was not something that outsiders could understand. This mud embryo of Mud Bottle Alley, who had a body of magic weapons and a precious sword-cultivating gourd, was now walking alone in Jianghu and was only willing to buy the cheapest wine. Of course, he immediately began to practice boxing in a new way that was different from the 6-step stance walking and the sword furnace stance. At the waterfall pavilion, Qin Pingan did not carry the sword case on his back this time. He chose to stay in the courtyard because the bearded man and the young Daoist were there. However, the wine pot was still tied to his waist. When walking in the mountains and rivers of other places, do not cause trouble, do not be afraid of trouble, and be careful. Survival first. This was Qin Pingan's Jianghu. Qin Pingan once again stepped on the railing near the water. Just as he was about to borrow the momentum to jump towards the astonishing waterfall, he thought for a moment and took a step forward, stepping on the stone platform. He didn't want to accidentally break the wooden railing if he punched with all his strength. Even if Senior Song didn't want him to pay for it, it still couldn't be helped. Qin Pingan took a deep breath. He rubbed the soles of his shoes on the ground and gently twisted his wrist a few times. The first punch was to test the strength of the falling waterfall. First, he used 70 to 80% of his strength. Qin Pingan took a step forward and a loud sound echoed from the ground. Fortunately, the sound of the waterfall was astonishing and was enough to cover the sound of his foot stepping on the ground. Qin Pingan's figure was like an arrow that had been shot toward the waterfall. His momentum was like a rainbow as he punched forward. His fist went through the depths of the waterfall, but when his entire arm almost went through the waterfall curtain, his head and shoulders were hit by the waterfall. Qin Pingan's whole body was forced to tilt, and he fell into the depths of the pool. He was pulled by the turbulent water and flipped a few times. Finally, his head emerged from the relatively stable water near the waterside pavilion. After being smashed by the huge waterfall again and again, Qin Pingan's body became more and more sensitive to pain. When he was done this time, Qin Pingan directly lay on the platform and gasped for breath. If the old man surnamed Cui had only punched Qin Pingan from the beginning to the end at Luapa Mountain to temper his body and spirit, making him take the beating passively instead of asking Qin Pingan to peel his skin and pull out his tendons. Without these cruel actions, perhaps Qin Pingan would have had to stop practicing his punches today. Once, the barefoot old man looked down at Qin Pingon, who was lying in a pool of blood, and sneered, "You can't even bear this little pain, and you still want to reach the 9th or 10th realm?" At that time, Qin Pingon only wanted to curse the old man, but unfortunately he did not have the strength to say a word. Compared to the pain he suffered at Luopa Mountain, this was a blessing. The further he went in Jianghu, the less he was used to suffering. Qin Pingon thought to himself as he slowly stood up. He gritted his teeth and punched again. After a quarter of an hour, the waterfall under the moonlight still made the pool rumble. It seemed to be mocking the young man for overestimating himself, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Qin Pingon floated on the surface of the water. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the sky. Once again he went ashore and punched. Qin Pingon shouted angrily, "Open for me." A large hole was punched in the waterfall's water curtain by the strong punch, but it disappeared in an instant. Qin Pingon's fist smashed heavily on the stone wall. His whole body almost went through the waterfall, but he was soon knocked into the bottom of the water without any suspense. After floating around the deep pool with the water, he climbed up to the base of the waterside pavilion. In this way he intermittently stopped and rested. In the latter half of the night, a drenched Qin Pingon sat on the railing. He lifted the wine pot with trembling hands and drank a mouthful of Huadiao aged wine. He felt his throat burning and his liver burning. He could only put away the blade-strengthening gourd, not daring to drink even a small mouthful. In the distance, the lanterns of the Sword Water Villa were hung high. The banquet was far from over. There were young women who were disciples of the villa who also served as sword attendants. They performed sword dances for the guests to liven things up. The cheers were endless. Qin Pingon tilted his head and stared at the waterfall that seemed to be invincible in the world. Qin Pingon punched for the last time. He used the deity drumming style. He glided over the water like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. When he approached the waterfall, his fist and arm pierced through the waterfall again and again. There was always a time when a person's strength was exhausted. Qin Pingon knew that he could stop practicing martial arts tonight. Song Yushan was affected by the young man's mood and also smiled. "Then who will cook for you and buy wine for you?" Qin Pingon blurted out, "Even if I have a wife, I'll still cook for her and buy her wine." Song Yushan spat and stared at him. "Idiot! Don't you look like a fool? After you get a wife, do you just worship her like a bodhisattva? Don't you know that old and young women are all people who don't know when to stop?" For the first time, Qin Pingon was a little timid. He took off the wine gourd and took a sip. The girl he liked was said to be able to beat 100 Qin Pingon with one hand. If he dared to have such thoughts, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Besides, he couldn't even say that he liked her. God knows what his future wife's surname would be. Of course, it would be best if his wife's surname could be Ning. Qin Pingon laughed foolishly. Song Yushan looked at the young man who was daydreaming and said helplessly, "So you're really a fool." Song Yushan didn't want to instill the young man with the idea that a hero in Jianghu should be able to subdue his wife. He restrained his expression and said solemnly, "From 3 to 4, in addition to the impurities in the body of a martial artist which need to be purified bit by bit, you have to start to pay attention to the state of mind. The fist technique needs to be clear and unobstructed. When you understand the essence of the word, clear, you have to be firm and invincible. A swordsman needs to reach the state of mind of the sword and forget about the world. Only one sword has a clear conscience and can kill ghosts and gods. Qin Pingon, have you really made up your mind?" At the end, Song Yushan's expression was fierce and his voice was loud. He was almost glaring at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon's mind was firm. He nodded and said, "I will never change my mind about one thing." Song Yushan stood up. His aura was so majestic that it was like a waterfall of sword qi. He said to the young man in front of him, "How dare you say it so easily? I think you, Qin Pingon, have never really seen through it." Qin Pingon followed him and stood up. His eyes were bright. "Senior Song, actually I don't really understand the true meaning of the words clear and clear. But I just think. After saying that, Qin Pingon turned his head and pointed at the waterfall that looked like sword chi hanging from the sleeve of the Immortal. I must punch through the entire waterfall and leave a fist mark on the stone wall. I even feel that sooner or later I will punch the waterfall backward and make the water explode so that it won't be able to press my head down anymore. Song Yushan suddenly shouted angrily, "If that's the case, when are you going to do it?" Almost out of pure instinct, Qin Pingon turned his body sideways and faced the waterfall outside the waterside pavilion. He took a few steps back and stood at the top of the steps. He took an ancient boxing stance that the old man surnamed Cui had never mentioned before as his starting stance. Even though Song Yushan, the sword sage of Brush Country, was in the pavilion, Qin Pingon didn't see Song Yushan in his eyes. He didn't even see the pavilion anymore. Between heaven and earth, there was only his opponent, the waterfall falling from the sky. When Qin Pingon went down south, the 6-step pile walking was even slower. But this time Qin Pingon wanted to go faster. He was the fastest. His steps were so big that the last step of the 6-step pile walking smashed the railing of the pavilion. He stepped on the base of the platform. 6 footprints were left on the railing from the end of the stairs to the edge of the platform. Then he rushed forward. The power of his fist was so strong that it looked like a green dragon wrapped in his sleeve. Breaking the waterfall with one punch, Qin Pingon rushed into the water curtain and punched the stone wall. The stone wall was instantly shattered. Countless broken stones bounced back and shattered the waterfall. That was not all. Qin Pingon alternated left and right. He punched the stone wall again and again. This was the real scene of a deity beating a drum. Countless stones flew and the waterfall flowed chaotically. From the top of the pavilion to the top of the waterfall, a gorgeous rainbow appeared because of the dissipation of the water vapor. Song Yu stood in the waterside pavilion with his hands behind his back. The strong wind blew against his face, ruffling his hair and causing his sleeves to flutter. The old man looked up at the man-made rainbow and laughed heartily. How magnificent! (243) Seeing a pure martial artist break through the 4th state from the 3rd state, Song Yulan suddenly felt that it was not a loss to live a few more years even if the current Jianghu was not pleasing. Song Yulan gently patted the old sword on his waist. The long sword in the scabbard was attracted by the vigorous qi on the other side of the waterfall and had a telepathic connection with the old man. Standing in the waterside pavilion, Song Yulan said sadly, "If Gao Feng were still alive, he might be standing here tonight." The second owner of Sword Water Mountain Villa, Song Gaofeng, who was the father of the young owner Song Fengshan, was also a sword embryo with first-class aptitude in the world. Unfortunately, God was jealous of heroes and trapped by love, he went astray. This was also the biggest knot in Song Yulan's heart. To a large extent, that tragedy was caused by Song Yulan because Song Fengshan's mother was also a mountain spirit, a taboo existence that was not tolerated by the world. However, at that time Song Yulan was so high-spirited that he did not care about the eyes of the world. With only one sword, he looked down on the court of Combe Water Country and thought that he was invincible in Jianghu, so he began to climb mountains alone to visit immortals. In the end, he saved a kind little girl who was a spirit of plants that turned into a human form. Song Yulan did not dislike her birth but brought her back to the villa. She and the young Song Gaofeng fell in love with each other. Song Yulan still did not object to this. Finally, he calmly sat in the seat of honor and accepted the toast of the loving couple. If it ended there, it could be considered a good marriage. However, the world was unpredictable. The flower garden that the charming woman carefully cultivated was full of spiritual energy, and the flowers and plants were in spring all year round. No one knew when it would bloom. The people in the Wulin world spread false rumors that the flower garden at the back of the mountain of the villa became the miracle medicine that countless martial artists in Jianghu dreamed of. Eating one plant could increase one's power by more than 10 years. After that, if someone stole 1 or 2 plants, the kind-hearted woman would turn a blind eye and let the thief take them. The villa had also made it clear that the plants in the flower garden did not have the magical effect of increasing one's power. They could only slightly prolong one's life. As time passed, the masters and masters in Jianghu who coveted the flower garden gradually extinguished their filthy thoughts. However, one day more than half of the flower garden was stolen. The thief was still not satisfied and trampled the rest of the flowers and plants, leaving a mess on the ground. The flower garden did not help the martial artists in Jianghu improve their cultivation, but it was an opportunity for Song Gaofeng's wife. After this catastrophe, the woman was heartbroken and skinny. Following the clues, Song Gaofeng found the culprit. It turned out to be a Jianghu woman who hated him because of love. Song Gaofeng did not hesitate to attack, but he was stopped by the woman's father. It should be known that the man was the chief of the Wulian alliance in Jianghu at that time. He was a famous boxing grandmaster in several countries and was born as a border general. His official connections were deeply rooted and he was highly valued and trusted by His Majesty. The so-called chief of the Wulian alliance was just a way for His Majesty to control Jianghu. No matter how hard Song Gaofeng fought, he was no match for that man. After returning to the Sword Water Villa, the woman and her father also came to apologize. The old man, the chief of the Wulian alliance as a leader in Jianghu who was of the same generation as Song Yufan, was willing to cut off one of his arms on the spot and stand outside the villa dripping with blood, saying that it was an atonement for his daughter. Even if Song Yufan's swordsmanship was better than that man's martial cultivation, what could he do? Cut off the man's arm again? Then cut off the head of the troublemaker with one strike? He could only give up. Song Gaofeng did not say a word. He did not even show his face. He just stayed by his wife's sickbed. After the father and daughter left, Song Yufan turned around sadly and told his son the result. Song Gaofeng closed the door and refused to see him. He only said 3 words, "Got it." In the end, Song Yufan learned that his son, Song Gaofeng, had joined the Devil Path and practiced a secret book of the Devil Path. The last time he went to Jianghu, he destroyed his face, changed his weapon and left the sword at home. On the day that the boxing grandmaster resigned as the chief, Song Gaofeng sneaked into the mansion. Although he was seriously injured, he still succeeded in killing the enemy. When Song Gaofeng returned to the villa, he was already exhausted. In the end, he and his dying wife both closed their eyes and passed away. At that time, Song Yufan stood outside the door. His young grandson, Song Fengshan, silently stayed by his parents' bedside. He did not cry or say a word. In Jianghu, people not only had no choice but also had no choice. Song Yufan transferred his guilt to his grandson, Song Fengshan, especially when Song Fengshan insisted on marrying a charming woman. After that accident, Song Yufan was completely disheartened and regretted himself more and more. Therefore, even if Song Fengshan colluded with the other 3 evil spirits of the Combe country, Song Yufan was still unwilling to kill him. He would no longer control the stubborn Song Fengshan with his own Jianghu rules. Song Yufan was well aware of what Song Fengshan wanted to do. That night, Song Gaofeng killed the former chief of the Wulian alliance who had connections in the imperial court. However, the real culprit escaped. After that, the emperor did not want to fall out with the Sword Water Villa. Perhaps he also felt guilty, so he became the matchmaker himself. He made the poor woman who survived the disaster become the wife of a meritorious general in the Combe country. She became the highest-ranking madam of the country. Everyone knew that the old sage of sword Song Yufan followed the rules of Jianghu. Therefore, the emperor of the Combe country was not worried about the sage of sword of the Combe country. As for Song Yufan's grandson, he was very young at that time. Everyone thought that he must have a vague memory and was not destined to be a big problem. In this way, the Jianghu of the Combe country was peaceful and sunny for more than 20 years. The chief of the Wulian alliance was empty for more than 20 years. Until Song Fengshan opened the gate of the Sword Water Villa and entertained heroes from all over the country. The official chief ceremony would be held the next day. Song Yufan had long lost interest in Jianghu. The ingredients are so good that the guests can eat their tongues off. The wine is also good. Do you want to try it? It is lunchtime now. I have a good relationship with the manager there, so I can give you a 20% discount. When Qin Pingon heard the 20% discount, he immediately said generously, "Then I will pay." Song Yufan laughed. Oh? Let's make it clear in advance. A hot pot meal with good wine in the restaurant costs at least 5 or 6 taels of silver. Qin Pingon blinked and said without blushing, the town is a little far from the villa. Why don't we drink in the yard? Song Yufan gave him a thumbs up. You are really a hero who spends a lot of money. Qin Pingon suddenly laughed. Let's go. Why don't we go? We are having hot pot for lunch. Song Yufan was stunned. He didn't give Qin Pingon a chance to regret. He laughed and said, follow me. Then he rushed out of the waterside pavilion, stepped on the branches of the trees and rushed out of the villa. Qin Pingon had to give up the idea of calling Xianxia and Zhang Shanfeng and followed him. When they passed the top of the waterside pavilion, Qin Pingon turned to look at the waterfall and smiled. On the stone wall behind the waterfall curtain, the teenager secretly carved 2 lines with his finger. From top to bottom he wrote the name of a girl on one line, and Qin Pingon was here on the other line. The teenager hoped that the next time he came to the Sword Water Villa, the girl would be with him. Of course, Qin Pingon only dared to secretly think like this. In Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley, as long as there was a wedding or funeral, the neighbors were willing to take the initiative to help. This was the same rule as adding soil to the grave. It was passed down from generation to generation, so there was no need to reason. Today someone from Apricot Blossom Lane was getting married to a rich woman from Peach Blossom Lane. The family in Apricot Blossom Lane had a good reputation. Even an old woman like Granny Ma who had a bad reputation was close to this family. Therefore there were nearly 20 tables of wine. As long as you gave a red packet, whether it was a piece of silver or a few copper coins, you could eat at the table and enjoy the happy atmosphere. At the table there were a few unfamiliar faces. The leader was an old man from an old house in Clay Bottle Alley. He was dressed like a rich man and often wandered around the town. Over time he became familiar with him. His surname was Chow, and the neighbors were used to calling him Old Chow. Old Chow was kind to everyone and greeted everyone with a smile. He didn't have the arrogance of a rich man and could chat with the people around him for a long time. Old Han, who was married to this family, often chatted with him. So today he came to the wedding and gave a big red packet to give face. The old man, who had changed into new clothes, specially brought his son and daughter-in-law to toast. Old Chow brought 3 people with him. All of them had the surname Chow. The handsome young man Chow Jun also lived in the old house of the Chow family in Clay Bottle Alley. There was also a pair of grandfather and grandson who had rushed back to the town from other places. It was said that they were old Chow's relatives in the capital. It seemed that they were doing well. They seemed to be scholars and had a bit of an official's aura. Of course, they could also be people in the capital. Old Chow was a lively person and often took the initiative to run around with a glass of wine to toast. The grandfather and grandson of the Chow family, who were from the capital, were obviously not used to this kind of noisy scene. They didn't move freely and sat where they were. Occasionally they would pick up food with their chopsticks and drink a mouthful of medium-priced soju from the town's tavern. Chow Jun, on the other hand, was relatively more at ease. He stepped on the bench and drank by himself. He squinted at Old Chow and some old men calling each other brothers and smiled playfully. Although that old in-law's family in Peach Leaf Alley had declined, they were still much more well-off than those in Apricot Blossom Alley, so they were a little more dignified. The neighbors of Apricot Blossom Alley and Clay Bottle Alley also found this to be normal. Fortune Street's Peach Leaf Alley was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Regular people were still unable to climb up to them. If it weren't for the fact that Old Han's son had a promising future and was currently working in the Dragon Spring Commandery Manor, how could he have the fortune to marry a rich young lady from Peach Leaf Alley? Old Chow went to another table to fool around. Chow Jun drank a mouthful of strong wine and took a deep breath. He quickly picked up a piece of pork hoof meat with his chopsticks and turned to look at the grandfather and grandson. He asked with a smile in Dolly's official language, "What's wrong? You're not used to the food and drink? Why don't the 3 of us go somewhere else and have a good meal in a restaurant?" The old man in a plain green robe shook his head with a smile. "There's no need to be so particular. I'm just used to eating vegetarian food in the capital and am not used to eating meat at a wedding banquet. It's not that I'm looking down on the local customs here. Moreover, this Dragon Spring Commandery's Huai Huang County is the ancestral land of my Chow clan. As descendants, how can we forget our roots? The handsome Chao Jun nodded and said with a smile, "It's our clan's misfortune to have such an unreliable ancestor." The old man did not dare to reply at all. Even if the old man was an important minister who supported the country in the Dali dynasty, he still did not have the courage to criticize a clan's ancestor who was an 11th realm sword cultivator. The young man who was elegant and graceful and had a bearing completely different from Chao Jun's was called Chao Mao. He was the newly appointed supervisor of kills in Dragon Spring Commandery, an official directly under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rights. He was handsome and had the reputation of being the Chao clan's jade tree in Dali's officialdom. Back then, when he had received the Dali imperial tutor at the Huaihuang relay station, Chao Mao had been the only one on his horse. He reeked of alcohol as he staggered off his horse and entered the relay station. It was enough to show that this noble young master of the capital was different from the rest. When Chao Shi returned to his seat, even Chao Mao subconsciously sat up straight. The green-robed old man even sat upright. He put down his chopsticks and picked up the wine pot, taking the initiative to pour wine for his ancestor Chao Shi, who was separated by countless generations. Chao Shi finished the wine in one go and put down the wine cup. Looking at the endless stream of guests who came in to congratulate him, he stood up and said, "Stop squatting in the latrine pit. Let's make room for the people behind us. Let's go." The four of them left the courtyard. The courtyards of the few houses near the alley were filled with tables. Chao Shi led the three of them into Clay Bottle Alley and asked casually, "Your emperor has returned to the capital?" The old man answered respectfully, "Ancestor, His Majesty the Emperor is unwell. He has already returned to the capital from the relay station in Dragon Spring Commandery." When Chao Shi passed by the Gu family's ancestral house, he turned to look at the dilapidated door and the old spring couplets. He stopped in his tracks and said, "It is said that the mother and son of this family have been brought to the Book Slip Lake's Xianxia Island by true Lord Jiejiang. The little brat named Gu can obtained a great opportunity before he left the small town. He can control a water dragon that is comparable to a 10th level Qi cultivator. Moreover, that water dragon's realm is rising rapidly. It is very likely that it can break through the bottleneck of the 10th level in just a few decades." The old man nodded and said, "Under the personal arrangement of the imperial tutor, the Dali Imperial Court specially built a new spy agency. It is responsible for recording the growth experiences of these children in Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. Apart from Gukan, there are also Ma Kushuan in Apricot Blossom Alley, Xiao Yao in Fulu Street, and Mei and Xiaolingqi in the Xia family. Most of them are from small towns. However, there are also foreign Qi cultivators who obtained opportunities here, such as Zhou Xian, the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom. There are a total of 16 of them." Chao Shi walked forward slowly and stopped again. "What about these two families? The owners of the two neighboring houses. One of them was already recorded in the Song clan's genealogy as Song Mu. He had just returned to the capital with His Majesty the Emperor. The other one was named Qin Pingon. He had already traveled to the south. However, he owned 2 shops in the small town and 5 mountains in the western mountains." The old man said with an awkward expression, "Among the 16 people, His Highness and Qin Pingon shouldn't be included." Chao Shi said, "What about Li Shixing?" As the pillar of Dali, the Qingshan elder shook his head and said, "Also no." Chao Shi turned to look at Chao Jun, who had 2 swords hanging from his waist. "You have fought with Li Shixing before. He defeated you, a 9th level sword cultivator with his 6th level cultivation. What do you think?" Chao Jun said unhappily, "What else can I do? He is powerful and I am just a good-for-nothing." Chao Shi laughed and said, "After this, you good-for-nothing will soon go to the border and join the army. If you are lucky, you can stay beside Dali's vassal king Song Zhangqiang. You can follow the Dali steel cavalry down south. Who knows, you might not stop until you reach the center of Aquarius continent. What do you think?" Chao Jun said straightforwardly, "Just eat and wait for death." Dali's #1 aristocratic family, Chao Mao, admired Chao Jun from the bottom of his heart. Although he looked to be around the same age as this sword cultivator, he was actually 60 years older than him. In this period of time, they often drank together. He knew that Chao Jun was frivolous and did not care about anything. It was something that came from his bones and not something that he said. Chao, she said sternly, in 10 years if you can't kill 1 or 2 10th realm old bastards, I will personally kill you. Chao Jun hugged the back of his head and laughed at Chao Mao. After I die, remember to help me collect my body and bury it at the Immortal tomb. I feel that the feng shui there is not bad. Being neighbors with many Buddhist bodhisattvas and Taoist heavenly officials will make my mood better. Because I don't have to listen to people nagging, my ears will be quiet and no one will disturb my dreams. Chao Shi flew into a rage and said, you little bee asterisk starred. Do you know, in order to repair the sword Chi Lotus Pond in your lake, I had to pay a price. When Chao Jun laughed, his eyes squinted into slits, making him look like a sly fox. How would I know? Why don't you tell me? Chao Shi laughed coldly. To have a descendant like you, it is also the misfortune of the family. No matter how much smoke rises from the ancestral tomb, it is useless. Scram, quickly go to the capital and find Song Zhengqiang, then go straight to the southern border. I don't want to see you again for the next 10 years. Chao Jun left as soon as he said that. He rose from the ground and laughed wantonly, riding the wind towards the north. Supervisor Chao Mao, who knew the rules of this world, was just about to remind him, but it was already too late. In the sword shop by the Dragon Whisker River to the south of the town, a military saint sneered, forgetful thing. Somewhere in the blue sky of Longquan County, the scene of water gushing out from the mouth of a spring appeared, and a long sword slowly rose up. Wanqing, are you not going to give me face? Chao Shi's face was gloomy. He flicked his wrist, and the jade-green rope-like life-bound flying sword was the sword Immortal, Chao Shi's greatest reliance to be able to move unhindered in the south-swirling continent. It was a half-immortal weapon refined by an ancient deity into a sword. When Chao Shi's mind moved, the jade-green rope on his wrist did not reveal its true form, but it trembled slightly and slivers of green water vapor flowed out, quickly sweeping towards the sky where Chao Jun's figure had disappeared. Wan Cheng's sword from the mouth of the spring slashed towards the head of the sword Immortal Chao Jun, who had broken the rules. It was so fast that it far exceeded the speed of Chao Jun riding the wind towards the north. If there were no accidents, Chao Jun would be beheaded before he could even leave the borders of the old Pearl Grotto heaven. Fortunately, between Wan Cheng's flying sword and Chao Jun's figure, a surging river of water appeared out of thin air. The river cut off the sky, blocking the path of Wan Cheng's flying sword. The sword cut through the river water that was only a few kilometers wide, and the jade-green river actually folded on both ends, pressing down on the flying sword that continued to sweep forward. The river slammed against the shore, constantly blocking the flying sword that was like a small boat. Even though the river water was endless, the flying sword controlled by the military saint of the Wind Snow Temple still cleaved through the river water, advancing courageously. Chao Jun's figure did not stop, but he turned around and unsheathed the long sword at his waist, perfectly striking the tip of Wan Cheng's flying sword. Chao Jun's long sword was sent flying high into the air, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. However, his figure flew backwards at an even faster speed. The river water that was 100 miles long rolled into a ball, tightly wrapping around Wan Cheng's flying sword. In the jade-green river water ball, sword aura constantly shot out until the river water finally shattered and turned into raindrops all over the sky. However, before the raindrops fell to the ground, they condensed into wisps of jade-green sword aura again, leisurely returning to the small town of Mud Bottle Alley. Wan Cheng's unscathed natal flying sword hovered in the sky, pausing for a moment. A small pool appeared under the long sword, and the flying sword slowly descended into the pool, disappearing into the air. The swordsman from the Hassa continent, who had previously suffered a punch from Wan Cheng, successfully left the battlefield. Chao Jun laughed heartily. Good wind with strength, send me to the sky. Thank you, Saint Wan and old ancestor, for sending me off together. In Mud Bottle Alley, the old pillar of the Chao family had mixed feelings. Although he was not a chi cultivator, there was no lack of experts on the mountain among the family's guests. However, he had only seen such earth-shattering fights with his own eyes. Chao Mao, the supervisor of kills of the Chao family in the capital, asked, "Old ancestor, what if this angered the saint here?" Chao Shi sneered and said, I can't defeat the 12th realm Daoist heavenly lord of the North Continent, but do you think I can't defeat a new 11th realm Daoist from the Aquarius continent? Chao Jun can embarrass the Chao family, but I won't embarrass the Qi cultivators of the Hassa continent. At this moment, the pillar of the Chao family and the supervisor of kills, Chao Mao, finally realized why this seemingly kind old ancestor in the small town could become the gatekeeper of the magnificent town building by the sea. A man stood at the other end of Mud Bottle Alley. Then let's try it out? Chao Shi grinned and said, sure, you pick the place, I pick the time. The man from the sword shop who came to criticize without hesitation said, in the mountains in the west, there is a valley with a radius of 100 miles. It is deserted. Now there is a formation restriction set up by Dolly. It is enough for you and me to determine the winner. Chao Shi nodded vigorously and said, okay, we will fight 100 years later. Wan Qing was stunned for a moment. He spat on the ground and turned to leave. Chao Mao covered his face with his hands. The pillar of the Chao family did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chao Shi rolled his eyes and said, what? This is called a battle of wits, you know nothing. Chao Shi took the lead and walked into his old house. Just as the grandfather and grandson behind him were about to follow, the door slammed shut. Chao Mao and Dolly's grandfather looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had no choice but to leave Mud Bottle Alley and go to the inspection office to secretly discuss the next layout of the family. The storm in the north of the Aquarius continent was brewing, and the situation was favorable for the Dolly dynasty. Of course, the sooner they entered the battlefield, the more benefits they would gain. Moreover, the Chao family had a piece of great news today. Old ancestor Chao Shi would stay in the Aquarius continent for a while, and the genius swordsman Chao Jun would join the Dolly border army. Presumably, the emperor would be more or less grateful for this. In the next 100 years, the Chao family would be able to suppress their mortal enemy, the Yuan family. The old man surnamed Cui, who was used to wearing coarse hemp clothes and walking barefoot in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain, changed his temperament after the lotus flower-crowned Daoist Lu Chen visited him. He changed into a scholar's green cloth and made himself a bamboo cane to walk through the forest and a pair of climbing wooden clogs. He often went down the mountain to purchase ancient books and stationery. He decorated the second floor of the bamboo house like a study of a scholarly family, and whenever he was free he would pick up his brush and paint. The little boy in green and the little girl in pink looked at each other and mistakenly thought that the old man had gone mad. Later on, the little girl in pink looked at the old man's calligraphy and often chatted with the old man. Only then did she realize that the old man was a true Confucian scholar. He was an expert in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He was even more knowledgeable about the orthodox Confucian studies. The little boy in green clothes was a heartless and cowardly person. All he wanted was for the old man to practice martial arts properly and become a big shot in this small world as soon as possible so that he could be at ease. Therefore, he often beat around the bush with the old man, telling him that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Longquan County and that the old man should not lower his guard. He also earnestly told the old man about the treacherous Jiang Hu of Great Li, and that the old man still needed to rely on his top-notch cultivation base to intimidate the weak. Unfortunately, the old man was not willing to pay any attention to this fellow. At most, he would chat with the little girl in pink who was asking for advice. As for the so-called martial arts, it was as if he had just thrown it on the ground and never picked it up again. The little boy in green sighed helplessly, lamenting that it was better to rely on oneself than to rely on others. He could only continue to cultivate diligently, trying his best to digest the 2 high-grade snake gallstones that had entered his stomach. Recently, Wei Pai, who had been very busy welcoming and sending off the new North Mountain god, would still come to the bamboo building from time to time to visit the little pond where a purple gold lotus seed had been thrown in. Other than the purple gold lotus seed that had been left in Luopa Mountain, Qin Pingon had listened to Wei Pai's suggestion back then. Since he was the owner of Luopa Mountain, he had left a piece of idol seal on the first floor of the bamboo building as an item to suppress the mountains and rivers. The seal was none other than the 11th Qin that Qi Jingchun had carved. There was nothing special about it. It was just a beautiful vision that Qi Jingchun had given to Qin Pingon at that time. Above the 10th realm of martial arts was the martial god of the mortal world. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Qi cultivators at the peak of the world. The little girl in pink regarded this with extreme importance. It was almost more important than the book box that the young man Cui Dong had entrusted to her. Three times a day in the morning, noon, and night, she would secretly take out the small seal that her master had taught her and use a silk handkerchief to carefully wipe it. No matter how the little boy in green cheated her, she would not allow him to have a share of it. Now the little girl in pink from Huangting Country's Jilon building had already broken through the last threshold of the lower 5 realms with the help of the snake gall stone that Qin Pingon had given her. She had ascended to the first realm of the middle 5 realms, the cave realm. After that, it was the 7th Sea View realm, the 8th Dragon Gate realm, the 9th Golden Elixir realm, and the 10th Nascent Soul realm. It was still a long way to go and was out of reach. However, compared to the little boy in green who suddenly wanted to improve himself, the little girl in pink was more natural. Other than tidying up the bamboo building every day until it was spotless, she would flip through books and enjoy the scenery. Her state of mind was peaceful. Compared to the ferocious imperial river water snake and the demonic fire python of the library, she was more relaxed and casual. So now it was the little boy in green who would despise her for being stupid and lazy, not knowing how to make progress. On this night, the little boy in green was meditating and cultivating at the edge of the cliff. The little girl in pink was sitting on a bamboo chair and eating melon seeds. The old man surnamed Cui went downstairs and moved a bamboo chair to sit beside the little girl. He said softly, "The 1,000-year-old Cui family, the top scholarly family in the Aquarius continent, was unable to give birth to a fire python with spiritual intelligence like you. From this, it can be seen that opportunities are hard to come by." The little girl in pink smiled obediently and asked, "Grandpa Cui, do you think my master has broken through the realm?" The old man gloated, "How can the strongest 3 realms of the martial way that I personally cultivated be so easy to break through? I reckon it's still early. Who knows, maybe when he reaches the southernmost old dragon city, Qin Pingon's realm will still be the same. He will stay at the bottleneck of the 3 realms and drink to drown his sorrows every day. Then he will become a depressed alcoholic." The little girl in pink complained softly, "Half of my master's fist was taught by you, Grandpa Cui. If my master doesn't break through the realm, how can you be happy?" The old man laughed, "Oh, you're not a martial artist. You don't know the weight of the strongest 3 realms in the world. When I killed Sun Shujian, who was at the peak of the 6th realm, with one punch I only used the strength of the 5th realm. Why? It's because the foundation of a martial artist is different. If the foundation is bad, it's like a tall building that swings in the wind. If the foundation is good, it's like a famous mountain that stands tall on the earth. A little wind and rain is nothing, it's just a tickle." The little girl in pink said worriedly, "My grandpa has no one to take care of him. When he's outside, he has to do everything himself. Will it affect his practice?" The old man glanced at the back of the little boy in green and retracted his gaze. He looked at the worried little girl and sighed, "To be able to let the 2 of you stay together without fighting, Qin Pingon must have taught you well. I wonder if Qin Pingon will still be able to treat people with fairness when the family business expands in the future. Whether the rules of a small family are good or not and whether the family style of a rich family is upright are 2 different things." The little girl in pink raised her head and said innocently, "If that day really comes, Grandpa Cui, will you help my master?" The old man stroked the little fire python's head. "There are some family matters that outsiders can't help with." The old man stood up slowly and pointed into the distance. "Think about it. If that day really comes and Qin Pingon establishes a sect, there will be you, the little water snake, and the black snake from Chiduan Mountain who has golden lines under its belly and 4 dragon claws. There will be so many mountains. In the future, every mountain will have an expert overseeing it. For example, the one who acknowledged Qin Pingon as his teacher, and the children who call Qin Pingon their junior uncle. Then all of you will become immortal mansions in the eyes of the world. There will be sect elders who will want to recruit disciples. Qin Pingon has gathered 10, 100, or even thousands of people under him. Once there is a conflict within his own family, Qin Pingon will have both his palms and the back of his hands. It won't be a matter that can be resolved with a punch or a sword. How should he deal with it?" The girl in the pink dress had read the history books of various countries in Jilon Tower. She knew how tricky this problem was. She didn't even have the mood to eat melon seeds. Old man Cui smiled and said, "Actually, there's no need to be too worried. There's one good thing about Qin Pingon. Perhaps not many people will notice it." The girl in the pink dress waited for a long time, but the old man didn't continue. She couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa Cui, my master already has so many good points. Is there anything good that I don't know about?" The old man laughed heartily. "There's one good thing about this little girl of yours. She's a bootlicker, especially towards your master. She's able to silently moisten things with the spring wind and rain." The girl in the pink dress blushed. She thought to herself that she wasn't bootlickering. Her master was just that good. The old man returned to his bamboo chair and no longer kept her in suspense. He smiled and said, "Qin Pingon is very easy to talk to. Everyone close to him will take this as a matter of course. However, one day Qin Pingon will become very difficult to talk to regarding certain matters. In fact, he might even become the most difficult person to talk to. When that happens, strange things will happen. Everyone will feel guilty and afraid. They definitely won't be the first to refute anything." The girl in the pink dress quickly clasped her hands together and murmured, "I don't want my master to be angry." The old man sighed. After he had killed someone outside the bamboo house, he had aggressively asked Qin Pingon, "Do you want to practice boxing with me or learn how to be a person with me?" This was the old man's heartfelt words. In fact, he was also an arrogant old man who admitted that he wouldn't be able to convince Qin Pingon on the matter of being a person. However, if that wasn't the case, why would the old man be willing to take Qin Pingon as his successor for his boxing skills? If he wanted to take in a disciple, he had to take in someone who had a chance of surpassing him in the future. One was enough. Otherwise, so what if he took in a bunch of level 9 or level 10 disciples? Wouldn't they still be a few ants under the big picture? The girl in the pink dress suddenly asked timidly, "If one day, Grandpa Cui, you did something wrong and my master got angry, would you be afraid?" The old man knocked the little girl's head and stood up to leave. He said angrily, "Little girl, you really don't know how to chat." The little boy in green who had been eavesdropping by the cliff turned around with a smirk and gave the girl in the pink dress a thumbs up. The girl in the pink dress started munching on sunflower seeds happily. She thought to herself, "I'm not the one who's awesome. It's my master who's awesome." Old Man Yang of the Yang family's shop had been guarding that small backyard year after year. For countless years, generation after generation of descendants of the Yang family, other than the head of the Yang family who had taken over the Yang family and some hidden figures who were lucky enough to become Qi refinement warriors, knew about that shocking secret and carefully guarded that secret for the old man. The rest of the descendants of the Yang family, regardless of whether it was the descendants of the Yang family who died of old age or the shop assistants who went in and out of the medicine shop, generation after generation, they only knew that the Yang family had such an old senior who was of the same age as their elders in the Yang family's shop. That was all. They only knew that the old man did not step out of the house all year round. He had a strange temperament and was not easy to deal with. However, he was very good at treating illnesses and saving lives. Old Yang was still smoking in the backyard today. However, there was a new book published by Dolly Bookstore in his hand. It was from the School of Novels, which was once one of the top 10 schools in the world. However, as time passed, just like the School of Mo, one of the 4 prominent schools of learning, it was no longer a prominent school. The School of Novels had also become one of the most common schools of thought. Most of them wrote some unorthodox, unofficial histories of the officials, as well as erotic literature that the common people loved. Of course, they also criticized current affairs. A large part of the reputations of many emperors and kings in history were actually ruined by the words of the School of Novels. For example, some capable officials who spent their lives on political reform ended up being the most familiar thing to the later generations, not the good ways to govern the country, but things like having 10 women in a night and not being happy without a woman. Another example was that some of the great gentlemen and sages of the Confucian school, who had made great contributions, established virtue and established the 3 immortal immortals, would actually sleep at night in a nunnery. The old man clasped his fist and said solemnly, "I won't dare to offend you, divine lord." Old Yang sneered and said, "It's useless to say more. I will see what you do." The old man received the order and disappeared in a flash. After the otherworldly item in the small temple disappeared, Old Yang raised his head and looked at the vast and heavy sky. He was speechless for a long time. In the end he said helplessly, "God is watching over us. Whatever we do, God is watching. If that's really the case, why do we have to do this?" On the second floor of a restaurant in a small town outside the Swordwater Villa, an old man and a young man sat opposite each other by the window. They were eating hot pot. The table was filled with dishes. Spring bamboo shoots, yellow throats, lamb meat, goose intestines, duck blood of course. There were also 2 pots of good wine and a plate of fresh spicy sauce that he had made himself. It was bright red and could make people who didn't eat spicy food feel numb. In fact, Qin Pingon didn't eat spicy food that much. However, he couldn't stand Senior Song's persuasion. He said that the restaurant had more than 7 kinds of homemade spicy sauces and that it would be a pity if one of them was missing. Therefore Qin Pingon forced himself to add a spoonful of each dish. Since Song Yusher never showed his real identity in the villa or the town, the chubby restaurant manager didn't know who the sword sage was. He didn't even know who the old master of the Swordwater Villa was. He only knew that Brother Song was an expert in food and wouldn't let his hot pot and good wine go to waste. Therefore, when he saw the old man come with his friends, he was very happy. He personally led them to the second floor and picked a good seat. From the beginning to the end, he didn't need the waiter to serve the dishes and wine. The manager did everything himself. Qin Pingon was sweating profusely and his face was flushed. However, he couldn't beat the delicious food in front of him. Besides, he was paying the bill this time. If he didn't eat as much as possible, Qin Pingon would feel uncomfortable. Song Yusher looked at the young man who was eating freely. When he couldn't stand the spicy food, he would even drink a mouthful of wine stupidly. It was really spicy. However, he was unwilling to put down his chopsticks. He stared at the food in the hot pot that was about to be eaten. Song Yusher was in a good mood. Compared to the past when he came here alone, the old man ate much faster. Song Yusher picked up a cup of wine and stopped calling himself old man. He suddenly said, "Qin Pingon, actually, according to the old rules, I shouldn't appear in the waterside pavilion. When a martial artist breaks through the realm, it's the same as when a chi cultivator goes into seclusion on the mountain. The most taboo is to be seen by outsiders. Therefore I punish myself with a cup of wine." The old man drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. Qin Pingon quickly picked up the wine cup and swallowed the food in his mouth. He drank a cup of wine with the old man and poured another cup to toast the old man. If it weren't for the old man, I definitely wouldn't have been able to cross the threshold of the 4th state today. I should toast the old man with a cup of wine. The old man also drank a cup of wine. Song Yusher looked out of the window at the scene of the endless stream of people on the street. Occasionally, his gaze would linger for a moment. Some people's expressions would change slightly and they would quickly lower their heads after making eye contact with him. Song Yusher smiled slightly and withdrew his gaze. "The reason why I went to the waterside pavilion at that time was because I have something to tell you face to face. Whether you can break through the realm today or not, you have to leave the villa tonight. You can't attend the Wulin chief ceremony tomorrow." Qin Pingon continued to pour wine. However, the speed at which he picked up the food slowed down a little. He asked softly, "Someone wants to harm the villa?" Song Yusher didn't hide anything. He smiled calmly and said, "They have a great background and great influence. But it has nothing to do with you, Qin Pingon." The old man raised his cup and drank a mouthful of wine. "I'm not looking down on you and your friends. It's just that some of the family affairs of Swordwater Villa are inconvenient for people of Jianghu to intervene. But no matter what, as the host, it's not very kind of me to ask the guest to leave. So I still need to punish myself with a cup of wine. Qin Pingon, do as you please." Qin Pingon really did do as he pleased. He just raised his cup and drank a mouthful of wine for Little Rice. The old man didn't care. He continued to pick up the fresh goose intestine with his chopsticks and dipped it in the hot pot for a little while. Then he put it in a plate of spicy sauce. He gently stirred it in the spicy sauce and then put it in his mouth. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. Song Yusher smiled. Let's just eat and not talk about other things. In this world there are only beautiful scenery and food. These are the three things that can't be let down. Qin Pingon buried his head in the food and occasionally drank. All good things must come to an end. No matter how delicious the hot pot was, there was also a time when the chopsticks had to be eaten. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Qin Pingon put down his chopsticks and finished the pot of wine. This was the first time that Qin Pingon drank half a caddy of wine in one breath. Not to mention his face, even his ears and neck were red. He said drunkenly, "The father and daughter of Hengdao Villa didn't seem to make trouble for me." Song Yushe chuckled softly. Green mountains and clear waters, the future is long. The grudges of Jianghu are also the same. You're not from the brushwater country and will soon leave. You may not come back in the future. Otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. Song Yushe remembered something. You seem to be full of anger after the incident at the waterside pavilion. I'm a bit curious. If I, Song Yushe, was just an ordinary Jianghu man, it's reasonable to say that Wang Yiran, the owner of Hengdao Villa, a renowned Jianghu grandmaster, treated you with respect without knowing your background. Not only did he not bully you with his power, he was even willing to apologize for his daughter. Why do you still seem to be a bit unconvinced? Qin Pingon burped and took off the blade-strengthening gourd from his waist. However, he didn't drink. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, "It's not that I have an opinion about Wang Yiran, but I think there's something wrong here." Song Yushe curiously asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Pingon subconsciously took another sip of wine. With the help of dizziness, he slowly said, "I once heard an old gentleman talk about the order of right and wrong. I haven't read many books, so my understanding is very shallow. But when I have nothing to do, I'm willing to take out this knowledge and think more about it. I think there's a sequence of right and wrong. Of course, there's also a sequence of big and small. I can't use the right at the back to cover the wrong at the front. Even if the right at the back is big and the wrong at the front is small, I still have to break down the small mistakes at the front and explain the reason thoroughly. Only then can the right at the back really stand firm. It's like a person can't walk by jumping. But what I've blindly figured out may not make much sense. Because I've read a lot of books during my trip to the south, and the books don't talk about this, so I'm not sure whether it's right or wrong. But according to my theory, if I apply it to what happened at the waterside pavilion, you Wang Yiran don't actually need to apologize to me. You only need to ask your daughter to stand up and say sorry to me. Otherwise, in the end, you Wang Yiran are the great guru of Jianghu apologizing for others. Do you think I have to accept it? Even if I take a step back and am willing to accept it, then your daughter is not wrong, right? I don't think so. Wang Yiran, no matter how right you are, your daughter's words and deeds are wrong. It's like this today and it's like this tomorrow. In the next 10 years, if it's someone else, that woman named Wang Shanhu with a saber, she may still be wrong. Qin Pingon held the wine gourd in one hand and scratched his head with the other. Senior Song, I'm just talking nonsense. Sorry to make you laugh at me. Song Yulan was stunned at first, then at a loss, and finally in a trance. He only felt that the Jianghu he believed in was turned upside down. In the end, Song Yulan recalled his life, especially the unbearable memory of his son, Song Gaofeng. The old man originally didn't want to think about it again, and he didn't want to delve into the grievances. But today, at this moment, the old man found the knot in his heart. Where was it? Why did he feel so guilty and remorseful? But he didn't know why he couldn't get rid of the knot. The old man's eyes were red. He trembled as he picked up the chopsticks, picked up some food from the bottom of the hot pot, put it into his mouth and chewed slowly. Gradually, a smile appeared on his face. The old rules that were regarded as the guiding principles by the old generation of Jianghu were regarded as the golden rule. It turned out that there was something wrong with them. What did my son Song Gaofeng do wrong? Even if there was a mistake, it was this son of Ab*T Jianghu that was wrong first. It was that former chief of Wulin who was born as a general on the battlefield who was wrong. That grievance was not about that arm at all. It was your daughter who owed me, Song Yulan's son, and my daughter-in-law an apology. Before punching the thousands of soldiers and horses, the young man took out the sword's strengthening gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine. Since he had already come this far, the old man was not willing to take a step back. He only looked back helplessly. Why did you, Qin Pingon, come here to join in the fun? Qin Pingon had come out this time with the sword case that contained the demon-subduing sword. The rope had long been tied tightly. He ran all the way to Song Yufan's side. The old man was faintly angry. He said, "Over at the waterside pavilion, you had a conflict with the horizontal blade manor. At that time I said, in the Jianghu one is responsible for one's own life and death." Qin Pingon, do you know the meaning of these words? Qin Pingon nodded. Song Yufan laughed angrily. What do you know? That Wang Shan who pointed the tip of her scabbard at you. He was in the Jianghu. That retainer from the horizontal blade manor was also shooting arrows from behind. My grandson Song Fengshan also did the same every time he looked for someone to test his sword. Today I, Song Yufan, am blocking in front of the army. That's even more so. Song Yufan's words were like a storm. In the end he only sighed. Qin Pingon, you shouldn't have come. Qin Pingon said softly, no matter what Senior Song does today, I'm only responsible for one thing, and that is to bring Senior Song out of here alive. There are so many people here. I won't kill anyone. Qin Pingon added, I'll try my best not to kill anyone. Song Yufan took a deep breath and tried to persuade him calmly. Now the two sides are equal to two armies confronting each other. How can you not kill anyone? Do you think this is child's play? In the army there are thousands of cavalrymen who can run and attack. There are heavily armored infantrymen in formation. There are also thousands of strong bows aimed at you. Without a word you will end up with heavy rain. Not to mention that there are dozens of Jianghu experts under Chu Hao's command, as well as some military officers who are armed with divine bows. They are the national weapons used by the imperial court to target qi cultivators and Jianghu grandmasters. Even I, Song Yufan, will be seriously injured if I'm shot in the vital part by an arrow. Qin Pingon asked in reply, since the other side is so powerful, are you here to die? Song Yufan said in a deep voice, I want to capture the leader first. I'll try my best to take down the commander-in-chief Chu Hao so that the army will be leaderless. Then I'll threaten Chu Hao to hand over the woman. If I act alone I have 50% confidence. But if you follow me to charge and break through the enemy lines, you'll only be a burden to me once you're surrounded. So listen to me and quickly return to the villa. Bring your two friends away from this troublesome place. Song Yufan raised his head. It was summer but there was still such a sunny day that seemed like spring. It was really not bad. He turned his head and smiled at the northern teenager. Qin Pingon, I appreciate your kindness. But whether I, Song Yufan, live or die, whether Swordwater Villa exists or perishes, I have a clear conscience. Isn't this enough for me to roam the Jianghu? It's very enough. Qin Pingon patted the wine gourd at his waist and smiled brightly. I'm not bragging when I run. I'm definitely faster than a four-legged warhorse with two legs. Moreover, I have a trump card that can save my life. Senior, you don't have to worry about me. You just have to deal with that Chu Hao. If I didn't have this confidence, I wouldn't have shown up today. Song Yufan was so angry that he wanted to smash a chestnut on this blockhead's head. Idiot! Do you really think that your broken wine gourd is the sword's strengthening gourd at the waist of the mountain sword Immortal? Besides, you're just a pure martial artist who refines his body. What's the use of the legendary sword's strengthening gourd? Qin Pingon moved his feet and stood behind Song Yufan. If I really run away, I'll be so fast that even I can't help but give you a thumbs up. Although it sounded like a joke, the old man turned around and looked at the young man carefully. It didn't seem like a joke at all. The old man was relieved. Heroically, he reached out and pressed the hilt of the upright sword. Good. Then I'll wait for you to treat me to a hot pot. Qin Pingon suddenly asked softly, can I bring my own wine to eat hot pot in a restaurant? Although he had the sword-strengthening gourd, the flying sword and the mind talisman, he was still as stingy as before. The old man laughed and said, it's not about being generous. It's very generous. Song Yufan rushed forward and pulled out his long sword from the bamboo scabbard. Sword chi lingered between heaven and earth. He laughed loudly. Let me go first. Just bring up the rear for me. On one side there were only 2 people. On the other side there were 10,000 soldiers. However, the latter faced the old and young Jianghu people as if they were facing a formidable enemy. When the war drums sounded, some young soldiers from the local garrison swallowed subconsciously, because the sword chi was close. When facing 2 Jianghu boorish people, it was enough to exhaust them. There was no need to pay attention to the arrangement of troops on the battlefield. It was nothing more than the cavalry in the vanguard charging, and then appropriately pulling the front line and supporting from the left and right to cover the path of the sword saint from the Combe country. Then the infantrymen at the rear would set up the formation. With the swords and shields in the front, the spears pierced out and formed layers of iron walls. In addition to the standard infantry crossbows of the Combe country, there were also dozens of divine bows taken from the imperial treasury. They were meticulously made by the craftsmen of the Mahist school and had always been relied on by military generals. The tip of the arrow was engraved with cloud pattern talisman, the shaft was made of fine iron, and the arrow feather was made of golden eagle feathers. Each arrow was tough and heavy. Therefore, ordinary divine archers couldn't control it. Only soldiers with good martial arts attainments could pull the bowstring to the fullest. It was very powerful, and its speed, range and accuracy were far better than ordinary strong bows. In the end, there were close to 20 lackeys of the Jianghu gathered around Great General Chu Hao. It was extremely difficult for Song Yulao to open the formation alone and kill his way to Chu Hao. However, Chu Hao knew that he had victory in his grasp. The 3,000 elite cavalry under his command didn't fear the title of Sword Saint and dared to charge head-on. However, it didn't mean that the rest of his troops were fearless of death. Chu Hao had been on the battlefield for a long time and he was well aware of this. Therefore, he sent someone to pass a message to the local garrison generals. For every soldier that died in the war, the imperial court would give a jaw-dropping 100 taels of silver as compensation. The family of the soldier that died in the war would be exempted from military service for 10 years. However, those who dared to back out would be executed immediately. Moreover, they would be punished according to the law of the border army and their families would be exiled thousands of miles away. With the rewards and punishments, the entire army could only fight to the death. Great General Chu Hao rode his horse and stood under the mighty banner that swayed in the wind. He was very satisfied. With the army at the border, the boorish people of the Jianghu were just mantises trying to stop a chariot. The emperor had privately promised him that he could take half of the property of the Jianghu manor as a reward for the Chu clan's army. The remaining half would be handed over to the national treasury. However, he had to take care of all the compensation for the local troops alone. He wasn't allowed to trouble the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. As long as the manor was confiscated, Chu Hao would still be able to earn a lot of money. Song Yulao didn't immediately rush up to the sky to be the eye-catching target. He lowered his head, bent his waist and held his spear as he charged forward. His aura was like a rainbow and he was as fast as lightning. He clashed with the Chu clan's elite cavalry that had already pulled out a neat front line. The first wave of arrows rained down. The dense black dots in the sky shot over. The bowstrings that were pulled taut suddenly released, making a buzzing sound. This was only the first wave of arrows from the mounted bows. Song Yulao stomped heavily on the ground. His originally swift and violent figure became even more ethereal. He charged forward at an even faster speed. At the same time he twisted his wrist and spun his body. The sword aura rolled. Within a radius of several feet, the majestic sword aura condensed into a ball and then suddenly exploded. The ground behind Song Yulao was instantly filled with arrows that fell in an arc. The soil was overturned and dust flew up. The remaining arrows that happened to be coming toward him were all shattered by Song Yulao's sword aura. Although Song Yilao's speed was beyond imagination and his sword aura was so strong that it opened the eyes of the soldiers on the battlefield, the second wave of arrows still followed in an orderly manner. They fell like rain. Song Yilao held his spear and his body spun like a top. Hundreds and thousands of Iran swords instantly appeared around the old sword saint of the brushwater country. The tips of the swords all pointed outside the circle. In one breath, tens of thousands of sword auras were formed. Song Yilao no longer held his sword. He put his two fingers together and made a sword sign. He pointed to the sky and shouted, "Go!" Then he stomped his foot. The sword formation in front of him and the sword aura condensed into long swords. They were swung toward the front row of elite cavalry who were charging with spears and spears. In an instant, the legs of dozens of horses were broken and the necks of 20 of them were penetrated. The path of the charging cavalry was instantly turned upside down. A towering sword soared into the sky. Under the guidance of Song Yu's sword technique, the sword chi swept out like a huge umbrella blocking the rain. When those arrows landed on the umbrella without exception, all of them shattered into pieces. Two groups of elite cavalry on the two sides sped up and charged forward. At the same time, the archers on the sides shot their bows at Song Yilao. The remaining half-circle of sword aura behind the old man quickly filled up the semicircle sword formation and shot out again. Dozens of horses on the two sides of the cavalry were killed on the spot. The riders fell off their horses. However, Chu Hao's ability to lead troops was outstanding here. Except for a few who fainted, most of the riders floated to the ground or rolled up. They pulled out their sabers and directly charged at Song Yilao. The title of the Sword Saint of the Combe country, the so-called number one person in the Jianghu, was not enough to scare these elite warriors who had been soaked in blood and laid in piles of bones. In the western region of the Aquarius continent, there were dozens of countries around the colorful dress country. Among them, the colorful dress country had the most troops and was the most powerful country on the table. This was especially so for their number of cavalry troops. As for their actual combat strength, whether it was the ancient Yu country that produced heavy armored infantry, the Songxi country that was proficient in archery and horse riding, or the Combe country with valiant folk customs, they were all qualified to laugh at the colorful dress country's border army. It was not easy for a powerful general with the surname Ma to emerge, but he was pushed aside by the big boss at the border to retire in Yinji County. Such a big piece of greasy meat was enough for the three countries bordering the colorful dress country to have a full meal. Chu Hao personally led troops to intimidate the Jianghu not only because of his wife's personal grudge, but also because he wanted to fight for the position of the commander-in-chief of the punitive expedition against the colorful dress country. He wanted to gain more prestige for himself. Otherwise, even if His Majesty was more inclined to Chu Hao, it would inevitably attract criticism from some meritorious seniors and the influential members of the imperial family. The sword saint's head that he delivered was not lighter than the weight of a sword water manor. Chu Hao, who was under the heavy protection of the formation, couldn't help but laugh. The heavens are helping me. Song Yubern, kill, just kill. When you are an arrow at the end of its flight, let's see how you can still show off. Chu Hao will soon have hundreds of thousands of border troops and lead them to the north. When I get the first merit of destroying the colorful dress country, there might be a place for me in the Aquarius continent's decennial Lakeview Academy general evaluation. That Dali Song Zhangqiang in the north is just relying on his status as a relative of the imperial family. When it comes to commanding troops on the battlefield, a northern barbarian who drinks raw meat and drinks blood is nothing. Chu Hao clenched the paper cutter that was bestowed by the imperial family. His smile grew wider and he couldn't help but repeat, "The heavens are helping me." On the road, Song Yubern, who was facing the opposing cavalry, was already less than 50 steps away from the cavalry formation after successfully blocking 2 waves of arrows. With his forward speed, the cavalry had already given up on shooting and charged toward the black-clothed old man in a familiar charging posture. Song Yubern's mind moved slightly. He rushed forward and moved a few steps to the side, dodging an extremely swift and insidious arrow. The momentum was far greater than the cavalry's previous volley of arrows. After that, the old man changed his position 3 times and perfectly dodged the special arrows. He shook his 2 fingers and controlled the long sword in the air to charge forward. He laughed and said, cut the horses and open the formation. Those saber-wielding cavalrymen who fell from the horses wanted to fight to the death, but their sabers missed the target. They only felt that an illusory smoke brushed past them, and the black-clothed old man was no longer in front of them. The sword swept forward like a flying sword, like a flood dragon swimming in the river. Several war horses had their legs chopped off in the blink of an eye. The sword only cared about opening up an unobstructed path for the master behind it. It either pierced through the back of the war horse, slit a huge bloody groove on the side of the horse, or pulled out a large mass of bloody intestines from the abdomen. Wherever it went, the war horse fell to the ground, the rider fell to the ground, and then a faint figure like smoke swept forward confidently. The elite cavalry formation with excellent combat power was pierced through by the sword saint of the brush country just like that. After Song Yubern successfully broke the first formation, he found that the shields in front of him were like mountains. They were lined up in a line and saber lights were shining between the gaps. There were also long spears that were slightly tilted like a forest. They were as tall as a man and a half. The neat spearheads were shining under the sunlight, emitting the unique aura of the battlefield. If he leaped high and flew toward the banner where the leading general was, the Chu army would definitely treat their guests by shooting down the archers in the back of the spear formation. Earlier, because Song Yubern broke the formation too fast, the archers didn't work. But it didn't mean that the archers were not intimidating, not to mention that the archers were mixed with the magic bows of the school of Moism, which were regarded as treasures by the imperial court. Song Yubern forced himself to take a breath of fresh qi, and the qi in his body flowed like a flood. At this moment, behind the infantry formation that Song Yubern couldn't see, there were several top masters of the Jianghu of the brush country who were affiliated with the imperial court. They stepped on the heads and shoulders of the soldiers and attacked together. They calculated the gap between Song Yubern's breath and jumped high over the dense forest of spears. Each of them had a sharp weapon and just happened to hack down on Song Yubern's head. Song Yubern tiptoed lightly, and instead of retreating, he moved forward. He held the long sword in one hand and swung it horizontally, slashing at the empty waist. He calculated that Song Yubern needed to take a breath, but because of the difference in martial arts realm, this Jianghu master in the eyes of the world didn't know how fast the qi flow of a 6th realm martial artist was. 3 4th realm martial artists with different weapons were cut in half by the half-arc sword qi on the spot. Born in the Jianghu, they died on the battlefield. No one knew if the 3 of them would die in peace. Song Yubern swung his sword down again, and the 4 or 5 heavily armored soldiers and the people behind them were all smashed into pieces by the sword qi that tore through the air. Their armors and weapons were all smashed into pieces. The armor of the surrounding soldiers was instantly covered with blood and broken limbs. Fortunately, the heavy armored infantry formation was known for its stability. After a path was cut open by the sword qi, the soldiers at the back rushed to the front almost instantly, madly filling up the gap, and the soldiers on the left and right sides also consciously moved closer to the center. In the battlefield, those who weren't afraid of death might not survive, and those who were afraid of death would usually die. Song Yubern saw the thickness of the infantry formation in the blink of an eye when the path was opened and closed. He sighed in his heart, and his body still jumped up with the sword qi in his hand. A wave of sword qi was wantonly released, cutting down the dense rows of spears in front of him. At the same time, he held the long sword tightly, and his sword qi covered the body of the sword. The sword qi shook violently, and Song Yubern felt like he was holding a full moon, as if he could compete with the sun above his head. Song Yubern yelled, and his body grew more than 3 meters tall. His sword qi and sword qi skyrocketed at the same time. The full moon that was as big as a jade plate suddenly became extremely huge, covering Song Yubern. No matter how many arrows were shot out, it didn't change the rule of the straight line, rolling toward the huge banner. After the arrows hit the full moon, the tips of the arrows were all broken and the arrow shafts were all shattered. When the old man in black broke the formation for the second time, the young man with a sword on his back didn't just stand by and watch. He also started to run forward, moving like a rabbit. Of course, the cavalry of the Chu clan didn't need to turn their horses around, which would only disturb each other. So naturally they vented their anger on the young man. However, no one expected that the sword sage of the Combe country, who had been famous in Jianghu for 60 years, could break the formation so brazenly, and a young man from Jianghu who came out of nowhere was also so difficult to deal with. The young man with a sword on his back was so fast that he could cover 2 or 3 meters with one step. He was so agile in the narrow space that he not only dodged 4 or 5 arrows of the school of Mo at tricky angles, but also rushed through a round of arrow rain. During the period, as long as there were arrows in his way that he couldn't dodge, the young man would simply use his hands to push away the heavy arrows. When the young man collided with the cavalry, he had the advantage with the momentum of the rushing war horse. However, the young man, who did not know his roots in Jianghu, was like a slippery loach, slipping through the gaps between the elite cavalry's charge. Occasionally when they fought, he would punch the side of the warhorse, sending the rider and the horse flying 2 to 3 feet away. Sometimes he would hit the horse with his shoulder. Similarly, the horse's hooves flew into the air, and the rider and the horse were flipped over. In the end, he even jumped up lightly and stepped on the back of a horse like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The heads of the horses or the backs of the war horses behind him flashed and disappeared, which made the cavalry feel like a breeze blowing on their faces. They chopped with their sabers and stabbed with their spears, but they couldn't even catch a corner of the young man's clothes. He was definitely a grandmaster at the peak of the 4th state or even the 5th state. A cavalry general held an exquisite long spear and stabbed it accurately at the young man's neck. He roared, "Go to hell." Qin Pingan tilted his neck and just happened to dodge the long spear. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed the horse spear that all cavalry generals on the battlefield dreamed of. Even though the cavalry general's palm was covered in blood, the beloved long spear passed down from his ancestors was still snatched away. Qin Pingan switched to holding the long spear with both hands in midair and stabbed it heavily into the ground. The extremely resilient long spear was like a bowstring, and with a muffled bang, Qin Pingan was thrown 7 or 8 meters into the air. His hand still held the end of the long spear, not abandoning it. The young man with a sword on his back, with a face full of determination, looked like an immortal flying through the wind and landed in the empty space in front of the foot formation behind the cavalry formation. The young man's sleeves fluttered, and after his feet landed, he didn't stop. He took a step back and raised his arm, throwing the horse spear high into the air with all his strength. Then he made a gesture of patting the wine pot at his waist and jumped up, his figure instantly disappearing. It was as if an immortal had used the magical ability to shrink 1,000 li. Then they saw the young man step on the long spear in an inconceivable manner, 1 foot in front and 1 foot behind, like the legendary sword Immortal flying the sword, full of a carefree and relaxed feeling that was difficult for martial artists on the battlefield to understand. If the enemy camp wasn't mentioned, perhaps there would be people who couldn't help but cheer. Then a scene that made people stomp their feet and curse occurred. That young man in the formation, not only did he fly forward on the long spear, he even picked up the wine gourd and raised his head to drink a mouthful of wine. Everyone gnashed their teeth in hatred, but in the depths of their hearts, weren't they also a little fascinated? The tragedy of the battlefield, the heroism of the Jianghu. Originally, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Just like how the sword saint from the Shui nation broke the formation, especially when his sword energy cut through the foot formation, how tragic and bloody was it? However, this young man with a sword on his back didn't kill a single person as he moved forward. He just followed the old man in black to break the formation without saying a word. They were both breaking the formation, but they were both so elegant. Because the long spear swept forward too quickly and this action was too unbelievable, the foot archers in the square formation were somewhat confused. However, under the orders of the leading general, they specifically ordered the strongest elite soldiers in the army to intercept and kill this person with their strong bows. Of course, there was no need to mention the experts on the battlefield who were qualified to wield the Mahis divine bow. They had already drawn their bows like a full moon, and the treasures of the military school shot out one after another. Strange phenomena appeared everywhere, and there were even more shocking surprises that appeared. From the red wine gourd on the waist of the young man with a sword on his back, 2 dazzling fireflies suddenly flew out, 1 white and 1 dark green. Under the long spear, they shattered the arrows one by one. There was no need for the young man to dodge at all. The small number of arrows that were extremely intimidating all fell to the ground without any effect. After flying for hundreds of feet, the long spear under his feet had already begun to fall. Qin Pingon stepped on the long spear and didn't care about the long spear falling to the ground anymore. His body rose up and he just happened to dodge the attack of a top swordsman in the Jianghu. The latter landed on the ground regretfully and looked back. His eyes were fierce and his face was full of anger. If he had not been able to stop Song Yujin earlier and had been smashed into the array by the overwhelming sword aura that was almost invulnerable, it would have been pardonable. But what was going on when he did not even get close to a nameless young man? Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. How could he enjoy the glory and wealth under General Chu Hao in the future? Further ahead, the massive sword energy enveloping Song Yufan, which was only 100 steps away from the commander-in-chief's banner, had already been seriously damaged by countless spears and arrows. Coupled with the continuous attacks of dozens of Jianghu experts, when a green sword energy came with the sound of wind and thunder, Song Yufan held his sword horizontally in front of him. Although the sword energy as thick as a green python finally broke the old man's full moon sword formation, it was also cut into two by the long sword. The sword energy whizzed past the old man's side, and dozens of heavily armored soldiers behind him were killed on the spot. Song Yufan stopped holding his sword horizontally. Traces of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Even so, he didn't dare to breathe easily. It was because the person who launched the sword attack 100 steps away was at least a grandmaster in the 5th realm. That person stood under the banner next to General Chu Hao. He was wearing a green robe. One of his hands was behind his back and the other hand was pointing the tip of his sword at Song Yufan. This person wasn't old. He looked to be in his early 30s, but his real age might be 40. The long sword in his hand wasn't some divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud. It was a piece of green bamboo that was 2 feet and 6 inches long, which was as long as the sword. He stood proudly on the back of the horse. General Chu Hao, who was much shorter than him, didn't mind at all. He was full of smiles. The swordsman who used the green bamboo as a sword smiled and said, "The bamboo sheath of Song Yufan's sword is pretty good. General Chu, can you give it to me?" Chu Hao laughed heartily and said, "Why not? Not to mention the bamboo sheath, I'll give you the sword as well." The swordsman shook his head and said with a smile, "There's no need for that. If General Chu can give this sword to your emperor, it'll also be a good story to tell." Chu Hao was enlightened. He clapped his hands and laughed. "Green bamboo sword Immortal is so thoughtful. That'll be the best." Song Yufan held his breath and focused his mind. He stood in a small space that the soldiers automatically made way for. It was the young swordsman from Pine Stream Country, Green Bamboo Sword Immortal. He smiled and said, "Old Sword Saint Song, do you believe that when you take a breath you'll die?" Song Yufan's face was cold. There was an uproar behind the old man. Chu Hao narrowed his eyes and took out a small object that looked like a silver ingot from his sleeve. He pinched it in his palm and then tilted his neck. Soon 2 white-haired old men with long breaths walked out from beside him. One of them was wearing a brocade robe and was holding a green talisman with golden words between his fingers. The other was tall and sturdy. He held 2 axes that were engraved with auspicious cloud seal patterns. The 2 of them didn't wear any armor and were clearly not soldiers. The 2 of them looked behind Song Yufan. Compared to Green Bamboo Sword Immortal's calmness, the 2 old men who followed the army had a serious expression. As great Qi refinement warriors that were consecrated by the Combe country's royal family, they knew what it meant for a sword cultivator who had nurtured a natal flying sword to fight like a cornered beast regardless of age. Chu Hao said softly, "One of you will help Green Bamboo Sword Immortal to end the battle quickly and kill Song Yufan. The other must hold that young man back." The brawny man with the double axes strode towards Song Yufan and grinned. "I'll force the old man to take a breath." The old man in brocade robes smiled bitterly. He gathered his thoughts and threw the green talisman that he had treasured for many years into the air. In the face of a great enemy, there was nothing he could do about it. After the talisman rose into the air, it disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it appeared 150 steps away. Golden light exploded and the last golden-armored general crashed to the ground. It was 20 feet tall and stood out from the crowd. It held a great halberd in its hand, and within that dignified golden armor, there was only silver light circulating. The general didn't have a physical body. Qin Pingan flew all the way. It seemed like he was flying in the air, but in fact every time he landed he would step on the two flying swords of Chu Yi and Chu Wu. It would be right to say that Qin Pingan was a stubborn person. However, Qin Pingan had changed a lot when he started to roam the Jianghu on his own and remembered the young man from Clay Bottle Alley who liked to jump across streams. At this moment he saw the golden-armored and silver-bodied strongman not far away. It held a golden halberd and was ready to attack. It was staring at him. Qin Pingan's heart skipped a beat. In Yanji County, Daoist Chongyao had two brass strongmen escorting him. One of them seemed to be a high-grade talisman that could rival a third-realm martial artist. The 20 feet tall golden-armored strongman in front of him was estimated to have the combat strength of a fourth-realm martial artist, or even a fifth-realm martial artist. However, he dared to challenge the mountain-moving old ape of Xingyang Mountain at the beginning of his boxing practice. When Qin Pingan was stubborn, he wasn't afraid of anyone. After accumulating for a long time, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Qin Pingan reached behind him almost naturally and grabbed the scholarwood sword. At the same time he said in his heart, "Chu Yi, Chu Wu, go help Senior Song deal with the swordsman and the brawny man. I'll deal with this strong man myself." The distance between them was less than 20 steps. The two sword lights under Qin Pingan's feet, one on the left and one on the right, drew an arc around the golden-armored strongman who began to stomp on the ground and run forward with the halberd.